Chapter 1513. In the Divine Light Court, none of the people from the devil religion that Du Xiaofu was worried about had appeared. Amidst the monstrous, blood-fiendish aura, Mei Ling's graceful figure was enchanting. Her bright red dress fluttered, revealing her pure, white arms. A powerful devouring power gushed out from her body, absorbing the terrifying remnant souls and blood-fiendish aura that had gathered in this world. The Bloodvine demon was not to be left behind. The Bloodvine stretched out all over the sky, devouring the remnant souls and blood energy. It was worth mentioning that after the battle with the Great Will sect, Phantom had already stepped into the demon domain, and the Bloodvine demon had already reached the Nirvana demon venerable level. Although they were demons, they had walked out of the sealed ancient land, so their physiques were vastly different from other demons. The blood energy and remnant souls were their nourishment. Moreover, Red Spider Lily and the Bloodvine demon were born with the innate ability to devour remnant souls and blood energy. After the experts of the Divine Light Court were killed, Du Xiaofu did not interfere. The matter of cleaning up the battlefield was handled by the experts of the World Society and the Seven-Star Hall. As for the territory of the Divine Light Court, it was also taken over by the experts of the Seven-Star Hall and the World Society. There was probably no force in the entire central province that dared to take advantage of the crisis before the world meeting. As for Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Scarlet Rock, Blue Fantasy, and the others, they had long been searching for the treasury of the Divine Light Court. In the Divine Light Court, a restriction was set up outside a secret chamber. Little brat, what do you want to do? I won't let you go. The devil religion won't let you go either. The devil religion definitely won't let you go. You will die sooner or later. If you let me go, you may still have a chance to live. I can plead for mercy for you in front of the devil religion. In the secret chamber, Xinguang's Skymaster shouted. His body was dripping with blood, and he looked miserable. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Speak. Why didn't the devil religion appear this time? Why did they use others to deal with Tianwu Academy? Du Xiaofu asked indifferently. You want to know? It's not that easy. Xinguang Tianzuan sneered. The corners of his mouth curled up. Du Xiaofu, that brat, had something to ask of him. Naturally, Xinguang Tianzuan would not dare to deal with him. He was a wily old fox. How could he not know that if he answered every question, he would die even faster? It doesn't matter. You don't have to say it. If you don't want to do it the easy way, I'll be happy to do it the hard way. Besides, even if you say it, I won't necessarily believe it. Du Xiaofu was still as indifferent as ever. He waved his hand, and a white divine light flashed in his eyes. His expression suddenly became sharp, and a claw mark appeared on Xinguang Skylord's head. Ah! Not long after, Lord Xinguang's face twitched and his mouth twitched. He screamed and his body twitched. His shrill voice echoed in the secret chamber. Half an hour later, Xinguang Tianzuan's body collapsed on the ground. He kept foaming at the mouth and twitching. He was on the verge of death. Du Xiaofu was a little stunned, his expression turning serious. Du Xiaofu learned a lot of things from Xinguang Tianzuan's primordial spirit through the spirit-searching technique. The relationship between the devil religion and the Divine Light Court had been in contact for decades. The Divine Light Court had declined to the point that it was not even a second-rate force. Xinguang Tianzuan had also reached the end of his life. It was with the support of the devil religion that Xinguang Tianzuan's strength had soared, and he had crossed the end of his life. It was also with the secret support of the devil religion that the Divine Light Court was able to secretly grow. As for the two experts at the pinnacle of the sealed domain realm in the Divine Light Court, they could only be regarded as half a member of the Divine Light Court. They were only guardians of the Divine Light Court. Usually, they did not intervene in any of the matters of the Divine Light Court. They would only intervene when the Divine Light Court was in a life and death situation. What shocked Du Xiaofu the most was the two things he learned from Xinguang Tianzuan's mind. The devil religion and the divine light court had a deal. The devil religion secretly supported the growth of the divine light court and wanted to cultivate it to become the strongest force in the central continent and even Kyushu. However, the divine light court was secretly looking for people who had thunder martial veins or who could use thunder and lightning for the devil religion. For decades, the divine light court had also searched for countless people and handed them over to the devil religion. However, it seemed that none of them were the people that the devil religion wanted. It was not until a few years ago in the Stone Dragon Empire that the divine light court mentioned the Du household, and then the devil religion took action and captured Du Chong and King Hu. It was rumored that Du Chong and King Hu of the Du household were the people that the devil religion wanted to find the most. They might be the descendants of an originally powerful clan. Du Xiaofu had also heard about the Du household being attacked by a strong enemy, Du Chong and King, who were captured, and there had been no news of their whereabouts. He did not expect that this matter was related to the devil religion, and that the people who took action were people from the devil religion. Du Xiaofu still remembered King Hu and Du Chong, and his impression of them was not bad, especially Du Chong, who was the most talented person in the Du household. According to him, the mighty Emperor Pale that his drunkard father took from Tianwu Academy was consumed by Du Chong. Du Chong's first set of martial techniques was taught to him by his drunkard father. When he saw that his family was besieged by legalism and could not do anything to help, he felt guilty for 17 years. Could it be that the Du family was once a powerful clan? Du Xiaofu was puzzled and pondered. If it was related to the Du household, then it was also related to the Stone City's Du family. The two were originally connected. Du Xiaofu also learned from Xinguang Tianzuan that the Divine Light Court had used the Dark Nether sect to deal with Tianwu Academy because of a legendary item in Tianwu Academy, and it was not the ancient desolate space. Several hundred years ago, Xinguang Tianzuan accidentally found the remains of an ancestor. The remains did not leave behind any inheritance for Xinguang Tianzuan. However, Xinguang Tianzuan learned that Tianwu Academy was not a small academy. During the great calamity of the world, Tianwu Academy was extremely powerful. It was the strongest force in the world, and experts were as common as clouds. However, in the end, the experts of Tianwu Academy died in battle during the great calamity of the world. Their blood splattered all over the world, and their corpses were not recovered. In the end, they fell into the abyss of the world. After a long time, Tianwu Academy fell into the dark forest. However, it was rumored that there was a legendary keepsake in Tianwu Academy. If one could obtain that keepsake, they would be able to open the abyss of the world and obtain the inheritance and treasures of the experts of Tianwu Academy, becoming the strongest existence in the world. However, when the Dark Nether sect destroyed Tianwu Academy, they did not manage to find the keepsake in Tianwu Academy. Therefore, Xinguang Tianzuan suspected that the keepsake had fallen into his hands. He wanted to find the keepsake and obtain the inheritance of the strongest experts of Tianwu Academy. Who? After obtaining this information from Xinguang Tianzuan's primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu was shocked. After a long time, he took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. Du Chong and Hu Wangwang had also fallen into the hands of the devil religion. The Du clan might have some history and seemed to be related to the devil religion. Tianwu Academy was also passed down from ancient times. Back then, it was the strongest existence in the world. It definitely did not fall into decline. Devil religion, what are you trying to do? Du Xiaofu's eyes turned cold. His master, Xiahou Fenglei, Du Chong, and Hu Wangwang had all fallen into the hands of the devil religion. The three of them had a common trait, and that was that they were all related to lightning. Du Chong and Hu Wangwang had lightning martial veins, while his master had spiritual lightning. There was also his master, Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu thought about it. Other than the desolate ancient space, he did not seem to have any keepsake left behind. Could it be? Du Xiaofu, who was deep in thought, took out a Qinkuan bag. It was the Qinkuan bag that Vice Principal Zhuge had left behind for him back in Tianwu Academy. Previously, when his clothes were destroyed by the great earth-crumbling thunder, Du Xiaofu's Qinkuan bag was related to Tianwu Academy. He had kept it in the desolate ancient space all this while and had even managed to escape a calamity. Could it be this item? Du Xiaofu was suspicious. He tried to test it, but in the end, Du Xiaofu was still unable to open the Qinkuan bag and could only give up. Du Xiaofu also suspected that the information that Xinguang Tianzuan had received was just a rumor. It might not be true. The truth of this matter still needed to be investigated. Perhaps there would be a day when the truth would be revealed. However, in the depths of his heart, Du Xiaofu still believed that Tianwu Academy was not simple. From the words of the soul seed in the desolate ancient space, it was possible that the principal of Tianwu Academy, the previous owner of the desolate ancient space, was still alive in this world. He had not died and was just trapped somewhere. There are so many secrets in this world. Du Xiaofu sighed and kept the Qinkuan bag that Vice Principal Zhuge had left behind. Just in case, he kept it in the desolate ancient space. Brat, how dare you search my primordial spirit? I won't let you off. Xinguang Tianzuan regained his breath and shouted ferociously. He fell to the ground and glared at Du Xiaofu with hatred. After his primordial spirit was searched, even if he was still alive, he would not be able to make any significant progress. Old dog, killing you is too easy for you. Remember that old dog Yin Thunder? He tried to kill me last time. Do you know what happened to him? Du Xiaofu kicked Xinguang Tianzuan viciously. His eyes looked like they were smiling, but they were not. What happened to him? Xinguang Tianzuan screamed and could not help but ask. Looking at Du Xiaofu's faint smile, he felt his hair stand on end. Don't worry, he is not completely dead. His strength has increased a lot. Have you heard of using a living person to make a puppet? The stronger one is, the stronger the puppet will be. Du Xiaofu said with a smile. A martial domain realm Xinguang Tianzuan was definitely the best material to make a puppet. I beg you, don't do it. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Xinguang Tianzuan's face turned pale. Despair filled his heart. His pupils shrank and he screamed. 3 days later, Du Xiaofu walked out of the desolate ancient space with a smile on his face. Xinguang Tianzuan had turned into a puppet and was named Xinguang Puppet by Du Xiaofu. After leaving the secret chamber, Du Xiaofu saw Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Big Sister Du Xiaoman, Second Brother Du Yunlong, Han Xan, Meng Lai Kai, General and others in the main hall of the Divine Light Court. Knowing that the matter of the Divine Light Court had been dealt with, the mysterious Flood Dragon King and other disciples of the Seven-Star Hall had led the army and almost wiped out the remnants of the Divine Light Court. Chapter 1514. It's time to clean up the forces that used to follow the Great Wheel sect. There's also time to clean up the lands of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect. In the main hall of the Divine Light Court, Yi Wuming had a smile on his face. The World Society had risen and was no longer a pushover. Let the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect clean up the places of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect. Du Xiaofu pondered. Although the Spirit Heaven Valley and the Sky Snake sect had suffered great losses, they still had some top experts who had yet to be annihilated. From the words of the few ancestor-level experts who had escaped, Du Xiaofu could tell that the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Heaven Valley each had even more powerful experts. Therefore, it would be more reassuring to leave them to the mysterious Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect. Moreover, the Profound Talisman sect and the Ancient Heaven sect should also be rewarded for what they did to the Great Will sect. Du Xiaofu didn't want to take it all for himself. Then Du Xiaofu added, inform the Profound Underworld sect as well. Understood. Du Yunlong nodded. He understood what Du Xiaofu meant. The Profound Underworld sect was extremely smart this time. They should do something when it was time. Don't let any of the small forces that followed the great Will sect go. Clean them up. Du Xiaofu spoke as a wisp of frightening coldness flashed past his eyes, causing the hearts and souls of everyone in the hall to tremble for no reason. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried that those forces would start a prairie fire if they weren't thoroughly cleaned up. With the current strength and development of the world society, those remaining forces wouldn't be able to do anything. However, if those forces weren't cleaned up, they might pose a threat to the future disciples of the world society and the Du family. I will personally take care of this matter. Du Yunlong nodded. Old Du Xiaofu looked at Master Apothecary Wuming and smiled. At the beginning of the World Summit, I said that as long as Elder was willing, I would personally conquer 10 empires for you. After the Stone Dragon Empire, conquering a few empires wouldn't be a big deal. But now we can do it. Master Apothecary Wuming stared at Du Xiaofu. Back then in the dark forest, the purple-robed youth before him was still young and immature. He had yet to hone his skills. The memory of Du Xiaofu dragging him to join the World Society as a consecrator was still vivid in his mind. But back then, how could he have imagined that a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers would rely on his courage to walk step by step to reach where he was today? In the great Luin sect, Kyushu had come to help, and experts from all over the world had gathered. Since ancient times, he didn't know if there would be anyone like this in the future. But, at least as far as he knew, this was unprecedented. After a while, Master Apothecary smiled. A faint golden brilliance flickered in his deep eyes. He curled his lips and said, "Could it be that you want to use those 10 small empires to dismiss this old man and kick me out of the World Society?" In the main hall, many experts smiled when they heard this, but they were all shocked. In the entire World Society, even in the entire Kyushu, there weren't many people who dared to address this purple-robed youth as kid to his face. This also proved Master Apothecary Wuming's position in the World Society and in the purple-robed youth's heart. Du Xiaofu stood up. Under everyone's gaze, he bowed to Master Apothecary Wuming and said seriously, "Even if there comes a day when old medicine is no longer in the World Society, I will always see old medicine as my elder. The desolate country, the World Society, and the Heavenly Beast Hall. Old medicine's presence will be the same as my presence. Kid, you are the dignified president of the World Society, the emperor of the desolate country, and the lord of the Heavenly Beast Hall. You should be dignified." Old medicine asked Du Xiaofu to sit down. He didn't say anything else, but the golden brilliance in his eyes was a little moist. He knew that he didn't misjudge this time. If it wasn't for this purple-robed youth, he, Wuming, wouldn't be where he was today. Therefore, in the following days, the World Society, the desolate country, and the Heavenly Beast Hall's army left a trail of blood wherever they went. They killed with iron and blood, eliminating countless forces. With the World Society's experts taking action, the remaining experts of the various forces were killed. Then the army arrived and destroyed everything. The entire land of Kyushu had huge implications and was filled with turbulent undercurrents. Everyone was in a state of panic. Some were uneasy and some were afraid. The news of the Great Wheel Sect Sky Alliance's defeat in the Middle State had already spread like wildfire. Some people knew that the World Society would most likely go through a purge and settle scores with the various forces. However, they didn't expect the World Society to do it with such great fanfare. They purged the various forces to such an extent in front of everyone. It was a complete massacre. They killed along the way. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu returned to the Stone City and had a rare moment of leisure. Most of the younger generation of the Du family had been taken away by the various forces. Du Xiaofu accompanied Su Muxin from the Hahuan school, Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juyu from the Golden Rock clan, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, and the others to wander around. Du Xiaofu and the others also appeared in the famous ancient places of the Middle State from time to time and wandered around. Although Du Xiaofu was outside, he soon received news that the World Society had almost wiped out the various forces that followed the Sky Alliance in the Middle State. The Heavenly Guards and Moon Shadow Hall were searching for those who had escaped in advance. They worked together with the spies of the Xianming sect, the Xuanfu sect, the Ancient Heaven sect, and other forces. They had a rough idea of where they were hiding. The Desolate Nation and the World Society had already sent people to take charge of the surrounding areas. The restless people calmed down immediately and gradually calmed down. The Desolate Nation's army also didn't harass the ordinary people. Some empires and the Desolate Nation also started to take charge. They purged the originally complicated forces and killed the royal families that followed the Sky Alliance in the Middle State. Other than the elderly, the weak, women, and children, they didn't leave anyone alive. Countless palaces were stained with blood. Originally, the people in the Middle State were still discussing. After all, the royal families had different statuses. The World Society might not kill them all. Even if they really wanted to kill them, they would do it secretly. However, no one expected the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, to have no scruples. He didn't hide and directly killed the royal families. The Demon King's name always gave people a feeling of ferocity. At this moment, the Middle State knew that the Demon King was not only ferocious, but also ruthless and decisive. Whoever offended him was courting death. The Great Luan sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley were the best examples. The recent changes were called Peng Descends to the World by the later generations. Someone calculated that in just a few days, the Desolate Nation alone had killed more than 100 royal families in the Middle State. How terrifying was that? This was a ruthless killing that made people tremble in fear. The Desolate Nation's World Society's toughness and ruthlessness told the entire Middle State that the Desolate Nation had risen and the World Society was no longer the same as before. All in all, these follow-up matters were more troublesome than directly attacking the four sides. They also caused a great disturbance. However, in the face of the Desolate Nation's absolute strength, everything went smoothly and there were no obstructions. Although some people were in fear and trepidation, they gradually calmed down. Half a month later, Du Xiaofu returned to the Stone City after traveling around the Middle State. He saw the master apothecary, Yi Wuming and his elder brother, Zhen Qingchen and the others. Most of the other experts of the World Society were still guarding the four sides and arranging the follow-up matters. This is the collection of treasures. There are quite a lot of them. In the Stone City Palace, Du Xiaofu was brought to a vast underground palace. Around him were talisman arrays set up by the sacred array child, Zhen Qingchen. There were spiritual herbs, martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, secret bones, refining materials, and various other cultivation resources. They were piled up like mountains. Among them, there were many heavenly treasures that even Du Xiaofu would be interested in. These were all collected during the cleansing. The master apothecary, Yi Wuming, smiled. This mountain of treasures was probably comparable to the ancient Heaven sect and the mysterious Talisman sect. Du Xiaofu also smiled. The harvest was great, enough to support the Desolate Nation for many years. It's time to do something new. This time we have obtained many lands and empires. We can take them all to the Desolate Nation, connect them to the dragon veins, and gather the dragon chi from all directions. We can use the power of faith of billions of people to transform it into dragon chi. Then we can cultivate the emperor technique, Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu. Although he was always fooling around and did not act like a big brother, he had always been considerate of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu had long known about the benefits of the imperial palace's dragon chi. He had also received the support of the imperial palace's dragon chi. However, it is a little difficult now. The central province's 8,000-li-long river separates the central province from the millions of mountains. It is too difficult to connect to the dragon veins. This is also the reason why the ancient heaven sect did not make a big fuss over the empires here. However, it is not impossible. With the desolate nation's current resources and wealth, I can try my best to cross the 8,000-li-long river. Zhen Qingchun smiled faintly, showing off and showing off. However, as he finished speaking, his expression gradually turned serious as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The biggest problem is that there are too many dragon veins connected to various places. If we succeed, I don't know what will happen exactly. I'm afraid no one in this world knows either. However, I can be sure that you are the desolate nation's emperor. If you want to connect to the dragon veins, everything that happens will affect you. The imperial palace's dragon chi is the most strict. It comes from heaven and earth and is controlled by heaven and earth. If you are not fated to succeed, you might explode and die." Zhen Qingchun was not exaggerating. What he said was the truth. Zhen Qingchun was not the first person to think of connecting to the dragon veins in all directions. Since ancient times, countless ambitious people had tried. However, in the end, they all brought it upon themselves. The emperor of the human realm was different from the emperor of cultivation. To become the emperor of a nation, one needed luck and the emperor's personality. Some experts, such as martial saints or martial domain cultivators, were strong. However, they could only absorb the imperial palace's dragon chi for their own use. They could never become the emperor of cultivation and control the golden dragon jade seal to gather luck. The emperor of cultivation and the golden dragon jade seal were connected to the dragon veins. Ordinary people could not touch them, let alone touch them. Chapter 15:15. This had nothing to do with one's strength. The ruler of the mortal world had his own personality. If his personality wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to become the ruler of the mortal world. Of course, when one's cultivation reached a monstrous level, it wasn't impossible to change one's body and forcefully create the personality of a ruler. However, experts who could reach that level would be able to comprehend some heavenly secrets and see through the general trend. They would understand that going against the heavens wasn't a good thing. Moreover, after reaching such a monstrous level of cultivation, a mere ruler of the mortal world wouldn't be worthy of their attention. There are some things that I have to try. Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate and gathered the dragon veins from various places. No matter what would happen, he would only know after trying. If he didn't try, it wouldn't be his personality. In the back mountain of the Du family, night fell. In the distance, the grass of immortality and dark seeker grass shone, illuminating the stone city like a dream. "I have to be busy for some time," Du Xiaofu said to Su Muxin. "Ru Meng and Kuang Ru have already returned. I should also return to Hahuan school." Su Muxin nodded. Under the moonlight, she was absolutely beautiful. Du Xiaofu was speechless and felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. For some reason, in front of Su Muxin, he felt that something was wrong and his heart was beating faster. "You know about the matter between you and Miss Qingqing?" After a while, Su Muxin broke the awkwardness. Under her curled eyelashes, there was a faint natural charm in her eyes. On her face, there was a slight blush under the moonlight, and it was a little hot. She didn't know why her face was a little hot, but when she thought of everything that happened after the illusion on Tianhuang mainland, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He might already know about it, but he could still act as if nothing had happened. Matter? What matter? Du Xiaofu was stunned and a little confused. Then he smiled, thinking that Su Muxin was asking about his relationship with Dongli Qingqing. He said shamelessly, "She is my woman. No matter what her relationship with the Great Will sect is, she is still my woman. When I am done, I will go and find her." "Looks like you already know." Su Muxin looked at Du Xiaofu. There was a complicated look in her eyes, but she still carried a soul-stirring charm, as if her allure was natural. Her voice was also soft and charming. Gritting her teeth, Su Muxin continued, "What happened between us was not consensual. I will treat it as if it never happened. You are not allowed to mention it again. Also, treat Miss Qingqing well." With that, Su Muxin turned around and left. The moment she turned around, a complicated expression that was hard to detect quietly appeared on her face. Her clear eyes were blurred and uncertain, covered with a serene and elegant shadow. They had lost their original color and seemed to be bottomless. What do you mean by that? Nothing is voluntary. Du Xiaofu was flabbergasted and confused. When he came back to his senses and wanted to ask for clarification, Su Muxin had already disappeared. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. The moonlight hung high in the sky, covering the mountains with a white veil. In a certain part of the world, a valley was dark and gloomy. It was so dark that even the moonlight could not dilute it. At the bottom of the valley, in the middle of a deep valley, there was a huge rock that was connected to the moonlight. It was extremely mysterious. A golden-haired young man in a red robe was lying quietly on the rock. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, but no blood flowed out. This was because the blood had already dried up. There was no life in his body, only a lifeless skeleton. This skeleton was full of scars, but it was not incomplete. If there were people from the Great Luan sect here, they would be shocked. This was the skeleton of Dongli Chihuang, who had disappeared from the Great Luan sect. At this moment, it had appeared in this mysterious and gloomy valley. A young man stood in front of the rock. He wore a loose robe and looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He was tall and had an extraordinary aura. He was none other than Chen Yan, who had risen to power in the profound talisman sect. You're dead, but you're alive as well. I thought you could only become an ordinary walking corpse and cultivate your own intelligence, but you wouldn't be perfect. However, Du Xiaofu used the power of lightning to kill you. That means you weren't destined to die. The power of lightning is destructive, but it also contains new life. I can give you a second life, an undying life, and allow you to undergo the nirvana process. You'll become my most perfect creation. Kakik. Chen Yan sneered. His laughter was gloomy, and it was completely different from his aura. It eerily echoed in the deep valley. Chi! Suddenly, countless pairs of eyes opened in all directions in the deep valley. They released a terrifying light in the night sky. Rumble! In the night sky, above the deep valley, the wind and clouds suddenly surged, and black clouds covered the moon. Aolo! Chen Yan's robe fluttered, and his body was wrapped in black fog. He opened his mouth and roared. Two fangs with blood-red light were revealed. His eyes were also filled with strange runes that made one's heart palpitate. In the end, he bit Dongli Chihuang's neck. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. At this moment, it was as if a peerless demon had been born. However, there was no one within a radius of 10,000 miles. No one knew. The next morning, outside the Du family, Du Xiaofu sent off Su Muxin and the others. We're leaving. Come back to Hahuan School when you're free. Don't forget that you're the Hahuan School's supervisor. The smiling Rakshasa, Tang Miling, spoke. She had a thin layer of makeup on her face, and the corners of her eyes were full of lust. She was born to be able to seduce men. Supervisor will be leaving first. Ji Jian bade farewell and bowed. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, and her spirit was like autumn water. Her temperament was ethereal and elegant. After that, everyone from Hahuan School left, and Du Xiaofu waved goodbye. They're all not bad. How good would it be if they could stay in the Du family and spread their branches? Du Jinwu's face was filled with reluctance. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Xiaofu, you're not young anymore. Your father already had you when he was this old. You should now consider the matter of spreading your branches and leaves. These girls are all pretty good. I heard that there's also that Dongli Qingqing from the Great Luan sect. She already has a relationship with you, right? If so, our Du family should prepare some betrothal gifts earlier and not lose our manners. Or you can look at Miss Ouyang, who is also very good. Miss Si Jean is also not bad. And I also like Miss Zhu Shui from the Profound Talisman sect very much. And there's also a girl from the Bai family, which is also fine. Oh, right, the ancient heaven sect also seems to have a Miss Muhan. It's a pity that she's your senior brother's daughter. But we martial artists don't care about trifles. Xiaofu, where are you going? I haven't finished yet. Miss Ouyang, why are you running? If you're willing, I'll talk to old Master Ouyang. What do you think? Zijin girl, why are you running away too? If you're interested, I'll talk to your father about it, Sai. Why are they all running away? It's not easy being an elder. In the end, outside the Du family's gate, Du Jinwu was very helpless and depressed. He felt that it was not easy being an elder. He had no dignity at all. In the following days, Du Xiaofu and Zhan Qingchuan's figures disappeared from the Du family and appeared in many places in the central state. On the other hand, the Du family was very lively. Although many of the Du family's juniors were taken away, there were still some who were too young. For example, Du Xiaoba, Du Dezhuang, and Du Xiaozhuang. At first, the Du family felt that something was wrong, so they were directly hidden away. Only then did they escape the calamity of the major forces, snatching them away. That was why they were still in the Du family. And these days, these brats had their eyes on Jialo Juekong, Jialo Juyu, and the others. Originally, Jialo Juyu and the others naturally did not care much about humans. Even if Du Xiaofu was the young clan leader, that was because he had the blood of the great golden-winged Peng in his body and cultivated the great golden-winged Peng's cultivation technique. However, after coming into contact with Du Xiaoba and the other brats, not to mention Jialo Ju, even the fourth elder and the fifth elder were shocked. Those brats were too terrifying. Their talent was comparable to the pure-blooded young of the great golden-winged Peng clan. The strange, thunder martial vein in their bodies was even more terrifying. Once they grew up, there would be a day when any one of these brats would be able to shake the world. Therefore, for Du Xiaofu's sake, everyone was extremely shocked. They wanted to see the potential of those brats. Jialo Juyu and the others tried their best to guide those brats because their bloodline souls were also great golden-winged Peng birds. Especially Du Xiaoba. The blood essence he used to build his foundation was Jialo Juyu's blood essence. Jialo Ju felt this as soon as he arrived at the Du family. Du Xiaoba, that brat, could also feel it directly. Therefore, he automatically pestered Jialo Ju. In the end, the brat Du Xiaoba succeeded in becoming Jialo Juyu's disciple. This made the entire Du family extremely happy. Back at the Great Will sect, Jialo Juyu was able to send Dongli Qihuang flying with one move. This news had long been spread to the Du family. Moreover, he was a legendary expert of the great golden-winged Peng bird clan. How could the Du family not be happy that Du Xiaoba could become the disciple of such a young expert? Time passed slowly. Originally, there was a legend in the Divine Light court recently. Someone saw a beautiful woman sitting on a mountain peak for more than a month. No one disturbed her. Sometimes she would laugh, sometimes she would cry. In the end, for some unknown reason, that beautiful woman's hair was as white as snow. Her entire body was covered in divine light, causing strange phenomena in the world. Black thunder descended, shocking everyone. Finally, she left in laughter. Someone recognized that beautiful woman. She seemed to be Cheng Xingnan of the Divine Light Court. After a full month on a certain day, a golden light suddenly shot up into the sky from the stone city of the desolate country. Rumble! At this moment, within the 8,000 miles of Central Province, the tides rose and fell. Stormy waves rose and fell. Within the empires and major forces that had been purged by the desolate country, thunder rumbled. Winds rose and clouds surged. Strange phenomena appeared. In the vast territory that the desolate country now controlled, terrifying runes soared into the sky and connected with the heavens. There was a profound mystery between them. Chapter 1516. Connect the dragon veins. In the depths of the desolate country's palace, bright runes shot up into the sky and shook the entire stone city. Thunder roared and the earth shook. Boom! A terrifying rune-light pillar shot up into the sky from the depths of the desolate country's palace. It spanned across the dark forest and 8,000 miles of the central region's long river, resonating with the dazzling runes. Immediately, many terrifying scenes appeared in the clear sky. The mountains and rivers shook, and the earth shook. Rumble, lightning flashed, and thunder roared in the sky. The terrifying pressure that filled the air made all living beings tremble in fear. This was the power of heaven and earth. The pressure of heaven and earth had descended. "Look, that's the Rock Emperor," someone exclaimed in the terrifying vision. In the depths of the desolate country's palace, a purple-robed youth appeared. He held a golden longsword and was surrounded by dragon roars. Roar! The golden longsword was surrounded by the image of a golden dragon. The golden light was like a rising sun, giving off a mysterious and ancient aura. It seemed to affect the heavens and earth, resonating with the heavens and earth. It formed a powerful and majestic pressure that spread throughout the entire desolate kingdom. Rumble. At this moment, the entire world rumbled and trembled. Endless energy filled the sky and then distorted the space. Finally, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the shadow of a golden dragon coiled above the stone city of the desolate country, almost covering the entire stone city. At this moment, the world was filled with mighty power. In the sky above the various empires and forces that had been conquered by the desolate country, strange visions appeared. The scene in the desolate country's stone city appeared in the sky. It was so shocking that billions of people could see it from afar. It was like a mirage. Roar! At the same time, dragon roars were heard from all directions. Countless golden dragon shadows appeared above the empires and forces that had been conquered by the desolate country. The dragon roars shook the sky. A total of 107 golden dragon shadows soared into the sky with shocking power. The earth-shattering dragon roars also resounded between heaven and earth. 107 golden dragon shadows swept across the sky as if they had traversed time and space. Finally, they appeared above the desolate country's stone city. 107 golden dragon phantoms circled around the golden dragon above the stone city, filling the sky. The group of dragons raised their heads, and the visual impact was unparalleled. Moreover, their might shook the heavens and the earth and caused all living beings to prostrate themselves before them. At this moment, the entire central state was greatly affected. Tides rose and fell everywhere, and mountains and rivers were in turmoil. Ancient Heaven Sect, Profound Talisman Sect, Profound Underworld Sect, Immeasurable Sect, Huijian Sect, Shindu Gate, Great Luan Sect, Spirit Heaven Valley, and Heavenly Snake Sect. Familiar old figures appeared in the sky. Their faces were filled with shock as they began to calculate with their fingers. They looked towards the direction of Stone City, where a dragon's image appeared. Heavenly might pervaded the air as golden light rushed into the sky. Constructing the dragon veins of the various countries and borrowing the chi of heaven and earth should be the work of the prodigy of the Holy Array, Zhen Qingchen. This person is truly a genius of heaven and earth. Inside the Ancient Heaven Sect, the Heavenly Phoenix Domain Master spoke with a shocked expression. It must be because Du Xiaofu wants to unify the dragon veins. He wants to gather the dragon veins of all the countries and gather the dragon chi of all the countries into his body. What an audacious brat! The Ancient Moon Domain Master spoke with a shocked expression. He was no less shocked than the Heavenly Phoenix Domain Master. Gathering the dragon veins of all the countries can only be done by deities, sages, and supreme beings. Du Xiaofu, that demon king, can he really succeed? Inside the Immeasurable Sect, the figure of an old monk appeared in the sky. His eyes were flickering with Buddhist light. One is a genius of heaven and earth, and the other is audacious. Can they really succeed? In the depths of the Great Luan Sect, an old woman appeared in the sky. She looked forward with a solemn expression. He will definitely succeed. Dongli Qingqing spoke. She stood there like a spirit, full of vitality. Her beautiful face carried a slight smile, like a flower blooming in summer. That brat has actually gained the approval of the golden-winged Great Pung bird clan. Even I can't see through all of it. It's really incredible. If he was placed in the 9 great clans, he would at least be in the upper echelons. The old woman frowned slightly. Then she looked at Dongli Chingching and said, "Although that brat is not bad, you should know the responsibility on your shoulders when you are not in love. You might not be fated with him in this life. There are many women around him, and you will not be one of them. Don't make a mistake while it's still early." Dongli Chingching hesitated. She bit her red lips and said, "Master, I believe that Xiaofu is not that kind of person." "Don't deceive yourself. You know better than me whether he has women around him or not. You bear the responsibility. If you want to be with him, do you think he has the strength to compare with your clan at its peak?" The old woman looked at Dongli Chingching and said, "He will definitely be able to do it in the future." Dongli Chingching said to the old woman, when Master asked Dongli Chihuang to act, "Didn't you want to test him? He has proven himself. He has the potential." "Potential!" The old woman's eyes moved. She sighed and said, "He does have potential, but it is only potential. Potential can sometimes be lost prematurely. Even if he can grow to that level, how long will it take? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Back then, your clan was so powerful. So many years of foundation, but in the end it disappeared. How powerful is your enemy? Even if he can grow to that level in the end, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. You don't have time to wait. If you have him in your heart, you should forget him. Dragging him into this vortex will only harm him." The old woman paused slightly. She continued to say to Dongli Chingching, "In the Great Luan sect, there is an important item left behind by your clan. Focus on cultivation. It can help you reach a higher level. I heard that the divine domain should be opening soon. At that time, it will be your chance, a rare chance. Everything has been waiting for this day." Dongli Chingching wanted to say something, but she stopped. Finally, she murmured, "Will I really harm him?" "Ayo, ayo, ayo, ayo." Above the stone city, dragon roars could be heard all around. Golden dragon phantoms filled the sky and roared at the golden dragon that was crossing the stone city. They were ferocious and ferocious, as if they wanted to resist and suppress the golden dragon. A terrifying aura was released, causing countless people to gasp. The new imperial seal is completed. The dragon vein is sealed. The desolate country's great fortune is bestowed by the heavens. Boom! A domineering voice was heard. Du Xiaofu's purple robe fluttered. His body was wrapped in golden light. He stepped into the air and finally appeared on the head of the largest golden dragon in the stone city. The tyrannical shadow imperial seal in his hand was covered in golden light. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body was also filled with light. It was connected to the tyrannical shadow and resonated with the heavens and earth. Ao, Ao! The 107 golden dragons roared and shook the clouds. They distorted the void and contained a mysterious power. Endless fate blended with the heavens and earth. It was as if they could resonate with the heavens and earth. They formed a powerful and majestic force that suppressed Du Xiaofu. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heavens and earth cracked. It was as if a great calamity was coming. Under such a terrifying aura, all living creatures trembled. Countless people turned pale, and their bodies trembled. "I am the human emperor. Are you not convinced?" Du Xiaofu shouted. His voice was deafening and suppressed the dragon roars. Mysterious runes started to flash and covered his body. A magnificent and desolate aura spread out from his body. At that moment, the thunder martial vein covered his body. A domineering, killing aura rippled in the sky. An aura that made one's soul tremble made all living creatures fearful and unable to resist, rumble. At the same time, silver gold electric arcs swept out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows and filled the sky. The silver-gold electric arcs overflowed, and a majestic and supreme aura filled the sky. Finally, fear appeared in the eyes of the 107 golden dragons. Under the magnificent and desolate aura and supreme aura, they did not dare to get closer. Du Xiaofu stood proudly on the head of the golden dragon that spanned across the stone city. He was like a peerless overlord who had descended. A terrifying aura gathered. That was the supreme aura of the heavens and earth. It was as if the supreme being of the heavens and earth had arrived in person. The 107 golden dragon phantoms roared, and fear appeared in their eyes. In the end, they actually began to prostrate themselves before Du Xiaofu with trembling and fearful eyes. This guy is really sick. He can make so many dragon veins prostrate themselves. In the void above the Du family, Jialo Kailing's beautiful eyes flowed with golden light. She was very surprised. This is not strange. The dragon veins in the human world come from the heavens and earth. They have a strict hierarchy. In front of gods, sages, and supreme beings, they will submit. The young clan leader is a supreme being and not an ordinary one. He can bear the great fortune of the heavens and earth. Jialo Jueyu said, "Good lad, this is heaven-defying. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it." The third elder said. He was also shocked. He had never heard of such a shocking thing. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not believe it. "Suppress!" Du Xiaofu shouted. The purple-gold electric arcs in his eyes were like the purple-gold sun, overlooking the human world. In the domineering aura of the Supreme Being, he stepped on the golden dragon and used the tyrant shadow in his hand. Walala! The golden sword whip was like a golden rainbow that pierced through space. It spread out in a ring around the stone city. Everywhere it passed, the space suddenly collapsed with a walala sound. It pierced through the 107 golden dragon shadows, and the rolling golden light was immediately devoured by the sword. At this moment, the golden dragon shadow under Du Xiaofu's feet was still expanding. It spanned across space and time, covering 8,000 miles in the sky. It appeared on the millions of lands connected to the barren country's dragon veins. Billions of creatures looked as if they had seen a miracle. The land of my descent is united as the barren country. From now on, anyone who offends the barren country will be killed, no matter how far away they are. The golden dragon shadow appeared on millions of lands. Du Xiaofu held the tyrant shadow in his hand and spoke. His voice was like a dragon's roar, shaking the 9 heavens. From the heaven and earth, golden light descended. A mysterious and mighty force seeped out from the heaven and earth. In the end, it gathered and enveloped the purple-robed youth. The golden dragon shadow circled around him, as if it was the ruler of the world. Chapter 1517. Greetings to the new emperor. Countless people knelt down across the vast land. Under the might of the emperor, they could not help but tremble. On this day, the desolate country expanded its territory. A strange phenomenon descended upon the entire Middle State and was recorded in the annals of history. When the news spread, Kyushu was shaken. The desolate country's name resounded throughout Kyushu. It was said that from that day onwards, the imperial palace's dragon Qi covered the entire stone city of the desolate country. It did not dissipate for 7 days and 7 nights. The dragon's roar lingered in the city for 7 days. The desolate country was once again sealed. Of course, the sacred array prodigy Zhan Qingchun had long been the desolate country's imperial advisor. Master Apothecary Iwuming was not only the world society's consecrator, but also the Duke Zhen. There was nothing left to be conferred. However, 108 Iron Hat Kings were added to the original 64 Iron Hat Kings. There were 172 Iron Hat Kings in total, led by the North vanquishing prince, Xia Tianhong. The original 1,008 Iron Hat Kings were all promoted to kings, making up for 365 Iron Hat Kings. These were all conferred by the emperor. In addition, the World Society and Heavenly Beast Hall were also under the desolate country for the first time. Although the Heavenly Beast Hall and the World Society belonged to the desolate country, they did not listen to the emperor. Strictly speaking, although the World Society and Heavenly Beast Hall belonged to the desolate country, they only listened to Du Xiaofu. As for the other rewards, they did not need to be conferred by Du Xiaofu. Someone else would take care of them. This involved the submission of various factions and caused quite a stir. However, the overall situation was already set. It would not cause any more waves. The rise of the desolate country and the arrival of the Demon King Du Xiaofu in Middle State shocked Kyushu. He controlled the situation with unparalleled power. His speed, decisiveness, and ruthlessness shocked Kyushu. One had to know that none of the major forces in the 9 prefectures could stabilize the overall situation in such a short period of time. This was enough to prove that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was not the only terrifying person in the desolate country. Many people in the desolate country were equally terrifying. To be able to control all sides in such a short period of time was definitely not a simple matter. The desolate nation had completely risen. The profound Talisman sect, the profound Underworld sect, and the Ancient Heaven sect had also taken over a lot of the Sky Snake sect and Spirit Heaven Valley's territories. The Heavenly Snake sect and Spirit Heaven Valley were forced to retreat again and again. They didn't put up much resistance. Of course, the Spirit Sky Valley and the Heavenly Serpent sect that had lost the support and leadership of the Great Will sect would not have the strength to stop the Ancient Heaven sect and the other 2 forces. Therefore, the Sky Snake sect and Spirit Heaven Valley knew that they couldn't start a war with the other forces. They could only retreat. However, the Ancient Heaven sect and the others had a tacit understanding and didn't kill them all. After all, a dog would bite when cornered. On the 8th day of the 8th month, the Great Luin sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley were fully prepared. They could almost wipe out the armies of the Ancient Heaven sect, the profound Talisman sect, and the desolate country. However, who would have thought that in the end, Du Xiaofu would bring so many terrifying forces, alarming the Kyushu and sending reinforcements from all directions. Even the great Golden Winged Rock clan sent out experts and killed many experts of the 3 forces, causing the 3 forces to lose 80 to 90% of their martial domain realm experts. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, suppressed the 3 forces with experts from all directions and turned everything around. Some people guessed that the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley would not be able to recover for 1,000 years after such losses. If something happened to the Sky Snake sect and the Spirit Sky Valley within 1,000 years, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for the Great Luin sect, it seemed that they were related to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, in the end. This made it difficult for people to guess. The rise of the desolate country with the support of the Heavenly Beast Hall and the World Society is enough to be called the 10th most powerful force in the Central Plains. The Rock Emperor killed the supreme Nirvana Dongli Chihuang. His demonic power is fierce, heavily injuring the Sky Alliance in the Central Plains, massacring the Divine Light Court, and the rise of the desolate country. This is a general trend that cannot be stopped. The entire Central Plains was abuzz with discussions. The rise of the desolate country was a general trend that could not be stopped and shocked the world. None of the major forces had any objections to the expansion of the desolate country's territory, other than the Great Luin sect, the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Sky Snake sect. All the major forces had sent people to the Stone City to congratulate them. The 4 forces entered the Stone City to pay their respects. For a time, people came from all directions to congratulate them. How magnificent and peerless! The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, suppressed the dragon vein and was bestowed with imperial power. He had already proved his identity as the human emperor. He was definitely the most powerful human emperor in the entire Kyushu. Some of the forces that originally had some resistance in their hearts began to waver. At the very least, they did not dare to do anything under such peerless might. They also did not dare to make any movements. In the Stone City, people came from all directions to congratulate them. However, Du Xiaofu did not appear. They were all received by Du Yunlong, Master Apothecary, Iwuming, and the others. The experts of the golden-winged great rocks also left quietly. Jialo Kaling, Jialo Juyu, and the others also came out for a while. This time, Du Xiaofu also declined the third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder's continued protection. Du Xiaofu thanked the third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder for their protection. However, he did not want to be a flower in a greenhouse. Although he knew that the devil religion was secretly waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and the devil religion seemed to have already targeted the Du family and himself, Du Xiaofu still believed that there would only be improvement with training. The sunshine in a greenhouse would not allow the flowers to bloom as much as they wanted. The third elder and the others could not persuade Du Xiaofu, so they could only leave. The Stone City was no longer an ordinary place. It was connected to the dragon veins in all directions. As long as he was in the Stone City, Du Xiaofu's imperial power would be bestowed by heaven and earth, with the protection of the imperial palace's dragon qi. Even if he encountered a strong enemy, he would be able to protect himself. While the outside world was in an uproar, Du Xiaofu remained in the central hall of the imperial palace. In the center of the hall, the tyrant shadow floated, connecting the four directions. Within the desolate country's vast land, there were faint ripples that turned into a formless energy of heaven and earth that entered the mountains and rivers. They crossed hundreds of millions of li, connecting invisibly and finally surging towards the desolate country's stone city. Walala! In the depths of the desolate country's imperial palace, countless imperial dragon qi seeped out of the void, turning into golden dragon shadows that connected with the tyrant shadow and surrounded Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes slightly and formed a hand seal. His body was covered in golden light, and the surroundings were completely submerged by the golden dragon shadows. Roar! In the dazzling golden hall, there were dragon roars from time to time, as if they were alive, and the aura was astonishing. The golden dragon shadows hovered, releasing the power of heaven and earth, containing the mysteries of heaven and earth. Streams of golden imperial dragon qi drilled into Du Xiaofu's body and then came out, circulating endlessly. It was mysterious and mysterious like a miracle. This was the imperial dragon qi nourishing Du Xiaofu's physical body, baptizing and forging it. Du Xiaofu was immersed in it, very satisfied and benefited greatly. Only a handful of people in the world would be able to obtain such benefits. Those who did not have the qualifications of a Renhuang would be crushed in this rich imperial dragon qi and suffer a backlash. Even an ordinary Renhuang would not be able to set foot in such a dense imperial palace dragon qi. In this rich imperial dragon qi, Du Xiaofu felt that as long as he devoured and absorbed it, it would be enough to increase his strength greatly. He would be able to borrow the power of heaven and earth and gather the fortune of a country. He might even be able to step into nirvana from annihilation. One had to know how mysterious such a rich imperial dragon qi was. At this moment, if anyone in the world had the chance to devour such imperial dragon qi, they would definitely be ecstatic and devour it without hesitation. When the imperial dragon qi gathered in one's body, one would enjoy endless benefits for a lifetime. It would produce many mysteries, and no one could resist such a huge temptation. However, Du Xiaofu held back and did not devour the imperial dragon qi. Once he devoured the imperial dragon qi, although he would be able to obtain endless benefits, Du Xiaofu vaguely felt that this seemed to be different from the path he was pursuing. At the level of the great supreme nirvana, Du Xiaofu felt that if he wanted to go from annihilation to nirvana, it should be a qualitative change and leap. If he devoured and absorbed the rich imperial dragon qi, he might step into nirvana. However, that was only a quantitative change, not a qualitative change. It was like storing water in a large vat. If one wanted to store more water, it was not enough to store water in the vat. Sooner or later, the vat would overflow. At that time, the vat might even explode. Therefore, if one wanted to store more water, the only way was to make the vat bigger and store more water. Therefore, Du Xiaofu resisted the shocking temptation with great perseverance. He only used the rich imperial dragon qi to cleanse his body, tempering his crystal-clear body without any impurities. Du Xiaofu completely calmed down and used the imperial dragon qi to comprehend heaven and earth. Comprehending the profound meaning of heaven and earth contained in the imperial dragon qi, Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehending, and time passed slowly. Millions of vast mountains and rivers, the dragon qi produced by the dragon vein, gathered in the stone city, making the stone city a treasure land. In the stone city, millions of creatures could feel the great majesty. Looking at the imperial palace from afar, they also felt prostrated, as if they were facing the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. This kind of comprehension allowed Du Xiaofu to connect with the imperial dragon qi. His mind could appear in the millions of lands of the desolate country, and nothing could escape. Deep in the mountains, which were isolated from the outside world, Du Xiaofu sensed some familiar figures in the desolate country. There was a beautiful woman in a light blue dress, cultivating. Her charming face was delicate and her eyes were clear. She was Du Yunqin from the Du household. She led the Du household and lived in seclusion there. In a steep valley isolated from the world, there were also people living in seclusion there. Above the steep valley, there was a beautiful woman. Her big eyes were sparkling like black gems. She was Cheng Yan, and she led the remaining members of the Cheng family to hide there. Comprehension, comprehension. Du Xiaofu felt like he was swimming in the mountains and rivers, connected to the earth. He looked up at the sky and watched the stars change. Gradually, Du Xiaofu felt that he was different. It was as if he could stand higher and see further. The sun rose from the east, and the stone city was filled with the morning glow. It was incomparably dreamy. Suddenly, at the place where the sun rose from the east, there was a slight distortion in space. Then, a dozen figures slowly walked out from the distorted space, as if they were descending from the sky. Chapter 1518. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a beast shook the vast stone city. Boom! In a short time, many ferocious beasts spread their wings and stood outside the stone city palace. Those ferocious beasts all had ancient bloodlines. Their roars were like thunder, and their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. Many figures stood on those ferocious beasts. The light that spread from their bodies was as dazzling as the sun. What a powerful aura! Within the stone city, there were creatures whose bodies were trembling uncontrollably, trembling in fear. Swoosh, swoosh! Within the Du clan, numerous silhouettes flew out. They stood there, gazing at the terrifying figure in front of them. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear in their eyes. They were the sacred array, child Zhenqing Chen, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Yunlong, Master Apothecary, Yi Wuming, Gui Che, Divine Ape King, Phantom Tiger King, Guqin Demon, and many others. Bastard, it's their family. Seeing the dozens of figures, Du Xiaoyao's golden robe fluttered. She clenched her fists. Her golden spiritual eyes shone with a cold light. The figures on the ferocious beasts looked at the people above the imperial palace. They were a little surprised, but they did not pay much attention to them. Some of them even looked at them with disdain. Du Xiaofu, come out and receive the decree! A ferocious beast flapped its wings and flew out. A tall young man shouted. That shout seemed to contain endless ancient majesty. It resounded through the stone city like thunder, echoing for a long time. The terrifying voice pierced the eardrums of the creatures in the stone city. They trembled in fear. That young man did it on purpose. Roar your grandmother. No one is deaf. Lower your voice. Du Xiaoyao shouted. Her voice was so loud that it drowned out the young man's voice. However, it was not uncomfortable for the millions of creatures in the stone city to hear. When the dozen or so figures heard this, their expressions immediately changed. The light gradually dimmed, revealing the silhouettes of a dozen young men and women. They were all of the younger generation, but their auras were all extremely tyrannical, emitting an extremely terrifying pressure. The 2 or 3 youths at the front were young, probably around 25 or 26 years old, but they had all stepped into the martial domain realm. Who dares? Do you know who you're talking to? The young man who had just spoken had black lines on his face. He looked straight at Du Xiaoyao with an ugly expression. Is legalism that great? Du Xiaoyao pursed her lips. She could tell that they were legalism from the aura of the people who had just arrived. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Du Xiaoyao had seen those people and could sense their auras. Back then, Du Xiaofu had almost died because of legalism. As a result, Du Xiaoyao was very displeased. She did not have any good feelings towards the school of legalism, and adding on the fact that the young man was shouting and yelling, Du Xiaoyao's expression became even worse. The legalism youth was a little surprised. He did not expect that the other party would know their background. What surprised him the most was that the people outside did not seem to take them seriously. Since you know who we are, you still dare to be so arrogant? I don't talk to nameless people. Get Du Xiaofu to come out and receive the decree. The tall young man didn't want to waste any more time. He had come this time because the clan had asked him to bring some news. He didn't even look down on Du Xiaofu and didn't even place anyone else in his eyes. Talking to him would only damage his prestige and status. Du Xiaoyao glared coldly and scolded him politely. Receive the decree? What do you think legalism is? Come to the desolate country to announce a decree? Go back. You've come to the wrong place. How dare you? Who are you? What is your relationship with Du Xiaofu? The young man became angrier. The other party did not even put him in his eyes. His face was already gloomy, and at this moment his eyes were filled with coldness. Listen carefully, don't pee in your pants. Your grandfather, Du Xiaoyao. I'm Du Xiaofu's big brother. Tell me who I am. Du Xiaoyao shouted, not backing down. His golden spirit eyes were filled with radiance. Du Xiaoyao, when did you become the big brother? Du Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at Du Xiaoyao. However, at this time, she did not expose him. It's all the same. Du Xiaoyao straightened his shoulders. He felt that he had always been the big brother, and that guy was the second. The young man was thoroughly enraged. His face was gloomy and ugly. He was a cultivator who had just reached the martial domain realm. Even among his peers in legalism, he could be ranked in the top 100. This time he came to the Stone City to inform Du Xiaofu to go to the clan. He felt disdain in his heart, but he had to come because of the clan's order. The tall young man could not understand why the little bastard from the outside world would be invited to such a grand event in the clan. They even told him to be careful, saying that Du Xiaofu was not the same as before. The outside world was saying how extraordinary Du Xiaofu was. However, he did not take it to heart. The people of the outside world had not seen much of the world, so how would they know what was truly extraordinary? While Du Xiaofu had killed quite a few disciples of legalism back then, it was probably just a coincidence. In a real battle, he did not believe that Du Xiaofu would be all that powerful. Do you want to die? The young man stepped on the ferocious demon beast and looked straight at Du Xiaoyao. His eyes began to emit a bright light, and a great pressure spread out, causing the air to shake. It affected the energy of heaven and earth and pressed down on Du Xiaofu invisibly. I remember that the last time on Tianhuang mainland, all the people from the school of legalism were killed. Why are they here again? It seems that there are quite a lot of people from the school of legalism. We can't kill them all. Du Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the young man with a cold smile. Hearing this, the faces of the dozen or so young men and women from legalism darkened. They did not expect that the golden-robed young man in front of them would look down on them. What happened on Tianhuang mainland was their scar. They could not understand why that brat Du Xiaofu did not immediately punish him after killing so many of their people. Instead, they allowed him to participate in this event. A brat from the outside world is so arrogant and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Birds of a feather flock together. Just kill those who are with that bastard Du Xiaofu. A young woman said coldly. She was very delicate and had an extraordinary temperament, but there was a gloominess to her. These people are disrespectful to me, the Rock Emperor. Anger surged out of countless eyes in the stone city. Bitch! Who are you calling a bastard? Come forward, I'll slap you to death. Du Xiaoqing shouted. Her beautiful and enchanting face was cold, and her holy temperament was suffused with killing intent. She could tolerate someone insulting her brother. How dare you insult me? The woman was stunned. She stared at Du Xiaoqing in disbelief. I'm not insulting you. I want to slap you to death. Du Xiaoqing said coldly. She was fierce and domineering. She did not even blink. You! The woman was stunned and could not speak. No one had ever dared to treat her like this. She did not know how to reply, but her expression became colder and colder. How arrogant! Looks like we have to kill her. The tall young man who first spoke again. His killing intent surged. He stomped his foot on the demonic beast and flew into the sky. He walked step by step toward the barren nation's imperial palace. Come here and die, Du Xiaoyao said. Her golden robe fluttered as she stepped into the sky. You're provoking me. You must die today. The tall young man could not take it anymore. He stomped his foot in the air, and his body was wrapped in a dazzling light. It was like a dazzling sun. A claw print tore through the space and reached for Du Xiaoyao. You're just in the martial domain realm. You're courting death. Du Xiaoyao shouted. Her right arm, which was standing with her hands behind her back, suddenly stretched out. She threw out a punch. The space in front of her fist was distorted and shattered. A hazy light burst out. It was like the beginning of the world. There was an inexplicable pressure, as if it was going to make one's soul explode. The power of this punch could push in all directions and suppress everything. Bang! Bang! The fist and the claw collided. Suddenly the sound was deafening. Golden runes covered the sky and spread. Mighty energy poured out like a flood and swept across the sky of Stone City. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the tall young man from legalism was blown up by Du Xiaoyao's punch. Starting from the claw print, his body exploded. The tall young man did not even have time to activate his skills, talent, and meridian spirit before he was blown up by the punch. How dare you insult my brother? You're asking for a beating. Almost at the same time, Du Xiaoqing appeared in front of the cold woman who had just insulted Du Xiaofu. Slap! Slap! When the woman saw her companion explode with a single punch, before she could even react, she felt a burning pain on her mouth. Pa! Two loud and clear sounds were heard. Du Xiaoqing made her move and slapped the woman twice. Blood flowed from the corner of the woman's mouth. Her nose was bruised and her face was swollen. All that was left was a daze and fear. Roar! The beast roared. When the mount of the tall young man saw its master being killed, it cried out in grief and anger. You dare to roar in the desolate country? Die! The roar was deafening. Du Xiaohu's figure appeared, and terrifying inscriptions appeared in his deep, pitch-black eyes. Pressure surged. The sovereign of the Tiger Clan was who knew how many times more powerful than the mounts of the school of legalism. They could not be compared at all. Swish! Du Xiaohu's black clothes shook as he stretched out his hand like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. A palm print flashed out from afar, and it transformed into an enormous tiger claw that warped space before suddenly descending and tearing the mount into a bloody mist. Everyone was stunned, especially the people from the school of legalism. They had never thought that the younger generation would be even more powerful and ferocious than them. Legalism was the most powerful family in the world. When they came out, They were able to look down on their peers in the outside world. Who would have thought that they would be beaten like dogs outside the desolate country's palace? How dare you come to the desolate country to announce the decree? Kill them. Du Xiaoyao was very arrogant. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately pounced on the dozen or so legalism men who had not recovered from their shock. Kill! Gui Che, Phantom Tiger King, Little Ying, and Violent Bear King were all people who wanted to see the world in chaos. They could not wait any longer. Roar! As soon as Du Xiaoyao finished speaking, Gui Che and the others immediately pounced forward. The outcome was already decided. The legalism mounts were directly captured by Gui Che. The Divine Ape King, the Phantom Tiger King, and Little Tiger do under Zhen Qingquan's and Yi Wuming's cries and heartache. Of the dozen or so legalism young men, 2 of the martial domain realm were directly killed by Du Xiaoyao. The remaining 9, including the woman who had been slapped twice by Du Xiaoqing, were captured alive. It was not Du Xiaorao, Du Xiaoqing, or Du Yunlong who were being kind. It was Zhen Qingchen and Yi Wuming who stopped them from the side, wanting to keep a few alive. However, although the 8 legalism young men were spared for the time being, they suffered quite a bit. Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, and the others viciously beat them up and took everything from them before they were thrown to the side. All of this made the legalism young men unable to recover from their shock. Chapter 1519. The Stone City is fine. No one can be presumptuous in the desolate country. The voice of the master apothecary, Yi Wuming, was heard, informing the people of the Stone City to be at ease. The desolate country has many strong cultivators. Those people are nothing. The Stone City was in an uproar, seeing those arrogant youths, despite their strength, being trampled by the desolate country's strong cultivators in an instant, and being killed with a wave of their hand. They were all encouraged and proud. Brother Qingchen, should we inform third brother? Moments later in the palace, Du Yunlong asked Zhen Qingchen as he looked at the young legalism men and women who were restrained on the ground. No need. Xiaofu is in seclusion. The imperial palace's dragon qi is of great use to him and cannot be disturbed. Perhaps he already knows about this, so there is no need to worry. Zhen Qingchen said. He was the clearest about the matter between Du Xiaofu and legalism. Legalism had come time and time again to clamor and bully others. They had gone too far and would not rest until one of them was dead. No matter how strong legalism was, the desolate country was no longer the same as before. They had the golden-winged rocks behind them, so Zhen Qingchen was not as worried as before, just as Zhen Qingchen had expected. Although Du Xiaofu was in seclusion in the depths of the imperial palace, using the rich imperial palace dragon qi to cleanse and temper himself, and using the imperial palace dragon qi to comprehend heaven and earth. Nothing that happened in the Stone City could escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. However, Du Xiaofu did not appear. Some small figures of legalism did not need to delay their own cultivation. The desolate country was no longer the same as before, especially the imperial palace's dragon qi. There were also many talisman matrices set up by him and his brother Zhen Qingchen. Once dozens of killing matrices were activated, even if the legalism army came to attack, Du Xiaofu felt that they could make the legalism pay an unbearable price. The commotion in the Stone City was huge, but because it happened in a short period of time, it did not spread too much. After that, it began to calm down. However, at this moment, there was a vast and isolated area between heaven and earth that was alarmed. This vast world was a world of its own. It was incomparably vast, and its aura was ancient. Heaven and earth energy overflowed. It was an absolute treasure land. In a simple courtyard, there were many people sitting in different seats. All of them looked agitated, and some of them were angry and reprimanding. If Du Xiaofu were here, he would be able to recognize some of them. The people present were all experts of legalism. Du Xiaofu had seen many people who had been forced to dig out their hearts during legalism. Dead. The souls of the 3 martial domain realm cultivators are gone. They must have been killed by that little bastard. How hateful! Does he really think that my legalism can tolerate him? An elder was furious. Of the group of people he had sent to the Stone City in the outside world, 3 of their soul imprints had already dissipated, proving that they were already dead. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that they had all been killed by Du Xiaofu. In the past few years, dozens of people from legalism had died at the hands of that kid. Since ancient times, how many years had it been? When had legalism ever suffered such provocation? How could he not be angry? I said before that we should just capture that kid. There's no need to be polite. He dares to kill the juniors of legalism again and again. This is a provocation. This time, no matter who pleads for mercy, it's useless. We can't tolerate it anymore. A middle-aged man was furious. Among the 3 martial domain realm juniors who had died, one of them was his junior. He couldn't calm his anger. Back then, he didn't agree to send people to inform that little bastard. They should have just captured him. He even felt that there was no need for that little bastard to participate in this grand celebration. That lowly bastard has always looked down on us. A lowly bastard outside should be dealt with once and for all. An elder's eyes were gloomy. He was Qing Yu. At this moment, he could only stand at the back and didn't have the qualifications to sit. Back then, Qing Yu's leg was chopped off by Du Xiaofu. He couldn't recover his broken leg, so he couldn't recover. He had always been limping, so he bore a grudge in his heart. However, Qing Yu still had lingering fears. Back then, his body and mind had been severely injured outside. He must have been afraid and was almost killed outside. Therefore, he became more and more resentful. That little bastard is actually still alive and is getting stronger. I heard that he even became the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Pung Bird clan. I don't know if it's true or not. His wings have already formed. I'm afraid that he will be difficult to deal with. If I had known, I would have killed him completely back then. We wouldn't have had to let our juniors suffer such losses. An elder shouted. He was Chen Xiong, who had just reached the martial domain realm. Back then, Chen Xiong had also gone to the Stone City. In the end, he only brought Qing Yu, who had a broken leg, and didn't gain any advantage. He had always had a knot in his heart, causing his cultivation to not improve at all. All of you, shut up. On the seat of honor, an old man whose eyes had been closed all this time opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was like lightning, and his aura was intimidating. He said, "You keep calling him a bastard. Don't forget, half of his body is my Han clan's blood. Do you think my Han clan's blood is so lowly?" Hearing the old man speak, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Some people trembled inwardly and didn't dare to say anything. As the old man spoke, several other elders who had their eyes closed all this time opened their eyes. Dazzling light flashed through them. "Elder, that's not what we meant." After a while, an extraordinary middle-aged man in long robes spoke up. He looked at the old man with reverence. His eyes shone brightly as he said, "This time it's the old clan leader's birthday. He has invited people from all over to congratulate him. He will also hold a sermon. When the time comes, he will select some outstanding people to reward. When the time comes, the various clans will send their juniors to congratulate him. The Beast region, the Yao region, the Four Seas, and Wudong Mountain will all send people. Above Kyushu, the followers of our legalism will also be given a quota. However, this time the old clan leader specifically mentioned Du Xiaofu, who we've never seen before. We can't guess his intentions, but presumably they didn't listen to the warning and were a bit unruly. That's why they brought this disaster upon themselves. However, if the old clan leader wants to see that brat, we still have to bring him back. The old clan leader's birthday is such a grand occasion, yet he allowed that little bastard brat to participate. What kind of favor is this? But that brat isn't grateful at all. He even dared to kill a member of our legalism. This is unforgivable. Otherwise, if word of this spreads, what face will our legalism have left? After what happened on the Tianhuang continent, our legalism has already become a laughingstock. He felt that the dignified legalism couldn't let that brat go. Not far from the old man, there was another old man. His face was old and his eyes were deep and vast. He said he shouldn't be allowed to live, but after all, the blood of our legalism flows in his veins. That time, he didn't die and miraculously survived. He was able to defeat Dongli Chihuang, who had undergone nirvana in the outside world. Now he's in control of a region, and he's also related to the great golden-winged rocks. If we can perform well this time, we can give him a chance to acknowledge his ancestors. That way, when we're outside, we'll have more followers. If anything happens, we'll be able to enter Kyushu faster. We'll also be able to communicate with the great golden-winged rocks. Hearing the old man's words, the people around him nodded. Those who were angry and gloomy didn't say anything else. I'm afraid it's useless. That brat is too ferocious and unruly. I'm afraid he won't be easily used by us, Qinqiang said. He had interacted with Du Xiaofu before and knew his temper and character well. The old man who had just spoken frowned slightly. Then he said calmly, "If he can be used by our legalism, that would be great. However, let's see how good he is first. If he doesn't live up to his name, then he's not qualified to enter our legalism. If he really is qualified, his mother is still in the clan, and he'll have no choice but to obey. It's just a brat. If he really is qualified, we'll persuade him and he'll naturally acknowledge his ancestors. If that doesn't work, we'll let the juniors in the clan step in and let him know what it means to be a dragon among men. Maybe then, he'll directly beg to acknowledge his ancestors." Not far away, an old man slowly said, "I'm just afraid that if we let that brat come back so openly, that family will most likely be unhappy. Everything will depend on that brat's talent. If he's talented enough, we'll be able to establish some relations with the Golden Rock clan. As for that clan, we'll talk about it when the time comes," the old man who had just spoken continued. "What do we do now? That kid has killed so many people from our school of legalism. Are we just going to let him do as he pleases? Also, the remaining juniors have probably ended up in his hands as well," an old man said in displeasure. He wanted to ask for instructions. Everything will be decided when the time comes. He's just a brat. Of course, he's arrogant. When the time comes, we'll teach him a lesson and make him suffer. In the future, he'll naturally be obedient. The brat only dared to kill 3 of the people we send out. This proves that he's afraid in his heart and thinks that he can threaten us." The old man spoke. His gaze was calm and unwavering. He glanced at the people beside him and said, "Who's willing to go out and bring that brat back? I'm afraid it won't work if your cultivation is too low. That brat is rumored to be extraordinary, and he's also the ruler of the barren country. He has the help of the imperial chi in the palace. It won't be easy to beat him up. We need to have enough intimidation. I'll go. At the same time, I'll see if he's really qualified. If he's not, then there's no need to bring back our legalism." A middle-aged man walked out. He was dressed in tight clothes and had a stocky build. However, his eyes were so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. There was a faint fluctuation of bright light, and his aura made the space tremble. "Qin Wei, your Qin clan was once an emperor in the outside world, so you're familiar with the imperial qi. With your cultivation, it's enough. Remember to bring back the rest of our legalism." The old man spoke. He didn't say much. "Yes." The middle-aged man called Qin Wei nodded. His voice was crisp. He stood up and left. The elderly man at the head of the table closed his eyes again and didn't say another word. Stone City, after a small disturbance, continued to be calm. On this day, the sky was slightly bright. The sun rose from the east, dispelling the darkness before dawn. The imperial palace was dazzling. Multicolored light rose, solemn and sacred. Chapter 1520. Millions of dragon veins were connected, and the desolate country was established as the capital. At this moment, Stone City was no longer the small border city it once was. It was protected by the heavens and earth, and it was filled with great fortune and extraordinary Tao. It had become a treasured land. Boom! Suddenly, the stone city in the morning trembled. A figure descended from where the sun rose from the east. The figure was surrounded by dazzling rays of light. The golden light shrouded him like the sun, and he had a powerful aura. Who is that? What a powerful aura! The entire stone city was shocked, and the people all walked out to look at the figure in the air. Seeing the figure shrouded in golden light, the formless might also trembled. Rumble! The figure walked step by step toward the stone city palace. Every step he took made a rumbling sound in the air. It was powerful and shocking. Just the invisible ripples were enough to shake the stone city. An expert has invaded. He has ill intentions. The palace guards were trembling, not out of fear, but under the terrifying pressure. The profound qi in their bodies was frozen, and their souls were suppressed. They felt that they were insignificant, as if they were ants in front of the newcomer. They could not help but tremble and look up, unable to resist the powerful pressure. Whoosh, whoosh! Within the palace, figures flew out. They were Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Zhen Qingchen, and the others. They felt the powerful aura and were immediately alarmed. Again, Du Xiaoyao looked at the sky. The figure was coming, but the aura was powerful. The stronger one's cultivation, the more they could feel how powerful and terrifying the intruder was. At this moment, the figure walked in the air as if he was standing in the sky. He was high and mighty, and with a wave of his hand, he could change the color of the sky and shatter the mountains and rivers. It's a real expert. Ghost Chariot, Divine Ape King, Little Tiger Dew, and the others also felt the strength and aura of the intruder. They were also suppressed by the aura. Du Xiaofu, come out. The intruder spoke. His voice was deafening, echoing in Stone City with great majesty. As the voice rang out, the golden light around the newcomer slowly retracted, revealing his face. It was a middle-aged man in tight clothes. He had a stocky build, and his eyes were so deep that they seemed bottomless. His entire body was surrounded by light, and his aura was vast. He was Qin Wei, and his position in legalism was not low. The reason he had descended this time was to rescue the trapped juniors of his clan and Du Xiaofu. Therefore, he went straight to the point and called for Du Xiaofu to come out. Making such a big fuss, who are you? Du Xiaoyao asked. His golden spiritual eyes didn't show any contempt. He frowned slightly, as he also felt that it was difficult to deal with them. At this moment, the experts of the Golden Winged Rock clan were not here. He might not be able to fight against them. Legalism Qin Wei. Call that Du Xiaofu out and hand over our legalism descendant. Otherwise, we'll raze this place to the ground. Qin Wei shouted in a deep voice. His voice was mixed with profound energy, and it shook many guards around the imperial palace to the point that their faces turned pale and they spat out blood. With your identity and origin, aren't you afraid that you'll lose your dignity by coming here to show off? Zhen Qingchen said to Qin Wei with a dignified expression. He was also secretly preparing to activate the talisman array. You're extremely arrogant for killing my disciple. You should be punished. Qin Wei stared at Zhen Qingchen. A chill flashed across his deep eyes as he said, If you don't call that Du Xiaofu out and hand over our legalism descendant, I don't mind making this place disappear from now on. Activate the array, Zhen Qingchen shouted. The newcomer was not friendly and had a tyrannical force. He needed to protect himself. Boom! Suddenly, a mysterious array was activated all around the imperial palace. Golden light burst out, and the talisman runes that covered the sky flickered to protect the vast imperial palace. Brother Qingchen, there's no need to activate the array. If he wants to see me, I'll see him. A faint voice was heard. A young man in a purple robe slowly walked out from the depths of the imperial palace. After a few steps, he appeared in front of everyone in the imperial palace. His face was resolute and determined. His black hair fluttered behind his shoulders, and his eyes were clear. Seeing Du Xiaofu appear, Du Xiaoqing, Gui Che, Guqin Demon, Divine Ape King, Mysterious Dragon King, Master Apothecary, and Du Yunlong were all overjoyed. They were afraid that once the battle started, the entire stone city would be bathed in blood, even though the array was protecting the imperial palace. Zhen Qingchen also breathed a sigh of relief. He put down the array and activated it. However, deep in his eyes that were overflowing with Taoist connotation, there was also a hint of nervousness. "You're Du Xiaofu." Qin Wei stared at Du Xiaofu at first glance. He was very similar to Du Xiaofu. He had never seen Du Xiaofu before when he was in seclusion in the clan. He had only heard some things about him. This was the first time they met. It was really as the rumors said. This kid was surprisingly similar to Du Xiaofu. That's right. Du Xiaofu nodded. Imperceptibly, the temperament of his body was different from before. It was more restrained and honest. Standing on top of the palace, there was a great pressure. Hand over the legalism, descendant, and follow me to legalism. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qin Wei opened his mouth. He had a majestic aura that made everyone around him fall to the ground. Their legs were weak. They were all under great pressure. His Qin bloodline was also a Run Huang in the mortal world in ancient times. His cultivation was now monstrous. He didn't need to be afraid of many people above Kyushu. So arrogant. Do you think I'm easy to bully? I'm not the same as before. I have nothing to do with legalism. So what if I don't go? Du Xiaofu was domineering. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. His clear eyes were filled with golden light. Legalism had come again and again. Without a doubt, Du Xiaofu was enraged. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If it wasn't for the old lord wanting to see you, do you think you're qualified to enter the door of legalism? Do you want to come with me or be dragged away by me? Qin Wei said in a deep voice. He was an expert. His every move could change the color of heaven and earth. He could shatter mountains and rivers. He looked down on a small country and didn't put anyone in his eyes. I'm not willing. Who can make me go? Du Xiaofu's expression sank. Golden brilliance spread out from his purple robe. Do you think a mere imperial palace can protect you? Ridiculous. I can destroy it with a flip of my hand. Qin Wei sneered. A small imperial palace. So what if it had the imperial qi? He didn't put it in his eyes. Bastard, this guy is too arrogant. Du Xiaoyao cursed. That guy from legalism was too arrogant. In the imperial palace, Gui Che, Qin Devil, Du Yunlong, and the others were indignant. Although they knew that the guy from legalism was absolutely terrifying, they were still furious in their hearts. The guy from legalism was too arrogant. Do you think legalism is high and mighty? That you can look down on everyone and not put the outside world in your eyes? You don't know that I can kill my peers from legalism like killing dogs. Even if it's you, give me 20 years, no, 10 years. At that time, I can kill you like an ant. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice. At this moment, his tone had calmed down, but it carried a great majesty. Qin Wei's expression was very gloomy. He had heard that Du Xiaofu was unruly and difficult to tame. Now he finally witnessed it for himself. Those words were even more unbearable for Qin Wei, since when had a junior dared to be so disrespectful to him? I won't kill you. You're still useful to me. But today, you'll know how superior legalism is. That's something that you ordinary people will never understand. You're just frogs in a well. It's just that you still don't understand. Qin Wei's voice was loud and cold. It echoed in the stone city and shook the imperial palace. Qin Wei seemed to be doing it on purpose. He wanted to attack this junior in front of everyone. He wanted to clear the name of legalism. Who's an ordinary person? Who's the frogs in a well? I've already proved it. The whole world knows that I can kill your peers from legalism, like killing dogs. 10 years later, I'll kill you like an ant." Du Xiaofu still said indifferently, but his voice was getting more and more majestic. "Brat, you've completely angered me." Qin Wei's eyes twitched fiercely. His voice was like thunder shaking the stone city. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged in the sky. Even the imperial palace was shaking. Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back. He walked directly to the center of the imperial palace, his hair draped behind his shoulders. Qin Wei was surprised. His eyes flashed like golden lightning as he said, "So what if you're angry? If you have the ability, then come and deal with this emperor." "How dare you?" Qin Wei shouted. But when he looked at Du Xiaofu in the imperial palace, he was a little hesitant. Qin Wei naturally heard the rumors that Du Xiaofu was related to the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Although he had been secretly searching until now, he didn't find the aura of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, but he was still a little afraid. According to the information obtained by legalism, Qin Wei knew that Du Xiaofu was accompanied by a Golden-Winged Rock clan expert. This made him a little afraid. The Golden-Winged Rock clan was a tyrannical supreme beast clan. Everyone in the world was afraid of them. Afraid? Don't worry, there's no Golden-Winged Rock clan expert in the imperial palace. I can kill you myself. Du Xiaofu shouted. Golden light gushed out from his body. The imperial palace's dragon, Qi, lingered around him. The golden light shrouded him, and he was awe-inspiring. He was the emperor of the human world. He had an indescribable heavenly might, and he had the aura of a sovereign descending to the world. Looking at Du Xiaofu from afar, Qin Wei's heart thumped. That brat had actually seen through his thoughts. His eyes were cold. Looking at the figure wrapped in golden light in front of him and feeling the aura of a sovereign descending to the world, Qin Wei was also shocked. That brat was really extraordinary. However, at this moment, Qin Wei's expression was even more gloomy. That brat had purposely caused such a commotion. He was clearly provoking him. It was a blatant provocation, and he actually didn't put him in his eyes. Qin Wei was not a fool. After cultivating for so many years, how could he not see that the brat was hiding in the imperial palace? He probably wanted to use the imperial palace's dragon Qi and the talisman array to deal with him. He was purposely provoking him so that he could enter the imperial palace. But soon, Qin Wei revealed a cold smile. He shook his head and said with some contempt, "Brat, do you think a small imperial palace and a small talisman array can trap me? You're too naive." "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu's face was shocked. It seemed that he didn't expect Qin Wei to see through his thoughts. But then he gritted his teeth and pretended to be calm. Golden light surged around his body, covering the sky and earth. A dragon's roar was heard, and his aura was incomparably shocking. He shouted loudly, "Come in if you have the ability. I'll kill you." What sort of existence was Qin Wei at his level of cultivation? He'd long since become shrewd with age. He could sense the minute changes in Du Xiaofu's expression. That brat was bluffing, pretending to be calm. Most probably, he simply wanted to scare him away. Too immature. Haha, Qin Wei laughed. With his cultivation, how could he be afraid of a small imperial palace? How could he be afraid of that brat? How strong could a few talisman arrays be? "Brat, as you wish. Today I'll flatten your small imperial palace." His voice rumbled and resounded throughout the stone city. Qin Wei moved. He directly crossed the sky, step by step, and directly stepped into the imperial palace. And also at this moment, deep within Du Xiaofu's eyes, a trace of a sneer quietly flashed. Chapter 15:21. Activate the formation. Suddenly, just as Qin Wei appeared above the palace, Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. With a thought, he formed a series of hand seals as fast as lightning. Boom! As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the surrounding palace suddenly trembled. Runes gushed out and covered the palace, covering the sky as if countless suns were falling. It's indeed a talisman formation. Qin Wei raised his head and sneered. He did not take it to heart. All of this was as Qin Wei had expected. Du Xiaofu wanted to lure him into the palace and use talisman formations to deal with him. He did not take it seriously. How strong could a talisman formation be in a small country? It could be destroyed with a flip of the hand. However, not long after, Qin Wei seemed to have sensed something, and his expression suddenly changed. Boom! The talisman formation of the palace was activated in an instant. The rumbling sound was endless as the runes soared into the sky. However, this talisman formation was not just one, nor was it an ordinary talisman formation. These talisman formations were all terrifying killing formations. Moreover, there were dozens of them activated together, with the heavenly spirit record in his possession, his elder brother Jin Qingchun, a contemporary array master, and the support of a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. How could Du Xiaofu not have any arrangements for his foundation stone city? Du Xiaofu did not care about the cost and poured his heart and soul into the arrangements in the palace. The dozens of killing formations were all created by Du Xiaofu and his big brother, Jin Qingchun, working together to comprehend, research, and set up. Not only that, but the terrifying thing about the dozens of killing formations was that they were all linked together. Everywhere was filled with killing intent. There was no way out. Boom! Dozens of killing formations were activated. How shocking was this? The terrifying sound enveloped the heaven and earth as the killing intent soared into the sky. The entire palace was enveloped. The runes covered the sky as if a miracle had descended. The pressure and killing intent spread out, shocking the stone city. Brat, do you think these talisman formations can trap me? Qin Wei shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder as it resounded throughout the stone city. He wanted to forcefully break through the formation, causing the entire barbaric beast mountain range to tremble. A terrifying aura gushed out from the depths of the imperial palace. Just the aura that shot out caused all the living beings in the four-stone city to tremble in fear. Outside the imperial palace, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Gui Che, Du Yunlong, and the others, as well as the silver-winged demonic condor, who had retreated a long time ago, were all staring at the imperial palace. At this moment, the entire imperial palace was enveloped in a dazzling light. The talisman array distorted the void, and no one present could see what was happening inside. Don't worry, at least he won't be at a disadvantage, Zhen Qingchun said to the crowd. He had personally arranged the killing array. Naturally, he knew better than anyone how powerful it would be once it was activated. What's more, Zhen Qingchun still had something to rely on at the moment. He hadn't even added his own 6-wheel blood-killing array yet. Old thing, you're only at the Great Domain Realm. You haven't even reached the Bounded Domain Realm. How dare you come to my stone city to make a fuss? I'll kill you. Du Xiaofu shouted. As soon as his voice fell, the dragon roared endlessly within the palace. Golden light shot into the sky, and the sound of the heavens and the earth resounded endlessly, causing the entire world to tremble. Ayo, ayo! Then a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Shadows of golden dragons passed through the talisman array and roared ferociously as they appeared in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Then, in the depths of the palace, a series of energy explosions sounded. Every energy explosion was like a heavy hammer, causing the billions of people in the stone city to tremble in fear and their hearts to beat faster. How can the imperial qi in the palace be so dense? This is impossible. So many killing arrays, how can they be linked? The energy explosions were earth-shattering and shook the surroundings. Qin Wei's surprised roar could be heard. It wasn't difficult to guess from the sound that he seemed to have encountered a great crisis. Brat, you tricked me. In the end, Qin Wei roared angrily. Only now did he know that Du Xiaofu's previous act of pretending to be calm and putting on a show of bravado was definitely done on purpose for him to see. The purpose was to dispel his doubts and let him break into the imperial palace. After entering the palace, Qin Wei realized that Du Xiaofu's bluff was actually completely reserved. That kid had hidden the richness of the imperial palace's dragon aura. At most, he had only released 1% of its original strength. Qin Wei really couldn't figure out how the imperial qi in this small palace could be so dense and terrifying. Also, the talisman array was actually dozens of extraordinary and strange killing arrays, arranged in a series of interlocking rings. The terrifying imperial palace's dragon qi, the dozens of interlocking killing arrays, and Du Xiaofu's sudden appearance. Qin Wei was instantly battered and exhausted. Qin Wei's cultivation was at the Great Domain Realm, and he was an absolute expert in legalism. He never thought that he would be so embarrassed in this small palace. Ao Wu. Rumble, the roars of dragons, tigers, and all kinds of demon beasts could be heard in the palace. The muffled sounds of energy colliding were like heavenly drums and heavy hammers, as if they were going to break the world. How terrifying! In the distance, Ghost Chariot, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, and the others were all shocked. They couldn't take their eyes off the scene. Bang, 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 bang. Less than an hour later, the runes that covered the sky above the crumbling palace were finally blasted apart. In an instant, a surging aura filled the world like a vast ocean. The aura made one's hair stand on end. Rumble. Inside the palace, there were buildings that exploded, and the ground in the stone city cracked. However, all of this destructive power was ultimately withstood by the shattered great array above the royal palace, protecting the royal palace and the stone city. The moment the array was forcibly broken, Qin Wei's figure flashed out like lightning. His body was covered in a set of majestic golden armor, which also had some of the imperial Qi's aura. However, at this moment, Qin Wei's hair was disheveled and his face was pale. His left arm had been cut off at the shoulder and blood was flowing out. He looked extremely miserable. "Brat, you dared to trick me. I won't let you go. I definitely won't." Qin Wei's voice was very shrill, and it made one's hair stand on end. His body glowed, and he turned into a golden bolt of lightning and fled quickly. For some reason, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Ao! The most shocking thing was that behind Qin Wei, the monstrous imperial qi gathered and turned into a golden dragon that stretched for countless miles. It raised its head and roared ferociously as it chased after Qin Wei. "Don't run if you dare!" At the same time, Du Xiaofu's roar resounded. Only then did everyone see clearly that Du Xiaofu's purple robe was fluttering as he stepped on the head of the golden dragon. The golden wings on his back were filled with a dazzling golden halo. He held the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and his hair danced behind him. His eyes were filled with golden light as he chased after Qin Wei in a domineering manner. Buzz! Du Xiaofu unsheathed his sword and swung out the tyrannical shadow. Golden light covered the heaven and earth, and it was accompanied by a great pressure that caused the clouds to move. The sword light was like lightning as it soared into the sky with the shadow of the dragon. However, in the end, he was just a hair away. Qin Wei ripped open space and disappeared, but his voice rang out in the end. "Du Xiaofu, if you want to see your mother, come to the School of Legalism in 10 days if you have the ability." When his voice faded away, Qin Wei had also completely disappeared, and the commotion around the imperial palace gradually calmed down. But what they saw just now was that Qin Wei had clearly left with a broken arm. He was battered and exhausted, and this made the scalps of countless people in the stone city go numb. The morning sun rose again and shone on the stone city. Du Xiaofu stood in the sky with the shadow of the golden dragon under his feet. His aura was supported by the pressure of the heavens and earth, and it was extremely moving. That Qin Wei ran away, battered and exhausted. The Rock Emperor is invincible. The citizens of the Stone City came back to their senses and trembled with excitement. The Rock Emperor was so mighty that no invader could defeat him. Damn it, he's not weak at all. He actually ran away. In the air, Du Xiaofu withdrew the imperial palace's draconic qi with a pained and unwilling expression. He had actually let Qinwei escape. But if there were outsiders here at this moment, they would probably look down on this guy. The dignified Qinwei of legalism, an expert at the bottom of the great domain realm, had actually lost an arm in the Stone City and paid a heavy price. He was chased away like a wretched dog. This was too shocking. Probably not many people would believe it, even if they were to say it. Many of the desolate country's imperial palace had been destroyed, but the impact was not too great. Some of them had been protected by Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu had lured Qinwei into the imperial palace because he was afraid that the hundreds of millions of residents in the Stone City would be affected by the battle. As for tricking Qinwei, in all honesty, Du Xiaofu was also helpless. That Qinwei was truly extraordinary. He had restrained his aura so that Du Xiaofu could not guess his cultivation level. Therefore, he had deliberately lured Qinwei into the imperial palace to be on the safe side. But Du Xiaofu did not expect that Qinwei was only at the great domain realm, far inferior to the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu. However, Du Xiaofu was also shocked. That Qinwei's methods were indeed extraordinary. He was indeed worthy of being an expert of legalism. He had only left an arm behind and used various terrifying methods to escape. In comparison, Du Xiaofu felt that if an ordinary great domain realm expert came in, they would definitely not be able to break out of the desolate country's imperial palace. This time, using the imperial palace's dragon qi to nourish and cleanse his body and comprehend heaven and earth, his cultivation level had increased imperceptibly. Du Xiaofu could even faintly feel that he was not far from nirvana. However, this feeling was extremely strange and profound. It could only be understood and not described. But even so, Du Xiaofu knew that if it were not for the imperial palace's dragon qi and the dozens of killing formations in the Stone City's imperial palace, he would not be able to do anything to Qinwei, let alone cut off his arm. Many of my formation corners have been destroyed. I will need to spend a lot of things to repair them. After a while, Zhen Qingchen sighed in the imperial palace. This battle had destroyed many formation corners. If he wanted to repair all of them, he would need a lot of extraordinary refining materials. Brother Qingchen, where are the captured legalism people? I want to see them, Du Xiaofu said. In terms of talisman formations, he naturally did not need to be polite with his big brother, Zhen Qingchen. Thinking of the last words left by Qinwei, Du Xiaofu's expression turned slightly serious. Now he needed to find out why legalism had come to him again. It seemed that they were somewhat eager to ask him to go to legalism. They were thrown in the secret chamber. They have a lot of good things on them. Du Xiaoqing's face was full of smiles. She had plundered a lot of good things from the young men and women of legalism. I will go and take a look. The rest will be left to brother Qingchen, old E and second brother. Du Xiaofu said to Zhen Qingchen, master apothecary, Yi Wuming and Du Yunlong. Then he entered the secret chamber, wanting to understand everything. Chapter 1522. In the secret room, the young men and women from the school of legalism who had been imprisoned were tossed into the secret room, staring at each other in bewilderment. They were all in a sorry state. They had never been in such a sorry state before. Even in legalism, their status was extremely high. They had never been imprisoned like this and suffered such humiliation. However, there was nothing they could do now. Du Xiaofu entered the secret chamber and saw the young men and women of legalism who had been captured by Du Xiaoqing and the others. Du Xiaofu, quickly let us go. Otherwise, our legalism will not let you go. Among these young men and women, one of the young men and women recognized Du Xiaofu. He had seen Du Xiaofu when he was in legalism. This time, the family had sent them to inform Du Xiaofu because some of them had seen Du Xiaofu before. At the same time, this time they wanted to inform Du Xiaofu to go to legalism. The meaning was different. If the elders of the family personally came to inform him, it would seem that they were thinking too highly of this kid. Therefore, they were sent here. However, the current outcome was different from what these young men and women of legalism had imagined. In their imagination, only Du Xiaofu was slightly stronger. However, they were not weak either. With 3 martial domain realm cultivators accompanying them, they were enough to look down on everything outside. However, they did not expect that they would be killed before they could even see Du Xiaofu's face. The remaining ones were captured alive. Those creatures and demonic beasts were even more ferocious and arrogant than them. They did not put them in their eyes at all. Who can tell me why the legalism wants me to go? Du Xiaofu glanced at the people in the secret chamber with an indifferent expression. Du Xiaofu, did you hear that? Quickly, let us go. Otherwise, our legalism will not let you go. The young man who had just spoken emphasized. However, there was a hint of fear in his eyes at this moment. Pa! However, just as the young man finished speaking, the crisp sound of a slap rang out across his face. Then he heard Du Xiaofu say, "You'd better answer my questions honestly. If you don't want to answer, then there's no need to." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a white divine light. His expression was slightly fierce. He stretched out his hand and turned it into a claw. He gently grabbed the top of the young man's head. A moment later, the youth cried out miserably, his entire body twitching, primordial spirit in pain. His memories were being searched, unable to resist. This scene and the miserable wails caused the remaining few people's spirits to feel uneasy and tremble. Du Xiaofu, what are you doing? We are people of legalism. You can't treat us like this. Someone mustered up the courage to speak, his eyes filled with fear. Du Xiaofu ignored him. After a full hour, the youth's miserable wails became softer and softer. Only then did he withdraw his claw and slightly frown. Just now, Du Xiaofu had used the spirit-searching technique from the heavenly spirit record. He carefully searched the youth's primordial spirit and found out that the youth's name was Li Da. From Li Da's primordial spirit, Du Xiaofu had a specific understanding of legalism. Legalism was a great family. In ancient times, it was called one of the 9 great families and had a great influence. Legalism included the Han family, the Qin family, the Shang family, the Shang family, the Guan family, the Wu family, and several other great families. Legalism was a great family. They had a profound influence in ancient times. They advocated that the heavenly Tao was far, the Tao was far, and the Tao was far. They recognized the laws of nature and opposed the perception of the heavens. They emphasized laws, power, and techniques. In the end, the Han family's ancestor gathered all the great powers and created the golden age of legalism. But at the same time, the other 8 great families also flourished. In ancient times, it was a glorious era. Hundreds of great families contended and geniuses appeared. It was a brilliant and glorious era. But in the end, the 9 great families went into seclusion. Li Da didn't know the specific reason, but he heard that it was related to the great calamity of ancient times. This time, legalism sent people over. Du Xiaofu found out from Li Da's primordial spirit that it was the 5,000th birthday of the legalism's old supremacy. Legalism had many great families. The supremacy would choose the leaders of each family. They were also the pioneers. After the Han family's ancestor gathered, the Han family had always been in control of legalism. The old supremacy was also the pioneer and leader of the previous generation. His mother's name was Han Aodong. Du Xiaofu had obtained this important information from the spirit-searching technique. His mother was the granddaughter of the current supremacy of legalism. As for how many generations the old supremacy had, it was impossible to calculate. At the very least, Li Da didn't know. He didn't know why the legalism had come looking for him on the old supremacy's 5,000th birthday. but Du Xiaofu knew that 5,000 years was definitely a number that would shock ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, that was definitely a god. Even to cultivators, 5,000 years was enough time to turn many of them from their prime to a pile of bones. Only the most terrifying experts in the world were able to break through the shackles of time and again, defying the heavens and fighting for endless years. 5,000 years was enough to show how terrifyingly powerful the old supremacy was. From the spirit-searching technique, Du Xiaofu also found out that the legalism had invited everyone for the old supremacy's birthday. At that time, the Beast Realm, the Four Seas, Wudong Mountain, the Demon Realm, and the other 8 clans would all send people. At that time, the old supremacy would appear to preach and give pointers to everyone. The outstanding juniors would also receive many rewards. This was a rare occasion for the legalism. With a slight frown, Du Xiaofu left the secret chamber and no longer paid attention to the young men and women of legalism. As soon as he left the secret chamber, Du Xiaofu wanted to find Big Brother Zhen Qingchen and the others. However, he got the news from Big Sister Du Xiaoman that Senior Brother Sima Taxing had personally come along with Master Gu Qingyang. Du Xiaofu immediately rushed to the main hall of the Du estate and saw Master Gu Qingyang, Senior Brother Sima Taxing, Big Brother Zhen Qingchen, Master Apothecary Iwuming, and Uncle Du Jinwu accompanying them. Du Xiaofu greeted Master Gu Qingyang. Regardless of his current status, Du Xiaofu would always remember this master's protection towards him. Something big has happened. It has something to do with you and legalism. I also heard that someone from the legalism had come. It seems like I made the right choice. Sima Taxing went straight to the point and said to Du Xiaofu, "Let's find a quiet place. I have something to tell you." "That's fine," Du Xiaofu said. Big Brother Zhen Qingchen, Master Apothecary Iwuming, and Uncle Du Xiaofu were not outsiders. They casually placed a seal in the hall. "How much do you know about legalism?" Sima Taxing nodded. He didn't know how much Du Xiaofu knew about legalism, so he couldn't determine whether Du Xiaofu would be unaware of what he was going to say. "I should know a lot. Senior brother, are you here for the 5,000th birthday of the Lord of Legalism?" Du Xiaofu asked. "You already know?" Sima Taxing was a little surprised. He had just learned the news not long ago and immediately came to the Stone City in person. However, he didn't expect Du Xiaofu to have already known. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. There were no outsiders present, so he briefly told everyone about the general situation he had just obtained from Li Da's spirit by performing the soul-searching technique. Chapter 1523. I didn't expect you to have such a method. Sima Taxing was a little surprised. The method of searching one's spirit was not rare in Kyushu, especially for him, who had seen a lot of it. In the ancient Heaven sect, there was no lack of methods to let the disciples practice. However, the methods to search the soul were uneven. It was not easy to search the soul and soul of the target. If one was not careful, the target's soul and soul would be destroyed. At that time, they would not be able to get anything out of it. But you know quite a lot. Sima Taxing then looked at Du Xiaofu and said seriously, "That's all I know. But as far as I know, legalism has invited so many people, and the old master is going to preach. I'm afraid the real purpose is to find out the truth of the younger generation of the various clans. When the time comes, all the extraordinary younger generation of the major clans will gather at legalism. I'm afraid they will all have the purpose of inquiring each other. What do they want? Will it benefit them?" Du Xiaofu was puzzled. Rumor has it that it has something to do with the space of the realm of gods. Sima Taxing said to Du Xiaofu, "The space of the realm of gods." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that there was a space of the realm of gods in Li Da's spirit, but the information was extremely vague. Although Du Xiaofu could clearly search Li Da's spirit, it was, after all, searching the spirit's memory. It could not be like a magnifying glass, and he could not know everything clearly. The space of the realm of gods is a legend. Sacred Array Child Zhen Qingchen said. He was a little shocked and said, "Rumor has it that it is the most peculiar existence in the world. There are countless great opportunities and countless dangers inside. Once you obtain the opportunities inside, you can become the most powerful existence in the world. I only learned about it from my master and thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect that the space of the realm of gods really existed. The sealed ancient land on Kyushu opens once every 30 years. Only the forces of Kyushu can enter. The 9 great clans, the demon realm, the beast realm, the 4 seas, and the forces of Mount Wudong are forbidden to enter. However, anyone in the world can enter the space of the realm of gods. It's just that the time it opens is not fixed. It is said that the space of the realm of gods opens once every 3,000 years, or once every 300 years. Only the most powerful experts in the world can sense when the space of the realm of gods will open." After a pause, he took a deep breath and said, "But it has been 4,999 years since the last time the space of the realm of gods opened. It's been so long." Du Xiaofu was full of curiosity about the space of the realm of gods. "Because this may be the last time the space of the realm of gods opens. There is a legend from ancient times that the space of the realm of gods will only open 9 times. After the last opening, there will be another tribulation of heaven and earth. The space of the realm of gods has been opened 8 times. This is the last time it will open. At that time, the greatest opportunity will appear in the space of the realm of gods." Sima Tashing looked serious and said, "But after the opening of the space of the realm of gods this time, the tribulation of heaven and earth will come. Therefore, the last opening of the space of the realm of gods is a major event for the 9 great clans and the major forces. Everyone wants to obtain the greatest opportunity in the space of the realm of gods to deal with the tribulation of heaven and earth." Another tribulation of heaven and earth. It was not the first time that Du Xiaofu had heard the words tribulation of heaven and earth. His purple thunder profound cauldron was also related to the tribulation of heaven and earth. Then he continued to ask, "Can the great opportunity in the space of the realm of gods stop the so-called tribulation of heaven and earth?" No one knows what the greatest opportunity in the space of the realm of gods is, but no one doubts the space of the realm of gods, because the space of the realm of gods was left behind by the supreme expert who sealed the evil in the world and the dragon god. It is full of mysteries. Sima Tashing smiled and said, "Every time the space of the realm of gods opens, as long as one can come out alive, he can obtain great benefits. Some people have obtained holy grade elixirs, holy grade martial skills, holy grade primordial spirit skills, and even holy grade treasures. There are many celestial devices, countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and various ancient inheritances. If a venerable cultivator can break through the realm of martial domain, it is very likely that he will become a supreme nirvana. If a supreme nirvana cultivator can make another breakthrough in the space, it is very likely that he will become a legendary greater supreme nirvana." Cuckoo! Hearing Sima Tashing's words, Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchen, and Master Apothecary Iwuming in the hall could not help but gasp and swallow their saliva. Du Xiaofu was not interested in the greater supreme nirvana and the lesser supreme nirvana, but he was shocked by the holy grade martial skills, elixirs, and holy grade weapons. Du Xiaofu did not expect that the space of the realm of gods was set up by the dragon god and the supreme expert who sealed the evil. Then Du Xiaofu continued to learn everything about the space of the realm of gods from his senior brother Sima Tashing. When the space of the realm of gods opened, anyone could enter, including those in the martial royal realm, martial marquis realm, and pulse spiritual realm. Experts in the realm and sealed domain realm could enter the space of the realm of gods to look for opportunities. However, there were also restrictions. Not everyone below the initial stage of the martial domain realm had the qualifications to enter. Only those who had the potential to step into the martial domain realm and the level of a 9-star soul symbol master, or other living beings of the same level with absolute potential, had the qualifications to enter. If mediocre people tried to force their way in, they would be directly killed by the divine domain. Strictly speaking, the space of the realm of gods could allow all creatures to enter to look for opportunities. But the premise was that only the creatures with the greatest potential in the world were qualified to set foot in the space of the realm of gods. As long as these living beings had yet to reach the domain realm, they would be able to enter the domain realm as soon as they entered the domain realm. They would become experts who had just entered the domain realm. Even a cultivator in the pulse spiritual realm, as long as he was qualified to enter the space of the realm of gods, would immediately transform into a Kyushu realm expert in the realm of gods. However, this kind of realm of gods was not the real realm of gods. Once they left the space of the realm of gods, they would immediately return to their original state. However, in the space of the realm of gods, they could personally experience everything about the realm of gods. This was extremely beneficial to ordinary people. If they wanted to step into the real realm of gods in the future, it would not be enough to describe the benefits of getting twice the result with half the effort. As for the experts in the realm of gods and sealed domain realm, after entering the space of the realm of gods, they would be suppressed to the realm of gods. No matter how strong their cultivation was, they would be suppressed. In the space of the realm of gods, everyone who was qualified to enter would receive a life-saving talisman. Even if their souls were destroyed inside, the life-saving talisman would instantly reassemble their souls and bodies and send them safely out of the space of the realm of gods. However, if these people wanted to enter the space of the realm of gods a second time, they would not receive the life-saving talisman again. As for the experts of the older generation, or the cultivators in the space of the realm of gods who felt that they were strong enough but not talented enough, they would not receive the life-saving talisman given by the space of the realm of gods. Although the space of the realm of gods was opened for the whole world, the focus was on the young geniuses. All kinds of benefits were biased towards the young geniuses. The others would not receive any protection. It was rumored that the older one was, the greater the obstruction and danger they would encounter. Therefore, every time the space of the realm of gods opened, the young geniuses of the various clans would be especially important. The more talented the young geniuses of the realm of gods would be the absolute main force in competing for the various great opportunities in the space of the realm of gods. No wonder it's called the space of the realm of gods. It's really amazing. Du Xiaofu exclaimed. The space of the realm of gods was too amazing. It was amazing. It seems that the legalism has invited so many people to preach. It's nothing more than wanting to have a rough understanding of the major forces. Master Apothecary, Iwuming said. Although he didn't know much about the 9 great clans, he could infer the purpose of the legalism. Looking at Du Xiaofu, he frowned and said, "Perhaps someone in the legalism knows that you're extraordinary. Even the Nirvana sovereign Dongli Chihuang is no match for you. The space of the realm of gods is about to open. The legalism wants you to enter the space of the realm of gods to compete for the great opportunities for them. It seems that there's a great possibility." Zhen Qingchen and Sima Taxing both agreed with Yi Wuming's words. The legalism wanted Du Xiaofu to enter the legalism and even participate in the grand event of the legalism. Their purpose must be related to this. Phew! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath as he listened to the news from the divine domain brought by his senior brother, Sima Taxing. He thought about how the school of legalism had come to the desolate country to find him again. Perhaps they really did want to use him. However, I also received news that although the major clans, the Four Seas, Wudong Mountain, the Demon Realm, and the Beast Realm will send their younger generation members to the legalism, they're all trying to scout each other. I'm afraid that the true peak of the younger generation won't appear. They will all be hidden and won't be easily exposed to the other powers. This will allow people to prepare in advance. They will suffer a great loss in the realm of gods. Sima Taxing said, "Xiaofu, it's best if you don't go to the legalism. If you can't be used, I'm afraid the legalism will not let you go. Gu Qingyang didn't want his disciple to go to the legalism. That was a tiger's den. The legalism was too powerful, to the point that even the ancient heaven sect could do nothing about it. Master, don't worry. Disciple knows what to do. Du Xiaofu smiled to reassure his master. Then he accompanied his master to have a good time in the palace. Xiaofu, I think Ouyang Shuang and Yi Zijin are not bad. You are not young anymore. I have no children in my life, and your senior brothers are also disappointing. They haven't even gotten married yet. They have lived for so long, but they haven't even attended their own disciple's wedding. I'm counting on you now, so you can't drag it out for too long. When they left, Gu Qingyang glanced at Sima taxing beside him. Then he lowered his head and earnestly said in Du Xiaofu's ear, "There is also that little girl Muhan. Although there is a difference in seniority between you and her, you are about the same age. I can see that she is very interested in you. We are all cultivators and don't care about trifles. I heard that girl Muhan has been in her grandmother's house for many years. Her cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. She is very valued, so she hasn't been allowed to come back for so many years. She is also very suitable for you." Du Xiaofu looked at his master and could only helplessly. Then he smiled and said, "Master, don't worry. This disciple will work hard. When the time comes, I will marry all of them. I will toast you one by one. If anyone doesn't respect you, this disciple will divorce them." "You brat, you are fooling me." Gu Qingyang knocked on the back of Du Xiaofu's head, but he couldn't help but smile. His two front teeth were exposed as he said, "If you really marry all of them, Master will also support you. My disciple is so outstanding that he should marry a few more wives and have more children. Yes, this disciple will work hard and live up to Master's expectations." Du Xiaofu kept nodding, coaxing his master until elder Gu Qingyang left. "Brother, are you really going to marry Sister Shuang and Sister Zijin?" Watching elder Gu Qingyang and the others leave, Du Xiaoqing asked Du Xiaofu with a serious face. She had just heard the conversation between the master and disciple. "What does it have to do with you? Why aren't you cultivating?" Du Xiaofu knocked Du Xiaoqing. This girl was getting more and more mischievous. "Sister Shuang, Sister Zijin, good news. Brother said that he wants to marry you." In an instant, Du Xiaoqing's loud voice spread throughout the Du family. Du Xiaofu's face darkened as he stood there in a daze. Chapter 1524. Soon after, Du Xiaofu received news that Ming Rongyin and some elders of the profound underworld sect had come to seek an audience. "Greetings, Rock Emperor." Moments later, in the main hall of the Du family, Du Xiaofu met Ming Rongyin. Accompanying him were many elders of the profound underworld sect with high status. All of them were extremely respectful to Du Xiaofu. Being received in the main hall of the Du family made the elders of the profound underworld sect secretly happy. Unknowingly, they had made some judgments that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, was not meeting them in the palace, but in the more important Du family. This proved that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, had already regarded them as one of his own. After the battle with the Great Will sect, how could the elders of the profound underworld sect not know that the profound underworld sect had truly stood on the right side this time? Just think about the consequences of the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect. Everyone is too courteous. Du Xiaofu was not arrogant and was very casual. Previously, Murongying and the others had personally helped him. Du Xiaofu was also grateful. Moreover, he did not have any deep enmity with the profound underworld sect. Du Xiaofu also had a good impression of Ming Rongyin. He had also vented his anger at the profound underworld sect at the Long River in the Middle Province. The group of elders of the profound underworld sect then sat down and exchanged many pleasantries. In the end, these elders took out many treasures, saying that they had obtained them not long ago from the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect. There were also many good things that they wanted to give to the desolate country. Du Xiaofu declined and did not accept them. Those were what the profound underworld sect deserved. He wanted to let the profound underworld sect deal with it themselves. This made the elders of the profound underworld sect secretly happy. They had sent this batch of treasures with the hope that they could truly bind themselves to the desolate country and be treated as one of their own. They wanted to mend the cracks in the past. But now, it seemed that this ferocious and overbearing Du Xiaofu was much gentler than they had imagined. This is a smooth donkey. Some of the experts from the profound underworld sect thought to themselves as they pondered over Du Xiaofu's temperament. This was a docile donkey. As long as they followed this guy and didn't provoke him, this ferocious demon king would definitely be easy to talk to. However, once they provoked the demon king, they would have to bear the consequences. After that, Du Xiaofu met Ming Rongyin alone in the inner hall and asked, "Can I completely trust the Stygian sect?" Ming Rong looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him. Thinking back to when they were in the sealed ancient land, he felt that he could still stand on equal footing with the purple-robed young man. However, even though he was already the sect leader of the profound Xian sect, he was still unable to be compared with the purple-robed young man. In fact, when he stood beside the purple-robed young man, he could feel his Yuan spirit trembling. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was impossible for him to catch up. As long as I am in the profound Xian sect, the desolate country will be able to completely trust the profound Xian sect, Ming Rongyin said. His words were concise and powerful. All right, pick 19 people that you trust. Including you, there will be 20 spots. I will give all of you a great opportunity, Du Xiaofu said. Ming Rongyin's eyes lit up. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he said, "This time, I have brought some people that I trust. I can pick 20 of them." After a while, Du Xiaofu saw the 19 people that Ming Rongyin had brought with him. Among the 19 people, there were 3 old men and 2 middle-aged men. 5 of them were elders of the profound Xian sect. The other 14 were the younger generation of the profound Xian sect. Overall, they were extraordinary. In the outside world, they were like dragons and phoenixes among men. Du Xiaofu smiled. He was even more impressed with Ming Rongyin. At this moment, the people that Ming Rongyin had picked were obviously his own people. This guy wanted to leave the opportunity to his own people. After that, Du Xiaofu nodded and called out the ancient desolate space. He then opened the purple thunder profound cauldron to refine the bodies of the 20 people. Du Xiaofu knew that this might expose the fact that the purple thunder profound cauldron was leaked. However, on the other hand, he might be able to obtain the help of the profound Xian sect in the future. The profound Xian sect would be a great ally. After observing for a while, Du Xiaofu felt that the profound Xian sect could still be trusted, especially Ming Rongyin. This person knew what he should do. "Have you made up your mind?" At night, at the back mountain of the stone cities, Du family, Zhen Qingchen asked Du Xiaofu. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Du Xiaofu's purple robe rippled with the moonlight. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked in the direction of the bright moon and said softly, "I still want to go to legalism." "I knew you would make this decision." Zhen Qingchen was helpless. He didn't seem surprised. He sighed and said seriously, "You should know that as long as you enter legalism, everything bodes ill for you. Once you can't be used, I'm afraid you won't be able to come out." Du Xiaofu had already killed many people in legalism. Zhen Qingchen knew that once he entered legalism this time and couldn't be used, legalism would definitely not let him go. Last time Du Xiaofu went, his heart was dug out and he was sent back. He almost died, but in the end he miraculously survived. What would happen this time? Zhen Qingchen didn't dare to think. He also didn't want Du Xiaofu to go. "My mother and sister are inside. I think that if my drunkard father was here, he would definitely go too. Du Xiaofu turned around and smiled. His clear eyes were clear in the moonlight. But Zhan Qingchen still wanted to say something, but Du Xiaofu continued. Even if I don't go this time, do you think the School of Legalism will just let it go? They've already sent out a great domain realm cultivator. If even stronger ones come, I'm afraid the palace won't be able to stop them. We can inform the golden-winged great rocks, Zhen Qingchen said. The golden-winged great rocks will protect me regardless of the consequences. I'm grateful and trust them. But after all, it's not because I'm strong. I don't want to protect myself. I want to reunite with my family. I want to protect everything around me, my family and everything around me, such as little Qing, little tiger, little demon, elder Eagle King and you. You protected me and took care of me in the past. But I hope that one day I can stand by your side and tell those who want to touch you that I'll destroy their entire family if they dare to touch my big brother. How awe-inspiring would that be? Therefore, the divine domain is also an opportunity for me to explore legalism. You brat. Zhan Qingchen looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him, his voice choked. His inverted triangular eyes were a little moist. Then he said, I know you've already made up your mind, and even 10 oxen can't pull you back. But this time let me go with you. Bring Du Xiaoyao with you, so that we can take care of each other at critical times. No. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He knew that his big brother Zhen Qingchen was afraid that something would happen to him. He smiled and said, This time I really can't bring anyone with me. I have to go alone. I'm not stupid enough to take risks. Legalism is so shameless, so I'll play dirty with him. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked in the direction of Haoyue. He said, I hope I can see my mother and Xiaojing this time. I can feel that they miss me as much as I miss them. Zhan Qingchen patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and didn't say anything. Brother Qingchen, I have to go into seclusion for a few days. When the time comes, I'll go to legalism. Then Du Xiaofu left. Before he went to legalism, there were still some things he needed to prepare. Zhan Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu's back until it disappeared from his sight. In the secret chamber, Du Xiaofu entered the ancient desolate space and then appeared in the purple thunder profound cauldron. Rumble. In one of the spaces within the purple lightning profound cauldron, thunder rumbled incessantly. Purple gold profound lightning rumbled like purple gold lightning pythons shuttling through the void. With a terrifying might, they continuously landed on a horned dragon that was over 100 feet long. At this moment, the 100-meter-long horned dragon was drenched in blood. Its dragon scales were all broken, and it emitted a black mist. Every time a purple gold lightning landed, its skin would split open. Then, just as its body recovered a little, it would immediately explode. It was a tragic sight. Most importantly, the horned dragon was tightly sealed by a restriction. This horned dragon was Qiu Li, who wanted to kill Du Xiaofu on his way back from the immeasurable sect. However, Qiu Li still couldn't figure out why he encountered the two terrifying lords, Jialo Yi and Jialo Yuantu, when he was just about to kill. He was captured alive and had his flesh cut and blood drained. In the end, it was a tragic sight. Qiu Li felt that he was really unlucky this time. In this strange and terrifying lightning, Qiu Li had already been ravaged for an unknown amount of time. He was a horned dragon at the peak of a major region and a consecrator of the Spirit Sky Valley. How could he have imagined that he would one day suffer such a miserable fate? Du Xiaofu appeared in this void of purple gold lightning space. The surrounding thunder clouds immediately dissipated, and the lightning quietly disappeared. Qiu Li's eyes opened. When he saw Du Xiaofu, his eyes trembled and revealed a chill. However, he was absolutely fearful. The great golden-winged punk clan behind this kid was an existence he couldn't provoke. Looking at the horned dragon's miserable body and its weak aura, Du Xiaofu revealed a satisfied smile. Calculating the time, this horned dragon had been crazily struck by the purple gold lightning here for more than a year. It was almost 2 years. However, Du Xiaofu was also a little shocked. The horned dragon at the peak of the great domain realm really had an amazing physical body. After being struck by the purple gold lightning for more than a year, its body was actually only broken and not smashed into pieces. It was already strong enough. "Kid, what exactly do you want?" Qiu Li looked at Du Xiaofu and shouted. His voice was extremely weak and his body was charred black. The horned dragon at the peak of the great domain realm was in a terrible state. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "There are only 2 paths in front of you now. First, I will directly slap you to death and then refine your body into a puppet. I believe you have seen the 3-headed sea dragon snake and the other snake puppets. If I use your body to refine them, they will definitely be stronger and I will be even more satisfied." "Kid, you dare!" Qiu Li's eyes widened and revealed a frightening, ferocious light. Although he was restricted, he still had a terrifying aura. "Do you think I won't dare?" Du Xiaofu waved his hand and a huge purple gold lightning surged out of thin air. It ruthlessly struck Qiu Li's body, causing him to howl in pain. Qiu Li was speechless. This kid in front of him had the support of the great golden-winged Peng clan. How could he not dare to kill him? The days of being struck by lightning were also long and lonely for Qiu Li. It destroyed his confidence and made him more and more afraid. "What about the second path?" Qiu Li asked. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a pair of ferocious eyes. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but there was also a murderous glint in his eyes. Chapter 1525. "Submit to me, and I'll place a little trick in your beast soul," Du Xiaofu said to Qiu Li. "Impossible. That's absolutely impossible." Qiu Li shouted. For better or for worse, he had the bloodline of dragons. In the outside world, he was Spirit Sky Valley's consecrated elder. How could he submit to that brat? To put it bluntly, this was the same as becoming that brat's mount. If word of this got out, how could he, the mighty Qiu Li, ever establish himself in Kyushu? He might not even be able to return to the dragons. He wouldn't even have the face to return to the beast region. Then you can choose the first path. Your physical body can still be used by me. Du Xiaofu said. Blazing purple gold lightning gathered in his palm, forming a destructive lightning seal. The lightning seal pulsed with palpitating energy. Without the slightest hesitation, he slapped it between Qiu Li's eyebrows. Killing intent filled the air. Crackle! The blazing purple gold lightning was accompanied by absolute destruction. It pierced through the air and instantly arrived in front of Qiu Li. Qiu Li's eyes trembled. He never would have imagined that Du Xiaofu would be so decisive. At that moment, Qiu Li could truly feel the aura of death. That brat was truly going for the kill. Currently, Qiu Li was restricted. He couldn't resist at all. "Stop! I choose the second option. Stop!" In the blink of an eye, Qiu Li instinctively shouted. Qiu Li didn't want to die. After living for several thousand years, he absolutely didn't want to die. Even if he died, he'd be used anyway. Right now, he didn't even have the strength to self-destruct. He might as well choose the second option. Rumble. The purple gold thunderbolt in Du Xiaofu's palm abruptly stopped in front of Qiu Li's glabella. The dazzling and heart-palpitating purple gold thunderbolt gradually disappeared. Du Xiaofu's eyes, which were filled with killing intent, quietly withdrew a smile. Qiu Li's ferocious eyes twitched fiercely. If he had been a step slower just now, he would have suffered a calamity. That brat was definitely a ruthless and decisive person. "I will put something in your beast soul, but I won't take your life. You can still cultivate in the future. I can even give you a big opportunity to help you cultivate. But if you dare to resist, I will kill you without hesitation. I won't give you a second chance." Du Xiaofu warned Qiu Li calmly. A candy and a beating. However, It was this kind of casual warning that made Qiu Li even more fearful. As he chose to live, his will was completely destroyed. All living beings, including humans, were like this. When faced with the choice of others, when they had to beg others before they could survive, their own will would be destroyed. Then, as Qiu Li's murderous eyes trembled, Du Xiaofu activated the blood soul seal and placed it in Qiu Li's beast soul. Although everything about Qiu Li was restricted, his beast soul could not be exposed in the depths of his mind. However, this did not affect his beast soul. If Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit entered and encountered resistance from the beast soul, he would have to pay a heavy price. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not dare to directly place the blood soul seal in the horned dragon's beast soul. The power of his primordial spirit was not weak, but Qiu Li's beast soul was at the peak of the great domain realm and was only one step away from the domain realm. One could imagine how strong it was. If an accident happened, his primordial spirit would be greatly affected. Du Xiaofu had placed Qiu Li in the purple thunder profound cauldron and struck it with purple gold lightning for more than a year. It was not that he had forgotten that Qiu Li was in the purple thunder profound cauldron, but that he wanted to completely destroy Qiu Li's will. A horned dragon expert who was only one step away from the domain realm. If he could subdue him and use him, he would definitely be of great help. Du Xiaofu had this idea long ago. Almost an hour later, Du Xiaofu finally succeeded in placing the blood soul seal in Qiu Li's beast soul. Du Xiaofu rejoiced that he did not try to forcefully place the seal in Qiu Li's beast soul. It was already extremely difficult with Qiu Li's cooperation. If Qiu Li's beast soul resisted and attacked, he would definitely suffer a backlash. When the blood soul seal was completely placed, the ferocity and hatred towards Du Xiaofu in Qiu Li's beast soul was quietly erased. Its ferocious eyes began to become docile. Du Xiaofu could not easily undo the restriction placed by Fourth Elder Jialo Yi. Before Fourth Elder Jialo left the clan, Du Xiaofu wanted to place a seal on Qiu Li's body that could undo the restriction placed on it. Roar! When the restriction was undone, the dragon roared. Qiu Li's true form, which was over 100 feet long, immediately rushed out with a roar. The horned dragon's true form spanned across the sky. Qiu Li had transformed into a true dragon. It was much larger than Du Xiaofu's 4 skeletal snake puppets. The 2 horns on its forehead were densely covered in dazzling talisman patterns, and the dragon scales all over its body were suffused with radiance. Roar! Roar! After being imprisoned for so long, Qiu Li's roar was like a tidal wave that swept across the sky. The dragon's might filled the sky, but its dragon scales were still broken, and it was dripping with blood. Master! After a while, Qiu Li's true form disappeared and turned into a green-robed elder. He had drooping eyebrows and bulging temples, as if he had grown 2 horns. His eyes were docile and respectful. First, adjust your breath. Then, I'll give you an opportunity. Du Xiaofu gave Qiu Li a lot of spirit herbs and left the purple thunder profound cauldron. Then, Du Xiaofu entered the ancient, desolate space. He sat cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands. After a while, Du Xiaofu entered an extremely mysterious state. He muttered words silently as the talisman patterns on his body flashed and shrouded him in multicolored light. In the end, Du Xiaofu's skin actually began to squirm. All the bones in his body were also creaking. Everything was mysterious and shocking. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was in seclusion to cultivate the disguised divine art. He had learned it from the Yin Thunder Taoist and had already comprehended it. This time, Du Xiaofu wanted to go to legalism. Legalism had invited so many people. He wanted to take the opportunity to sneak in. This might be a rare opportunity, and the disguised divine art would play a huge role. Normally, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to enter legalism. It was basically impossible. Du Xiaofu was not stupid to enter legalism openly. Legalism was so shameless that it even sent a grand domain cultivator to deal with him. If he entered legalism, it would be even more impolite. This time, legalism had invited so many people. Du Xiaofu hoped to see his mother and sister Xiaojing. He also wanted to take the opportunity to see the strength of the younger generation of the other 8 clans. Du Xiaofu was also concerned about the divine domain. If what Sima Taxing said was true, then the divine domain would be an opportunity for him to become stronger. Bastard, that's a shameless bastard. In the ancient hall of legalism, Qin Wei shouted angrily. At this moment, Qin Wei's face was still pale. The severed arm on his body was eye-catching, and his eyes seemed to be on fire. He was a grand domain cultivator and could defeat all cultivators of the same level in the outside world. He could also fight against cultivators of the outside world. However, Qin Wei did not expect to be in such a sorry state in the small imperial palace of the desolate country. Not only was he seriously injured, but he also lost an arm. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in his life. If he had not paid the price to forcibly break the formation, he would have lost his life in the imperial palace of the desolate country. Is that kid really so strong? In the hall, many experts of legalism widened their eyes and looked curiously at Qin Wei. It was really hard for them to imagine that Qin Wei would return in such a sorry state after descending to the lower world. Not only did he fail to save the younger generation of his family, but he also suffered serious injuries. It's not that the kid is strong, but the imperial palace's dragon chi is too strong. That kid also set up dozens of killing formations in the imperial palace. They are all interlocked and connected. Once you enter, there is no way out. You can only force your way through. Qin Wei's face was full of anger, but when he carefully recalled everything that happened in the imperial palace of the desolate country, he still had some lingering fear. You know so many killing formations, and the imperial palace's dragon chi is so strong. How did you break in? An old man asked Qin Wei with a puzzled look. Hearing this, Qin Wei was almost angered to the point of spitting blood. This was like rubbing salt on his wound. That brat was completely tricking him, intentionally showing weakness, yet still feigning calmness and bluffing to lure him in. If he had known that the imperial palace's dragon chi and killing formations were so powerful, he would not have broken in. That kid is too insidious, Qin Wei said angrily. Just how strong is that kid? An old man asked. In comparison, he was more interested in Du Xiaofu's current cultivation strength. That kid is very strange. I can't see through the aura on his body. In this fight, that kid completely relied on the imperial palace's dragon chi and dozens of killing formations. If it was a one-on-one fight, I would definitely be able to crush that bastard with my little finger, Qin Wei said in a deep voice. This time when he went to the desolate country in the lower world, he could not even see through that kid's true strength. This definitely made him feel aggrieved. That brat is so arrogant. He's completely provoking our school of legalism. An old man's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He asked Qin Wei, if that's the case, that kid won't be coming to the birthday celebration of the old Supreme Lord, right? Qin Wei's face was very ugly. He did not know if that kid knew his purpose of going down, because he did not make it clear when he went down. He only wanted to capture that kid and bring him back. After being rejected by that kid, he did not expect that he would be chased and forced to flee. Finally, Qin Wei said, I told that kid to meet his mother. When the time comes, we will come to the legalism. I don't know if that kid has the guts to come. Let's put this matter on hold for a few days. The old Supreme Lord's birthday celebration is coming. People from all sides will arrive in advance. There cannot be any accidents. We have to protect the dignity of our legalism. Those few juniors are not dead yet. I believe that Du Xiaofu would not dare to kill them for the sake of his desolate country. We will deal with him after the old Supreme Lord's birthday celebration. An old man said, "Let that kid come to the legalism." It was the old Supreme Lord himself who asked. When the old Supreme Lord asks, how should we answer? A middle-aged man asked. We have already informed him. That kid will not come. If the old Supreme Lord asks, just answer truthfully. The old man who spoke just now continued with a cold voice, "It's good that the kid doesn't come. If he really comes, it will save us a lot of time." A few days later, Du Xiaofu came out of the Du family's secret chamber. Chapter 1526. "Big brother, we'll go with you to legalism," said Du Xiaoqing. "You really don't need me to go with you?" asked Du Xiaoyao. "It's too risky." "You can't go like this," said Ouyang Shuang, glaring at Du Xiaofu. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Little Tiger, Guiche, and the others didn't want Du Xiaofu to go to legalism. "Don't worry. I'll be fine by myself. It'll be inconvenient if there are too many people. I'll be careful." Du Xiaofu smiled, then said to the ape god and the others, "Go back to the beast region and keep an eye on Little Star's whereabouts." Seeing Du Xiaofu's insistence, they could only nod. Du Xiaofu bade them farewell. This trip might be dangerous. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to say goodbye in time. "Are you stupid? Why do you insist on going to legalism?" Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Xiaofu angrily. "This is an opportunity. I have to go. Don't worry, I'll definitely return safely. I'm a tough guy. I can't die even if I want to," replied Du Xiaofu. Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu, then pursed her lips. She asked Du Xiaofu, "Little Qing said you're going to marry Zijin. Is that true?" "Big sister Shuang, Little Qing was clearly talking about you." Yi Zijin, who wasn't far away, immediately blushed. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was also looking at Du Xiaofu curiously. "Of course. When I return, I'll marry both of you. In any case, big uncle and second uncle think it's time for me to have children. When the time comes, you two can serve me in bed together. Go die." Ouyang Shuang shouted and kicked him. "In your dreams." Yi Zijin didn't hold back. However, she didn't kick him like Ouyang Shuang. "Haha, I'm leaving." Du Xiaofu immediately turned around and soared into the air. Ouyang Shuang's kick missed. "Bastard, don't take too many risks. You have to come back safely." Ouyang Shuang said loudly. Her large and beautiful eyes were filled with worry and expectation. "Did you hear that? I really didn't lie. Brother really wants to marry Sister Shuang and Sister Zijin." Du Xiaoqing clarified herself. No one believed her words a few days ago. Zhan Qingchen, Master Apothecary, Wu Ming, Du Yunlong, and the others did not say anything. They quietly watched the purple-robed figure disappear before leaving. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky. With his current cultivation, he could tear space apart and travel through it. Not long after, he arrived outside the Great Will sect. "How are you? I'll come and see you next time." Looking at the Great Luin sect, Du Xiaofu paused for a while before leaving with a smile. The continuous mountain range was verdant and lush. In a secret chamber, a fairy-like woman sat cross-legged. Her surroundings were shrouded in a dazzling green light, causing her snow-white skin to look crystal clear and full of vitality. "Chi!" Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and raised her head slightly. Her delicate, fairy-like face had eyebrows like jade feathers, and her eyes were filled with a green radiance. Then, the woman slowly closed her eyes. Dense green light lingered around her and continuously flowed into her body, causing her snow-white skin to look even more crystal clear. Dusk. The sky was filled with the glow of the sunset. The mountain range was connected, giving off an ancient and boundless aura. On top of the mountain peak, under the cover of the sunset, there was a beautiful woman standing quietly. 2 strands of black and translucent hair gently brushed against her face. Wrapped in a light green dress, her small waist outlined a graceful arc. This absolute beauty was too beautiful. This kind of absolute beauty was not only in terms of appearance, but also in terms of temperament. It was even more so in terms of her blood. She was so beautiful that other women would be overshadowed in front of her. Miss, we just received news that Legalism's Qin Wei, a great domain realm cultivator, went to the desolate country's imperial palace. In the end, he was chased by Du Xiaofu and fled miserably. A figure appeared behind the beautiful woman. It was an old man with a smile and some shock in his eyes. He said, "It seems like that kid is quite capable. Although this has something to do with the imperial qi of the imperial palace. Just the fact that he killed Dongli Chihuang, a nirvana sovereign from the outside world, is already impressive enough." Hearing this, the woman smiled slightly. She was like a real immortal that had descended to the mortal world, untainted by the mortal world. But then she frowned slightly and her expression turned cold. Her delicate red lips parted slightly as she said softly, "Du Xiaofu is already the young master of the golden-winged great rocks. Legalism has repeatedly acted. Is he not afraid of the golden-winged great rocks? The golden-winged great rocks have not appeared in the world for a long time. There has always been a barrier between the human race and the beast race. Legalism should not be afraid of the golden-winged great rocks, but I'm afraid that he has forgotten about the golden-winged great rocks." The old man said, "Perhaps this time legalism went to the desolate country because they heard that Du Xiaofu had killed Dongli Chihuang. Legalism wanted to use the divine domain, but from the results, that brat Du Xiaofu did not give them any face at all. With Xiaofu's temper, how could he be used by legalism? Xiaofu has a good relationship with the ancient heaven sect and the profound talisman sect. Now that he is the young master of the golden-winged great rocks, he should already know about the divine domain." The woman's eyebrows curved as she gazed at the sunset sky. The light in her eyes flickered as she softly said, "I knew you would be fine. It won't be long before we meet again. Miss, the clan plans to send the young master to legalism this time. He should be leaving soon." The old man smiled. "It seems like Xiaofu won't be going to legalism. In any case, I have no interest in going to legalism." The beautiful woman pouted as her eyes began to change color, revealing a kind of majesty. She did not know why she did not have a good impression of legalism. No, Xiaofu's mother and sister are still studying legalism. With his temper he might really go. Once he enters legalism, I'm afraid it bodes ill rather than well. Suddenly, the beautiful woman's charming face sank and became even more majestic. Her eyes emitted a star-like brilliance as she said, "Elder Kong, this time, I want to go to legalism, personally." "Miss, don't even think about it. Legalism only wants to use this opportunity to probe the other clans. The elders in the clan will not let you go to legalism and expose yourself." The old man shook his head and said with certainty. The beautiful woman remained silent for a while before saying, "I have to go find Jejun and tell him to pay attention." "Miss, with the young master's temper, you should tell him. Maybe the entire clan will know by then. Moreover, the young master might even cause trouble for that brat." The old man kindly reminded the beautiful woman, "Although Jejun is naughty, he listens to me very well. After I tell him, there shouldn't be any big problems." The beautiful woman suddenly thought of something. She glared at the old man and said, "Elder Kong, I'm afraid the clan will know something. I only want Jejun to help me pay attention to Xiaofu. It doesn't mean anything, miss. If it was in the past, the clan would definitely not agree." The old man smiled and said to the beautiful woman, "But now there is a turning point. If that brat really defeated Dongli Chihuang, who is at the nirvana stage, I believe that if he can lend us a hand in the divine domain, perhaps the clan will take a step back. Back then, that person from the Mo clan and Sima Taxing from the Ancient Heaven sect were also tacitly approved by the Mo clan." "Elder Kong, what are you talking about?" The beautiful woman pouted. Her skirt spread slightly and her intelligent eyes revealed an undetectable strange gaze. She murmured, "Given his character, How can he be used by anyone? I don't want him to be like that, either. He has his own path to walk. Sky Plain, outside Kyushu, close to Tianhuang mainland. It was a vast plain. Looking up, one could see the endless blue sky, which was why it was called the Sky Plain. Rumor had it that there was nothing in the Sky Plain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was scarce, and there were no treasures or natural treasures. As a result, no one usually set foot there. But recently, the depths of the Sky Plain were bustling with activity. Chapter 1527. This was because an ancient city had appeared out of thin air in the Sky Plains. It was majestic and exuded an ancient aura. There were even clouds and mist lingering around it. The appearance of this huge city immediately caused the clouds to move. However, to ordinary people and even ordinary cultivators, this was just a legend. They didn't even know of its existence. This city was called the City in the Sky. Its existence was known only by some of the colossal figures in the 9 states. It was a terrifying city. However, in this world, no one dared to set their eyes on this huge city because it was the entrance to legalism. Above Kyushu, there were billions of creatures. Only the ancient heaven sect, the Saman Sword sect, and the 100 Flowers Gate knew that they were the biggest giants. However, to the ancient heaven sect, the Saman Sword sect, the 100 Flowers Gate, the Heavenly Music sect, and a few other great clans, only they knew that the strongest existences in this world weren't them. It was the 9 great clans, the 4 seas, Wudong Mountain, and the terrifying existences in the demon realm. The 9 great clans, even if they were now hidden from the world and ordinary people didn't know of them, everything they left behind in this world had been influential to this day. Only the top figures in this world knew that in this world, whether it was the cultivation methods, martial skills, magical means, and so on of cultivators or the knowledge and methods of governing the world among mortals, they were all directly related to the 9 great clans. Legalism was one of the 9 great clans. It was said that even if they were hidden from the world, they still had many powerful experts. Any one of them could make the outside world tremble. They were the real giants in this world, and could look down on the ancient heaven sect, the Heavenly Music sect, and the 100 Flowers Gate. Sigh, we can't get through. They're too strong. Even you Bufon only tied. Those legalism people are too strong. They can defeat us at the same level. There were thousands of people, and only about 200 had a chance to get through the legalism. The others were all defeated and kicked out of the arena. A young man with long purple hair and golden clothes appeared in Sky City. He was quite handsome. His eyes were clear and bright, and he always had a smile on his face. The young man looked around Sky City curiously, as if he didn't expect there to be a sea of people here. In the center of Sky City, there was a huge battle arena where 2 people were challenging each other. Looking at the people around the arena, a sharp light flashed in the young man's eyes, but he quickly hid it so that no one saw it. The young man in golden armor was none other than Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu had only used the disguised divine art to hide his original appearance. Even his height and build had changed. He looked like a completely different person from before. At this moment, even those who were familiar with him would not be able to recognize him. From Li Da's nascent divinity, Du Xiaofu learned of the existence of Sky City. It was the exit of the legalism hidden in the Sky Plains. There was a spatial wormhole that led to the legalism. Whenever someone from legalism went out, Sky City would appear. Normally, Sky City wouldn't be seen on the Sky Plains. Such a large expenditure was not something that an ordinary force could bear. It was enough to show how deep the foundation of legalism was. This time, legalism had invited everyone, but the legalism only invited the most powerful forces in the world. Only the younger generation of these top forces could be invited into the school of legalism. However, at the same time, legalism's invitation also gave the world a chance. As long as someone could defeat any of the legalism's younger generation members on the battle arena, they would be able to enter legalism and listen to the legalism's supreme experts preach. This kind of opportunity was a huge opportunity for the cultivators of the outside world. It caused a commotion everywhere. Countless cultivators gathered in Sky City, hoping to obtain such an opportunity. Of course, those who could obtain this news were not ordinary people. For ordinary people, this news would not even be heard. Their talents are all extraordinary. Du Xiaofu sized up the people gathered in Sky City. Amidst the hustle and bustle, there were people of all ages coming and going, but every single one of them was extraordinary. It could be said that there were no mediocre people here. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Legalism's appeal was really not weak. In the vast Sky City, there were even many textile markets that had appeared recently. People were taking advantage of this opportunity to trade cultivation resources, secret bones, martial skills, formations, refining materials, precious medicines, and so on. There were even many items that were rarely seen in the outside world that could be freely traded and traded. However, there were no guards in the huge Sky City. Of course, Du Xiaofu didn't find it strange. Sky City was legalism. Who would dare to behave atrociously in legalism's territory? Du Xiaofu looked around and even bought a few rare spiritual medicines. There weren't many people in the city who practiced legalism. Everyone who came to Sky City wanted to find an opportunity to enter legalism. However, only those who defeated legalism could enter. How do the battles in the arena work? Then Du Xiaofu asked a young man, wanting to know the rules of the arena. It seemed that, at present, only those who defeated legalism in the arena could enter legalism. There are restrictions placed in the arena by legalism. Once you enter, both of you will be maintained at the initial stage of the martial honorable realm. However, if your strength is lower than the martial honorable realm, you are not qualified to go up. No treasures can be used in the battle. If you can defeat legalism, you will have the opportunity to enter legalism. The young man looked at Du Xiaofu and was quite enthusiastic. It's the same as the divine realm. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. The restrictions on the arena were the same as the divine realm that his senior brother, Sima Taxing, had mentioned. Once you entered, you would be maintained at a certain cultivation level. However, it was clear that the legalists were unable to set up something as powerful as the divine domain space. Therefore, legalism could only set up a small arena and only maintain the initial stage of the martial honorable realm. Even if one's cultivation was lower than the martial honorable realm, they would not be able to become a martial honorable. Otherwise, the benefits would be too great for legalism. In this kind of battle, the only thing that mattered was the strength of the physical body and the comprehension of various means. Why do you want to compete? But be careful of legalism. They are all extraordinary people. Too many people have been defeated. The young man sighed. He also wanted to go, but after seeing many battles, he had lost his confidence. I'll take a look and try again if I have the chance. Du Xiaofu smiled. He did not intend to go immediately. He wanted to know more. If you are not sure, don't go and embarrass yourself. Let's just watch the fun. Many extraordinary people have been defeated. The young man kindly said to Du Xiaofu, "Thank you for the reminder." Du Xiaofu nodded and continued to look around. Unknowingly, he had walked to the edge of the arena. Bang! In the arena, a middle-aged man was kicked out of the arena and fell heavily to the ground. He spat out blood and his face was pale. Is there no one who is stronger? You people from the outside world are too weak. You have disappointed me. In the arena, a young man who was only 17 or 18 years old had barely reached adulthood. He was wearing a green battle suit and was barehanded. His body was surrounded by a glow. He stood in the arena and looked down on the people around him. He was extremely arrogant. He did have the capital to be arrogant. From the discussions around him, this young man who had just reached adulthood had won 49 consecutive battles. He was only an adult and was already a martial honorable realm. How shocking! He is looking down on others. I really hope someone can go up and teach him a lesson and vent our anger for us. The arrogance of the young man caused an uproar in the crowd. Most of the people present were young people, and they were not ordinary people. Usually, each of them had their own temper and arrogance. It was easy to imagine how uncomfortable it would feel to be looked down upon like this. Although the crowd was indignant, the crowd looked at each other and no one went up. In the past few days, the strongest forces and the most popular younger generation had been beaten down. The crowd's confidence was completely destroyed and no one dared to go up. "Let me." Suddenly, an old man went up the arena. His aura was strong, and he wanted to fight with the legalism young man. "You are too old and your talent is limited. It is a waste to let you enter the legalism to listen to the sovereign sermon. You are not qualified." The arrogant young man glanced at the old man, but he directly rejected the old man's challenge and refused to accept it. The old man was too old and his future was limited. He was not someone the legalism wanted. The old man was furious that he was being looked down on by a young man. He wanted to flare up, but he had no choice but to hold it in. This was Sky City of legalism. If he were to flare up, he would be the one to die. In the end, the old man could only leave sullenly. He looked a little disappointed and embarrassed. "It's already close to dusk. These are the last 2 hours. Only 2 of you have done well in the past few days, able to beat our peers from the school of legalism by a little. The others are all tied, but let me tell you this. We might not even be able to make it into the top 1,000 of the legalism family." The arrogant young man looked around. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the crowd. He had a sacred pride of being a disciple of legalism. "They are not even in the top 1,000 of legalism. Yu Bufan and Mu Yumming are famous. Rumor has it that Mu Yumming fought with Bailey Wuya of the Golden Spear sect. Although he was defeated by Bailey Wuya in the end, he only lost after exchanging 600 moves. Now he is only tied with someone who is not in the top 1,000 of legalism. The legalism people are too strong." Hearing this, the crowd burst into discussion. Facing the legalism people, they were filled with a sense of powerlessness. They really wanted to go to legalism. It was a great opportunity for them. Legalism was the same as the other 8 families. It was a holy land for cultivation. Among them, there were rogue cultivators, disciples of the major factions, and elites of the major clans. They did not hesitate to pay a huge price to come to Sky City in order to enter legalism. At that time, they would definitely gain a lot. However, the final result made them feel helpless and gloomy. Chapter 1528. Legalism was a holy land for cultivation. It was one of the strongest and oldest existences in the world. It was rumored that within legalism, there were countless cultivation experiences left behind by ancient powerhouses. There were even relics left behind by ancient sovereigns. If they could obtain the opportunity to comprehend it, it would at least allow them to make a substantial leap compared to their current state. However, it was too difficult to enter legalism. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when the next one would be. Perhaps they wouldn't have another chance in this lifetime. Roar! Suddenly, outside Sky City, the roars of beasts were like thunder. Many beasts soared into the sky. Multicolored light filled the sky and covering the sunset. A ferocious aura enveloped the entire city. Waves of terrifying auras descended, ancient and majestic, shaking the entire Sky City. That aura was like that of a supreme being. Those with lower cultivation couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves. Many ferocious beasts appeared, all of which were rarely seen in the outside world. They soared into the sky and entered the depths of Sky City. On the backs of those ferocious beasts, there were many extraordinary figures. There weren't many of them, at most 100 in total, but their auras were extremely terrifying. Only when those ferocious beasts disappeared did the people in Sky City slowly come back to their senses. That should be one of the other 8 families going to legalism. Those beasts are all ancient species. None of them can be seen in the outside world. I wonder which family they are from. What a terrifying aura. These days, the dragons of the four seas and the phoenixes of Wudong Mountain have already entered. The 7 families of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, Nong, Mo, Yin, and Ming have all entered one after another. Only the house of vertical and horizontal can cause such a commotion. This time the younger generations of the 9 great families have gathered. The dragons and phoenixes have also joined. I wonder what kind of sparks will fly. I'm really looking forward to it. It's a pity that we can't enter legalism. I really want to go in and take a look. It's a pity that we're not fated. The surrounding people discussed with envy and sighed. Many of them had a certain background, so they knew many secrets of this world and knew of the 9 great families' existence. The house of vertical and horizontal. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly as he watched the school of vertical and horizontal leave. The school of vertical and horizontal was also a big family. Du Xiaofu could sense that the auras of these people were not weak. The members of these large families were indeed much stronger than their peers in the outside world. It's the last hour. Is there really no one who wants to give it a try? Don't you people from the outside world even have the courage to give it a try? On the arena, the arrogant legalism youth continued to speak loudly. He was extremely awe-inspiring as he looked down on the entire city. Sigh! Countless youths in the surrounding sighed. Many experts clenched their fists tightly, eager to give it a try. But in the end, when they saw that many youths were kicked out of the arena and were riddled with injuries, they could only hold back. Will there be a difference in treatment between a draw and a defeat in the arena? Du Xiaofu looked at the ring and asked a pretty girl in a tight suit, "Brat, are you seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation? Do you want to get beaten up?" Beside the pretty girl, a well-dressed youth stared at Du Xiaofu with a warning gaze, telling Du Xiaofu to stay away. "I'm not striking up a conversation. I just want to ask." Du Xiaofu was helpless. Did he look like a pervert? The woman was very generous. She smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "Sir, do you want to go to the ring? As long as you can tie with someone from the school of legalism, you'll be able to get a spot. However, if you can defeat someone from the school of legalism, you'll be able to become a guest of the school of legalism. I'm sure you'll be treated differently then." "Thank you, young lady." Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "I want to go to the arena and give it a try. I don't know if young lady wants me to tie with the legalism youth or defeat the legalism youth. So whatever I say is what it is." The beautiful woman was slightly taken aback. Then she smiled faintly and looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. "Of course, whatever young lady says is what it is. If young lady wishes for me to lose, then I am willing to lose in order to make young lady smile." Du Xiaofu said with a smile, "Who is this guy? His skin is too thick. He is really shameless. This guy must have some guts. He even dares to flirt with Azura Blade Liang Hui. Before, Azura Blade Liang Hui was only defeated by the legalism youth. This guy is really brave. I like him. He is simply a role model for my generation." Many people stared at Du Xiaofu and discussed curiously. "We have to respect young ladies, especially beautiful young ladies. Do you understand?" However, Du Xiaofu still had a smile on his face. He didn't feel that he was shameless at all and was still seriously talking to the people around him. Shameless. He clearly knows that he can't win. Yet, he still says that he is willing to lose. Too shameless. Looking at Du Xiaofu's pig-like smile, it immediately aroused public anger. "This young master, if you really have the heart, then how about you defeat the legalism youth in one move? You can also vent the anger of our peers on Kyushu." Azura Blade Liang Hui smiled faintly. Although she wasn't a peerless beauty that could enter one's heart, she was still very moving. Azura Blade Liang Hui was quite famous outside and definitely wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was clearly teaching Du Xiaofu a lesson for his frivolity. "Okay, since the young lady wants me to defeat him in one move, then I will defeat the legalism youth in one move." When the time comes, the young lady only needs to smile. Du Xiaofu patted his chest and made a solemn vow. You really know how to brag. Defeating the legalism youth? Do you think you are the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? Compared to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, you are probably worlds apart. Back then, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, slaughtered everyone on Tianhuang continent. He slew the Dragon Nine and killed the legalism youth. Who can compare to him? The crowd was in an uproar as they all looked at Du Xiaofu with disdain. Shill, lower your voice. If the legalism youth hear you, it will be disastrous. In the crowd, when the Demon King Du Xiaofu was mentioned, everyone immediately fell silent. Is the Demon King Du Xiaofu that strong? Why am I worlds apart? Du Xiaofu pouted, very unconvinced. Brat, if you don't defeat the legalism youth in one move today, I will tear you to pieces once we leave Sky City. The finely dressed young man beside Azura blade, Liang Hui, spoke, glaring fiercely at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were about to spit fire. He was the flower's guardian who had been waiting by the side all this time. At this moment, this guy actually dared to openly tease the flower he was guarding. This was simply not putting him in his eyes. Don't worry. I will definitely fulfill my promise to this beautiful young lady. Du Xiaofu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking very confident. Then he directly walked to the middle of the stage, immediately attracting a lot of attention. On the stage, runes flickered. Du Xiaofu did not immediately walk into the stage. Instead, he stood at the edge and looked around. At a glance, he could see that this stage had been arranged with extraordinary means. Finally, someone came up. He should be the last one. On the stage, the legalism youth glanced at Du Xiaofu, but did not take it to heart. You are too young. I won't bully you. Let's get someone older to come up, lest you say I am bullying you. Du Xiaofu also glanced at the legalism youth, then waved at Azura blade Liang Hui from afar. This brat is really bold. Azura blade Liang Hui was surrounded by many people. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, they felt helpless. At this moment, this brat still had the guts to meditate with Azura blade Liang Hui. They had to admit that he was really bold. Brat, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. Come up. You will pay the price for what you said. The legalism youth's face darkened. This was the first person who dared to disregard him from the outside world. However, he then sneered. An arrogant brat from the outside world did not even have the qualifications to make him angry. All right then, in order to win a smile from the beauty, I can only take action against you. Du Xiaofu appeared to be very helpless as he stepped into the arena. Boom! The arena, which seemed to be only a few dozen feet in size, immediately trembled when Du Xiaofu stepped on it. Du Xiaofu, who was in the stage, also felt strange. Everything in his body had changed. His cultivation seemed to have gone back in time and returned to the initial stage of the martial honorable realm. Fortunately, his physical body did not seem to have weakened. When Du Xiaofu landed on the arena, he simultaneously felt that the space within the arena had instantly become vast. Just a moment ago, that young man was clearly not far from him. However, at this moment, they were facing each other from a distance. What a strange technique. It contains spatial techniques. When I have time, I have to study it properly. Du Xiaofu's heart turned serious. Among the techniques in the stage, other than suppressing one's cultivation, it also contained spatial techniques. As his cultivation increased, Du Xiaofu realized that the path of cultivation was not only about the comprehension of beast energy and celestial qi. Just like the tyrannical sword path, tyrannical fist path, tyrannical qi path, they all represented the ultimacy of heaven and earth. The golden-winged rock clan's rock of 10,000 miles contained the ultimacy of time and space. If he could make progress in these two areas, the speed of his rock of 10,000 miles would be even more shocking. Brat, pay the price for your words. His voice was like thunder as rays of light filled the air. The legalism youth directly took action. His figure swept across the sky and emitted an aura that shot up to the clouds. He looked down on Du Xiaofu and punched down. Boom! This punch contained the power to break the heavens. The runes were bright and the power was shocking. It was like lightning and instantly landed in front of Du Xiaofu. That brat is asking for it. Beside Azura blade Liang Hui, the youth in luxurious clothes snorted. He was waiting for that brat to be taught a lesson that even his mother would not be able to recognize. Chapter 1529. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and no one could clearly see what had happened. Puff! Soon after, the legalism youth's body flew out of the arena. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fiercely fell below the arena. The legalism youth's fate was very miserable. His fist was dripping with blood, and his palm was cracked. He struggled several times, but in the end he could not stand up. His eyes were filled with despair. The entire arena was silent. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. This result made it difficult for everyone to recover for a while. The red lips on Azura blade Liang Hui's pretty face also turned into a circle in shock. The well-dressed young man beside her was even more dumbstruck. One move. That guy really defeated the legalism youth with one move. Heavens, it really was one move. That guy is the real deal. After a moment of silence, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed again and again. Many people were suppressed to the point where they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The legalism youth did not put them in his eyes. At this moment, they finally vented their resentment. A few legalism youth hurriedly went down and helped the arrogant youth up. They checked his injuries and gave him a pill. A young man in his late 20s from the school of legalism stood at the front outside the ring. He stared at Du Xiaofu with a rather heavy gaze and said, "You sure are vicious. Looks like you specialize in cultivating the body." This youth could see that the youth in battle clothes who was able to heavily injure the youth with one move and crack his fist must have cultivated his physical body. In this kind of arena, where cultivation was suppressed, those who cultivated their physical body had a lot of advantages. Wrong. I'm a spiritual talisman master. Besides, he's too weak. I've already said that I want to change to another person to avoid being called a bully. If you're not convinced, you can come up and help him vent his anger. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled with an indifferent expression. That guy is a spiritual talisman master? When the crowd heard this, especially those who had ridiculed and despised Du Xiaofu, they were even more surprised. The guy who was wearing battle clothes was clearly dressed as a cultivator, but he was actually a talisman master. It was fine if a talisman master didn't wear a talisman master robe, but he was actually able to heavily injure a person of legalism. This was clearly embarrassing for the people of legalism. Sure enough, when the legalism youth heard this, his eyebrows twitched slightly, and his eyes secretly twitched. He looked at Du Xiaofu on the stage and said, "You have already obtained a spot to enter my legalism. There is no need for me to take action, or else the spot will be gone. It doesn't matter. If you can defeat me, I'll accept my fate." "I'm just afraid that you won't accept it," Du Xiaofu said nonchalantly. Is this guy bold because he's skilled, or is he just arrogant? He's actually challenging someone from the school of legalism. Someone whispered. The legalism youth was clearly angry, yet that guy still dared to provoke him. "Brat, you are too arrogant in front of my legalism. I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat me, you will have the qualifications to become an honored guest of my legalism. If you lose, you will also lose the qualifications to enter my legalism." The legalism youth spoke and jumped onto the stage. Although this stage restricted cultivation, there were still many strong and weak people. The youth who had just become an adult had only recently broken through to martial saint. His physical strength and comprehension were far from enough, so he would still be at a disadvantage if he encountered a high-level martial saint. But even so, the youth had already won 49 matches in a row, which was enough to show the strength of legalism. That's more like it, but it seems to be very weak. Du Xiaofu looked at the legalism youth who came up again and only glanced at him indifferently. You will know once you try. The youth stepped onto the stage and said indifferently. He didn't stop at all and directly attacked. Boom! Suddenly, multicolored light shot into the sky and blazing runes intertwined in all directions, finally forming a long spear. It was sparkling and translucent, blazing like lightning, and pierced through the void towards Du Xiaofu. The long spear was like a real object, and it emitted a monstrous aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything, causing the entire stage to tremble. There was no doubt that the second youth was much stronger than the arrogant youth from before. However, Du Xiaofu didn't dodge at all. He waved his hand, and a resplendent light that looked like purple flames and starlight collided with the long spear. Boom! Under this collision, the blazing light flooded the entire stage. It was so dazzling that no one could see it, and only a rumbling sound reverberated in the stage. Uffed! Afterwards, everyone clearly heard the sound of someone coughing up blood. Just as they were guessing who had lost, they saw the second young man from the school of legalism fly out like the first young man. In the end, he fell to the ground. The legalism youth spat out blood, but there weren't any injuries on his body. Only his eyes were lifeless, and it was obvious that he was heavily injured by soul power. Heavens, he lost again! Everyone exclaimed. That guy had won again. They couldn't see how he attacked, but it only took an instant for him to heavily injure the second legalism youth. It was too frightening. Some of the legalism youth in the surroundings were also shocked. In front of them, the people from the outside world couldn't even withstand a single blow. How could it be that they couldn't withstand a single blow? How is this possible? A legalism girl turned pale with fright. On the stage, Du Xiaofu stood quietly. His aura was calm, and his eyes were clear. However, at this moment, the surrounding gazes all turned pale with fright. It seems like I'm already the VIP of legalism. Is there anyone from legalism who wants to come up and fight? Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and looked around with a smile. The legalism youth in the surroundings had an ugly expression, and their eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, the young man had already been defeated, so none of them went up. He was the leader of their group. Among the younger generation of the school of legalism, he ranked within the top 800. Although his cultivation had been suppressed in the ring, he had lost to a brat from the outside world at the same level as him. And in a split second, this was even more shocking. You're already the VIP of legalism. There's no need to compare anymore. An old man appeared. His eyes were calm, and there was a dazzling light in them. Elder Chun Xiong. Seeing this old man, the legalism youth in the surroundings immediately bowed. It's him. Du Xiaofu's eyes changed color, but he immediately calmed down. How could he forget this old man? Chun Xiong had been to Stone City and fought with his master, the revered equipment master. In the end, he took away Qingyu, who had a broken leg. When he faced Chun Xiong back then, Du Xiaofu felt that he was unreachable. He couldn't even compete with the aura that emanated from his body. However, things were different now. Du Xiaofu didn't care about it anymore. What's your name? Chun Xiong asked Du Xiaofu, sizing him up. I'm invincible. Everyone calls me the god of war. Du Xiaofu said seriously with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1530. You're quite arrogant. Chun Xiong's expression was as calm as ever. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. After speaking, he turned around and looked around. The time is up. The arena competition is over. You have one last chance to join my legalism. As long as you become a follower of legalism, you can join my legalism. If you can break through to the domain realm one day, you will receive the support of my legalism. You will make a name for yourself above Kyushu and become an overlord. A follower? That sounds nice, but it's more like a battle servant. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to guess that these so-called followers of legalism were probably similar to the battle servants of the Beast region. They would receive benefits, but they would have to work for someone else and follow legalism for their entire lives. Even a smart person would know. I'm willing to follow legalism. I'm also willing to follow legalism. As soon as Du Xiaofu thought about it, he couldn't help but be stunned. Voices rose and fell in succession. Quite a few extraordinary young men and women were willing to become followers of legalism for the chance to join legalism. They didn't hesitate to work for it. The chance to join legalism was too important to them. As long as they could break through to the martial domain realm one day, they would receive a completely different treatment. Although the chance to break through to the martial domain realm was slim, it was a dream they were willing to pursue. In this world where the strong were revered, they were willing to pay any price for strength. In the end, to Du Xiaofu's surprise, over 1,000 young men and women were chosen to become followers of legalism. Even more young men and women who wanted to join legalism didn't have the qualifications. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but sigh. Sky City is about to close. Everyone has 6 hours to leave Sky City. Chen Qiong's voice echoed throughout Sky City. Is he really called the War God? How do I find him? Among the crowd, Azura Blade Liang, Hui looked at the backs of the disciples of legalism as they left. Her figure was graceful under the clothes, and her curves rose and fell. Her skin was not exactly white, but there was a hint of wildness to her, giving off a unique charm. A few moments later, Du Xiaofu saw many other young men and women in Sky City. Half of them were middle-aged men and women. They were the ones who could match up to the younger generation of legalism. The two leaders seemed to have a higher status. In the end, Du Xiaofu learned that the two people were called Yu Bufan and Mu Yuming. The two of them were slightly better than the younger generation of legalism, but only slightly. Strictly speaking, it was not much different from a tie. However, it was enough for the two of them to stand out among these people. After learning that Du Xiaofu had defeated 2 legalism disciples in a single move, Yu Bufan and Mu Yuming were also very surprised. I'm invincible. You can call me the War God. Someone asked for Du Xiaofu's name. With such strength, he was probably even more famous than Kyushu. However, Du Xiaofu's answer left everyone dumbfounded. War God? Is there such a person? Everyone was surprised. They had never heard of such a person above Kyushu. They did not know if this name was real or fake, but it was most likely not. A few moments later, under the guidance of the legalism disciples, the group arrived at a vast plaza. Some legalism experts opened a wormhole under the guidance of Elder Songqiang. Everyone entered the wormhole and entered legalism. In an ancient and vast space, mountains rose and fell. Clouds rose and fell. It was auspicious and majestic, but also incomparably sacred. On the towering mountain peak, a bluestone road spiraled around the mountain. Ancient stone steps snaked up to the peak. On the peak of the mountain, there was an ancient modeled stone pavilion. They're all here, but they're all ordinary. There's no one special. As expected, not a single one of them came. They only sent people to test the waters. On the peak of the mountain, a purple-haired youth stood with his hands behind his back. His faint purple hair fluttered in the wind. Under his sharp eyebrows was a pair of eyes that made people feel like they were looking at an Azura. There was a chill in his sharpness, but his face was extremely handsome. Some of them are not weak either. Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan, Long Wu of the Dragons, Hung Qi of the Buddhist faction, Su Lingzi of the Taoist faction, and Qi Jejun of the Yin-Yang faction. They're all not weak. A youth in embroidered robes stood beside the purple-haired youth. He also had a handsome face and an extraordinary temperament. It's rumored that Huang Linger has ancestral blood. I don't know what level she's at. Although the others are not weak, they're not the strongest opponents of our legalism in the divine region. The purple-haired youth said indifferently. He was aloof, like a god who had descended into the world. I received news that the old sovereign planned to let Du Xiaofu return. However, 3 of the people he sent out died. Elder Qin Wei had just reached the martial domain realm and descended to the lower realm. In the end, he was lured into the imperial palace and left behind an arm with the killing array and the imperial palace's dragon chi. He looked at the purple-haired youth and said, "He's 4th aunt's son, Xiaojing's so-called brother. Back then, he didn't die even after his heart was dug out. This time, the old Zun wants him to come back. I don't know what the old Zun is thinking. Do you have any thoughts? Back then, I underestimated him. He didn't die even after his heart was dug out. He's not an ordinary person. It's rumored that Dongli Chihuang was also killed by him. He must be very strong. The old Zun wants to come back to the divine region." The purple-haired youth's voice was calm. There were no fluctuations in his tone. He continued, "But it seems like he doesn't care about our legalism. But we should pay more attention to him. Maybe he'll come back to our legalism. I'm curious. How can someone who has lost his heart rise up?" "You're thinking too much. Do you think that little boy will dare come back to our legalism?" said the young man in embroidered robes, indifferently. "A person who can dig out his own heart to save his sister, regardless of whether we like him or not, should be respected. Never underestimate such a person. He even dared to dig out his own heart. Do you think there's anything in this world that he doesn't dare to do?" The purple-robed young man said indifferently. There was still no emotion in his eyes. It was as if there was only the peak of the mountain in his eyes. He said, "Aunt and Xiaojing are the people he cares about. This is a rare opportunity for him to come here. I don't think he will give it up. What if that kid really comes in?" The brocade-robed young man pondered for a moment before raising his head and asking the purple-haired young man, "Let's kill him while Xiaojing and 4th aunt are still unaware." The purple-haired young man raised his eyes slightly. His tone was still as calm as ever, but a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "I wonder if the old sovereign lord will intervene. After all, the old sovereign lord has spoken." The young man in the brocade robe seemed a little fearful. "What the old sovereign wants is him, who can't be killed. If that brat can be killed, then the old sovereign doesn't need him." The purple-haired young man's eyes flickered as he said softly, "Legalism will be ours in the future. The dignity of legalism needs to be protected by us." Du Xiaofu and the others walked out of the wormhole in a grandiose manner, appearing on a vast land that was filled with spiritual energy. Everyone's expression changed. The spiritual qi in this space was much denser than the treasured lands in the outside world. If one cultivated here for a long time, they would get twice the results with half the effort. More importantly, it would be much faster to comprehend heaven and earth. All followers and those who have obtained quotas will have their own areas. You can move freely around the periphery of legalism. Some forbidden areas are forbidden to enter. Fighting and causing trouble in legalism is strictly prohibited. Heavy punishment is to have your cultivation crippled. Light punishment is expulsion from legalism. Elder Qin said. Then the disciples of the free legalism led everyone into the legalism's place. The vast land had an ancient aura. No one knew how long it had existed, as if it had existed for eternity. The mountains were majestic and the rivers were vast and winding. Large groups of ancient buildings with exquisite carvings were submerged in it. It was amazing. Du Xiaofu did not say anything. This was the second time he had come to legalism. Looking around, Du Xiaofu sized up this ancient space. Back then, when he was 18 years old, he came to legalism. In the end, he did not have the chance to see his mother and sister. This time, he did not know if he would be able to see them. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Some suppressed emotions were stirred, but they were forcefully suppressed in the bottom of his heart. Look, those are demonic beasts with ancient bloodlines. There are also many legendary spiritual beasts. Incredible. Along the way, many people exclaimed. They saw many demonic beasts with ancient bloodlines that could not be seen in the outside world. It's been a long time since I had a good meal. When Du Xiaofu saw those demonic beasts, he drooled. It had been a long time since he had a good meal. Back in legalism, he had barbecued Bayan. In the end, Du Xiaofu and the others were arranged to stay in a connected courtyard. Legalism did not seem to be lacking in rooms. Even if there were more than 1,000 followers, each of them had a room. There were also some young men and women dressed as servants and maids around. These young men and women seemed to be servants, but each of their cultivation and talent would definitely be outstanding among their peers in the outside world. However, in legalism, they could only be servants, which made people sigh. When will we be able to listen to the voice of the Tao and listen to the teachings of your sect of legalism? Du Xiaofu asked a young woman from the sect of legalism who had brought them here. In 3 days. In these 3 days, the younger generation of each family in power will exchange pointers with each other. The woman looked at Du Xiaofu, but there was no smile in her eyes. The disciples of legalism were severely injured by him, which made legalism lose face. Naturally, she did not have a good expression. Can we go and watch the exchange of pointers between the younger generation of each power? Yu Bufan asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. He looked like a 28 or 29 years old, with a dignified appearance and a resolute face. Hearing the woman's words, almost everyone was looking forward to it. It was the exchange of pointers between the younger generation of each family. Even if they watched it, they would benefit a lot. Many people in the outside world wanted to see it, but it was a fool's dream. It's not impossible for you to watch it, but it's best if you follow the rules of legalism. Also, don't think about going on stage to exchange pointers. If you die, no one will be responsible for you, and we will have to waste energy to collect your corpses. The woman's words were harsh, and she did not take them seriously. Then, she told them that it was already late, and the exchange of pointers between the younger generation of each family in power had ended. They could go to the martial proof stage tomorrow morning to watch it. Chapter 1531. At night, the sunset glow shrouded this ancient land. In the room, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged with a thoughtful look in his eyes. His mother and sister were in legalism, but Du Xiaofu didn't dare to search everywhere in legalism, so he didn't know where his mother was. Although he found out from Li Da's primordial spirit that his sister Xiaojing was usually in seclusion in a secret place, outsiders couldn't get close to that place at all. "Mother, sister, I'm here again," Du Xiaofu murmured softly, his eyes flashing with brilliance. "Cultivate and strengthen myself." A while later, determination surged through Du Xiaofu's flickering eyes. If he could become powerful enough that he did not need to fear the school of legalism, why would he need to hide so much? He could sweep through the school of legalism without fearing anything. This time, Du Xiaofu changed his appearance with the disguised divine art. He didn't even plan to use the eye-catching methods and the symbol of the golden-winged rock clan. It was too eye-catching, and he was afraid that he would be recognized as soon as he used it. And this time his identity as a talisman master came in handy. After the nirvana of the Grand Supreme, Du Xiaofu's identity as a talisman master and his martial arts had merged together. His meridian spirit and primordial spirit had merged together. Strictly speaking, Du Xiaofu found that his identity as a talisman master had disappeared, but he could still use the methods of a talisman master. Because his primordial spirit had merged with his meridian spirit, it was even more powerful. The mysterious incomplete technique could still be cultivated and could strengthen his primordial spirit. Walala! After a while, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in white divine light, rippling with an ancient and mysterious aura. In his mind, on the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian, the eyes of the crimson horse, monkey's primordial spirit, were tightly shut. Its entire body was filled with silver-gold electric arcs, rippling with a powerful and intimidating aura. Inside Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace, the round stone that had mysteriously entered from the desolation leopard's hand was covered in intricate patterns. It shone with dazzling golden light and was covered in a layer of strange inscriptions. It gave off an ancient and astonishing aura as if it was alive. It had been silently absorbing the power of Du Xiaofu's soul. The strange stone absorbed the power of the primordial spirit at an extremely slow speed, as if it was a baby that needed to be nursed. However, it did not affect Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit too much. It did not even fear the spiritual lightning in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, as if it specifically needed to devour spiritual lightning. After so much time had passed, Du Xiaofu could do nothing about the strange stone. He could only let it absorb his primordial spirit. It did not matter anyway. He only hoped that the strange stone would not harm him. Early in the morning, there were still a few stars scattered in the deep and slightly white sky. In the darkness before dawn, everything was enveloped in a mysterious and thin light. This continued until a smear of bronze appeared in the east of the vast sky. In an instant, it illuminated the earth, enveloping this ancient land. Huff! Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal and stopped breathing. The white divine light on his body slowly withdrew into his body. He opened his tightly shut eyes, which were dazzling and resplendent, before becoming clear again. Du Xiaofu was quite interested in the battles between the younger generation of the various clans and major forces. He might even be able to see his sister, Xiaojing. As a result, Du Xiaofu walked out of the courtyard and asked the passing servants before heading towards the legalism's martial proof platform. Behind Du Xiaofu, there were many people who entered the legalism with him yesterday. They were all people who had obtained titles. These people heard that Du Xiaofu had defeated 2 people from the legalism. At this moment, whether intentionally or not, they all followed behind Du Xiaofu. As for those who were willing to become legalism's followers, they did not follow them. Legalism's land was vast. Along the way, there were legalism's guards patrolling in the air and on the ground. Some places were strictly forbidden from outsiders. I heard that the younger generation of the major clans are all extremely tyrannical. They are enough to instantly kill our peers in the outside world. The resources they obtain are different. Furthermore, they cultivate in such a place. They are definitely stronger than us. Rumor has it that when they are born, their talents are stronger than those of the outside world. Innate talent determines everything. That's not necessarily true. Kyushu also has 12 godly heroes. They are all extraordinary. There is also that Dongli Chihuang. Although he was killed by the demon king, Du Xiaofu, he is still a nirvana supremacy. There is also the demon king, Du Xiaofu. He is someone who has killed dragons and people from the legalism. Along the way, a group of people discussed animatedly. They were very excited and expectant. In a while, on the martial proof platform, they would be able to personally witness the battle between the younger generation of the major clans. No one in the outside world would have such an opportunity. The martial proof platform was very large. It was surrounded by a vast plaza. It was so vast that it was beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. When Du Xiaofu and his group found the martial proof platform, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Heavens, it's so huge! The vast plaza was so huge that it was unknown how vast it was. Just the huge stone platform in the middle was as if it was pieced together by countless huge mountains that had been flattened. Around the stone platform, there were runes flickering and gathering in all directions. It was clearly a support and stabilizing rune array. Even the surrounding void was radiated within it. In this world, even an ordinary domain realm cultivator wouldn't be able to move it at all. Roar! Around the vast plaza, there were many ferocious birds and ferocious beasts with ancient bloodlines entrenched themselves. Although it was early in the morning, there were no less than 10,000 figures densely packed around the marshal-proof platform. There weren't many people, but the vast plaza was too big. The figures seemed sparse. Bang, bang, bang. On the vast and sturdy marshal-proof platform, a low, muffled sound of energy was heard. A young man in yellow and a young man in tight clothes were fighting fiercely. Both of them were extraordinary. They were about 25 or 26 years old, but their cultivation had reached the peak, primordial chaos realm. They were probably only one step away from the nirvana realm. The young man in yellow waved his hand, and light gathered around his body, turning into a flood dragon phantom. With a terrifying aura, it swooped down toward the young man in tight clothes. Boom! The momentum was vast, and the aura was ancient and surging. It was extraordinary. An ordinary peak, primordial, chaos, martial, venerable, would find it difficult to resist. The young man in tight clothes was not careless. He seemed to know that his opponent couldn't be underestimated. Runes intertwined, and with a wave of his hand, dazzling runes were densely packed. They turned into a fishing net that flickered like lightning and directly bound the flood dragon. The dazzling fishing net contained profound mysteries and was extraordinary. It seemed to have merged with the young man in tight clothes. It was evolved from the profound meaning that he had comprehended. The flood dragon was trapped in it, and it was filled with dazzling light. Roar! The flood dragon phantom roared and surged ferociously. It collided with the fishing net and exploded with dazzling light. In the end, it was crushed by the fishing net. Puff! The young man in yellow was pushed back and spat out blood. His body was pushed back rapidly, and his expression immediately became serious. He was a member of the famous clan and could defeat his peers. However, at this moment he had met his match. Continue! The young man in yellow shouted. His eyes were bright, and his aura soared into the sky. Mysterious runes spread out from his body. He had activated his pulse soul and released an aura that was close to that of a human venerable. The young man in yellow's pulse soul was also very strange. Flood dragon phantoms circled around his body, as if he had turned into a half-human, half-flood dragon. His aura had increased greatly. He's going to use his full strength. He has merged his pulse soul, martial vein, and several other techniques into a powerful technique. Someone in the crowd said as they watched the battle on the martial-proof platform. Roar! The young man in yellow rushed over again. The wind and clouds surged, causing the void to tremble. He was powerful, fierce, and incomparably tyrannical. The young man in tight clothes frowned slightly, but he didn't retreat. Dazzling runes spread out from his body and enveloped him. The young man in tight clothes took one step at a time. He also activated his martial vein and used his pulse soul. In the end, his whole body was covered in dazzling runes and turned into a huge bull. It was terrifying to the extreme. This bull was close to transforming into a true spirit. It had an aura that could sweep across all directions. Its power was boundless, and it drew in the energy of heaven and earth. In the end, it directly collided with the young man in yellow. The young man in yellow from the famous clan was shocked. Under that terrifying aura, he was also shocked and suppressed. The farmer's family is much stronger. The famous clan has lost this round. Around the martial-proof platform, some extraordinary people said and saw the final result. Those two are too strong. The people from the 9 great clans are indeed terrifying. At this moment, the people behind Du Xiaofu, as well as the followers of the legalism, were boiling with excitement. They were shocked by the terrifying aura. Under that kind of power, they felt waves of trembling. The farmer's family and the famous clan, Du Xiaofu was also carefully watching the confrontation between the 2 young men on the martial-proof platform. From the discussions around him, he learned of the two's origins. The young man in yellow came from the famous clan, while the young man in tight clothes came from the farmer's family. Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger had stayed in the farmer's family for a long time. They had also obtained great benefits. Break! The young man in tight clothes shouted loudly. He transformed into a huge bull and crushed the farmer's flood dragon. His final fist was like a meteor breaking through the sky. It rushed into the sky and shattered the void. It erupted with a powerful might and ruthlessly smashed into the chest of the young man in yellow. The dragon's scale-like shield covering his chest was also directly shattered. Pooh! In the end, the young man in yellow fainted. He couldn't resist the attack. In the end, his body was blasted back, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was injured, and he would need a period of time to recover. You've lost. The young man from the farmer's family stopped attacking. He had a smile in his eyes and was arrogant, but it made him seem simple and honest. The young man in yellow wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his long sleeve. He was unwilling to give up, but he knew that he was no match for his opponent. In the end, he could only resentfully jump off the Marshall-proof platform. Thank you for letting me win. The young man from the farmer's family smiled and walked off the Marshall-proof platform. He had no intention of continuing the battle. Too strong. He can instantly kill his peers in the outside world. His pulse spirit has already turned into a true spirit, right? What a terrifying guy. The group of people behind Du Xiaofu exclaimed and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Du Xiaofu revealed a slight smile. Because of the relationship between Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the little tiger, he had quite a good impression of the people from the farmer's family. I am Su Hingdao from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Who dares to come up and fight me? In a short period of time, another person jumped onto the Marshall-proof platform with a domineering voice. It was a young man with a majestic figure. He stood on the Marshall-proof platform. The light in his eyes was very frightening. His entire body was filled with an indescribable fierce aura. It was as if his entire person was a divine blade that could cut through everything. Chapter 1532. I'll do it. A young man with a delicate figure jumped onto the arena. He was dressed in a yellow tight suit. Compared to Su Hengdao of the School of Vertical and Horizontal, his figure was a bit like an elder brother. However, his bare arms were also very sturdy. There were mysterious runes covering the surface of his body, and his face was a bit delicate. Tell me your name. Su Hengdao was extremely conceited as he looked at the young man and asked, Taigu Gold Devouring Rat, Gongjin. The young man spoke. He was not afraid of Su Hengdao from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He was from the Taigu Gold Devouring Rat race. Back in the ancient times, the Taigu Gold Devouring Rat race was extremely famous. Even in the current Beast region, the Taigu Gold Devouring Rat race was extremely powerful. He's actually from the Taigu Gold Devouring Rat race. Gong Jin's identity caused a commotion. It was rumored that the Taigu Gold Devouring Rat race had an extremely terrifying talent. They could devour everything and nothing could stop them. It was not surprising that they could devour someone of the same cultivation. Especially when it came to escaping, the Taigu Gold Devouring Rat race had an unparalleled talent. Su Hengdao knew the young man's identity, and his expression turned serious. The Taigu Gold Devouring Rat race was definitely hard to deal with. However, Su Hengdao soon calmed himself down. Although the Taigu Gold Devouring Rat race was very strong and hard to deal with, he was also an outstanding member of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Come, I'll suppress you. Su Hengdao shouted in a deep voice that was as sharp as a blade, and his aura started to surge. He was conceited and overbearing, fierce and dignified, and his body started to emit a monstrous radiance. His aura surged violently and shook the surroundings as if a tornado had swept out. Without a doubt, he did not dare to be careless when facing the Taigu Gold Devouring Rat. Are you still not enough? Gongjin spoke. His body was like lightning and his speed was unbelievably fast. He waved his hand and a claw print pierced through the void. Gong Jin took the initiative and arrived in front of Su Hongdao. His claw print was surrounded by runes, and his aura shook the martial-proof platform. Boom! Su Hongdao waved his fist and collided with the former's claw print. A shocking trembling sound was heard, and energy surged in all directions. The vibrating void rippled like a huge wave. Dang dang! Under such a powerful collision, Su Hongdao's body was actually forced back. His fist was numb, and there were faint traces of blood. His opponent's physical body was stronger than his. Rumor has it that the bodies of the Taigu gold devouring rats are indestructible. It really lives up to its name. Everyone in the surroundings gasped in surprise. To be able to leave a bloody mark on Su Hongdao from the school of vertical and horizontal. Just how powerful was that? Swish! In just a short moment of delay, at the same time that Su Hongdao was blasted back, a treasured saber appeared in his hand. Wind and lightning rumbled as a saber light flashed out with matchless ferocity, and it shook the sky as it slashed towards Gong Jin. Creak! Gong Jin also transformed into his true form at the same time. It was a large yellow-scaled rat that was only several zhang in size. It was wrapped in runes and had a terrifying aura. Clang! The Taigu gold devouring rat directly raised its front claws and punched the blade light. How powerful was that? That fist seemed to be even tougher than Vajra. When it collided with the blade light, it was actually not damaged in the slightest. A metallic sound rang out as the runes shattered and swept out in all directions. Everyone in the surroundings waited in anticipation, not daring to even breathe too loudly. Watching this battle, they could use this opportunity to comprehend the methods of the two clans. If they had enough comprehension ability, they could also benefit greatly. When Gong Jin and Su Hongdao fought, they were evenly matched. Su Hongdao used his treasured saber, while Gong Jin activated his main body. All kinds of methods clashed as resplendent runes rushed into the sky, and the might shook the entire martial-proof platform. Su Hongdao was overbearing and sharp. The treasured saber in his hand was wide open, and it could even cut through the void. Gong Jin's speed was as fast as lightning. His physical body was tough, and he had many methods. The resplendent runes on his body connected together, forming terrifying attacks that tangled with Su Hongdao. This battle was hard to determine the victor, and both of them were extraordinary. Compared to the farmer youth and the famous family youth from before, they were even stronger. Rumble! On the martial-proof platform, all kinds of resplendent runes rushed into the sky. In the end, Su Hongdao used his strongest saber art and activated his martial vein and vein spirit. Gong Jin also activated his strongest technique and used all his innate abilities. One man and one beast, as if they were in a life and death battle, clashing intensely as runes flooded the surroundings. None of them wanted to lose. Although this was only a spar and verification of legalism, it was also related to the honor and dignity of their respective clans. They had to protect the honor and dignity of their respective clans. So powerful. From time to time, there would be people exclaiming and exclaiming. After a few hundred moves, the martial-proof platform finally changed. Gong Jin's main body found an opportunity and tore apart Su Hongdao's vein spirit with one claw. Another claw landed on Su Hongdao's shoulder, tearing off a large piece of flesh and revealing the eerie white bone. However, Su Hongdao's shocking saber also landed on Gong Jin's claw. However, Gong Jin's terrifying physical body was too strong. The golden spear shot out and revealed traces of blood, but it only left behind a small wound. Swish, swish! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gong Jin displayed his prowess and attacked consecutively, tearing apart the void with his claw. Su Hongdao was at a disadvantage. His clothes were tattered, and there were scratches on his face. In the end, his entire body was covered in blood. Bang! In the end, Su Hongdao's body crashed onto the ground as he spat out blood. His face was pale, and it ended with his defeat. Gong Jin also paid an absolute price, but this shocking battle made people remember the Taigu gold-devouring rat race. In this battle, Gong Jin also proved the strength of the Taigu gold-devouring rat race to the major clans and factions. After Gong Jin won, he walked down from the martial-proof platform as if he did not have the strength to continue the next battle. Then, there were people fighting on the martial-proof platform again. The next few battles were also extremely intense. There were all kinds of techniques, meridian spirit, and martial meridians. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Du Xiaofu had been observing. To his surprise, he saw many factions above Kyushu. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Du Xiaofu had seen many experts and juniors of the various factions above Kyushu. Therefore, he recognized them at a glance. Around the martial-proof platform, at this moment, there were members of powerful forces like the Ancient Heaven Sect, Great Will Sect, Seimin Sword Sect, and so on. Why are there still factions above Kyushu? Du Xiaofu asked the people around him. Those are the converts of legalism. Ning Province's Eternal Heaven Sect, Thunder Province's Sky Sun Sect, Yu Province's Purple Feather Sect. They are not inferior to the Golden Spear Sect, Sky Thunder Fortress, Snow Wind City, and other factions. It's just that they all converted to different major clans. Yu Bufan opened his mouth and said to Du Xiaofu, "According to what I know, the immeasurable sect of the Central State is a convert of the Buddhist sect. The celestial artifact sect of the Lan State has always been a convert of the Mahis sect. Almost all of the great forces of the 9 prefectures are converts of the 9 great families. They are basically the outposts and spokesmen of the 9 great families." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu could not help but be shocked. He did not expect there to be so many secrets behind this. The major factions above Kyushu actually had such a relationship with the 9 great clans. Bang! A deep and deafening explosion sounded. On the martial-proof stage, a young man was directly sent flying off the stage. This young man was only a disciple of the legalism sect on Kyushu. Although he was extraordinary, he was probably not inferior to Yu Bufan. However, he was facing a young girl from the school of Inyang. He was sent flying after 3 moves. Seeing the young man being sent flying in a miserable state, Yu Bufan and Mu Yiming originally had thoughts of going up the martial-proof stage. However, at this moment, those thoughts were immediately extinguished. They were secretly speechless. The school of Inyang, the profound of stars, seems to be related to her. Du Xiaofu stared closely at the girl on the martial-proof stage. Just now, the girl used the profound of stars, which made Du Xiaofu feel that the girl was related to Qi Shi. Could it be that girl Qi Shi is from the school of Inyang? Du Xiaofu thought of the various things that happened to Qi Shi in the past. Back then, she used the name Reningying and was taken away by a person called Yilin. Those people were extraordinary and had great backgrounds. It was very likely that they were from the school of Inyang. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the crowd. Within the group that the woman had just walked out from, there was indeed a familiar figure. Although many years had passed, Du Xiaofu could still recognize that person. It was Yilin, who had taken Qi Shi away and fought with him. This made Du Xiaofu certain that Qi Shi was from the school of Inyang. Back then, that girl had appeared in Tianwu Academy and followed him everywhere. It turned out that she had such a powerful background. Bang, bang! Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. The battles on the martial-proof stage continued. The girl from the school of Inyang, who had just won, did not leave the martial-proof stage. Instead, she fought with a young man who claimed to be from the school of Confucianism. At the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched and used one technique after another. However, after 200 moves, the young man from the school of Confucianism was defeated. However, the girl from the school of Inyang also paid a price. She won 2 rounds in a row and received cheers from the audience. In the end, she left the martial-proof stage. Swoosh! There was the sound of wind breaking as an extraordinary young man leaped onto the martial proof stage. His eyes were already prepared. He looked straight at Du Xiaofu, who was watching from the sidelines. His face was still slightly pale as he shouted, "Kid, do you have the guts to come up and fight?" Chapter 1533. As soon as the legalism youth finished speaking, everyone became curious. Following his gaze, everyone's gaze immediately fell on Du Xiaofu as they sized him up curiously. "Be careful. That guy is doing it on purpose." Mu Yuming and Yu Bufan, who were standing behind Du Xiaofu, kindly reminded Du Xiaofu. This was because the legalism youth on the martial proof platform was none other than the second legalism youth that Du Xiaofu had defeated in one move yesterday. Everyone was from the outside world. In the face of legalism's strength, they subconsciously gathered together. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also raised his head slightly and looked at the legalism youth on the martial proof platform. He smiled faintly and shook his head directly. His voice was neither fast nor slow as he said, "I never challenge someone who has lost to me." "That's Qinjia from legalism, right? He actually lost to that youth?" "Rumor has it that in the Sky City yesterday there was a strong person from the outside world who defeated Qinjia in one move. It seems like this rumor isn't baseless. Qinjia came to take revenge on purpose." The surrounding people discussed in low voices. It seemed like some people had already heard some rumors. "Brat, yesterday was just an accident. After leaving the martial proof platform, you lost your courage." The surrounding discussions naturally couldn't escape the legalism youth. Qinjia's eyes and ears. His pale face was slightly gloomy. "A loser doesn't need to be brave. I'm the war god. Even if I can't win, I'm not someone that you can challenge just because you want to." Du Xiaofu stood with his large sword in his hand as he stared at Qinjia on the martial proof platform. "In the end, you just don't dare." Qinjia stared at Du Xiaofu. "Who says that I don't dare? I'm the war god. Why would I be afraid of you?" "It's just that I don't want to fight with you now," Du Xiaofu shouted as his eyes flashed. "It seems like you're just average. The so-called god of war? He's just someone who overestimates himself." Many of the spectators were originally looking at Du Xiaofu with anticipation, but when they saw Du Xiaofu's cowardly appearance, they were shocked. Although this young man from the outside world was extraordinary in the outside world, in the eyes of the 9 great clans, he was nothing more than an ordinary person. "It seems like I've overestimated you. The people of the outside world don't even have the guts to fight. Let's call it a day." Qinjia smiled when he heard the discussions around him. He had no intention of continuing the battle. After all, he had already achieved what he wanted. "I'm just disdainful of you. If a loser like you wants to challenge me, you'll definitely have to pay a price. Be it domain-grade medicinal pills, celestial tools, secret bones, or heaven-grade cultivation techniques. I'll accept all of them. Otherwise, who would want to fight a loser like you? If every loser wants to challenge me, I'll die from exhaustion." Du Xiaofu's voice was loud enough for the spectators to hear. He was very arrogant. That brat is really bold. He opened his mouth and said domain-grade medicinal pills, celestial tools, and heaven-grade cultivation techniques. A young man said indifferently with a slight smile, "He's just bluffing. He's just trying to boost his courage." A young man said with disdain. He didn't have any expectations. "Ha!" Qinjia originally planned to leave, but when he heard this, he stood on the stage and laughed loudly. He looked at Du Xiaofu and waved his hand. A palm-sized, exquisite jade bottle appeared in his palm. Finally, he waved his hand and landed on the edge of the stage. He said, "You're a talisman master, so you should know about the sacred wood pulp. If I lose, the sacred wood pulp is yours. If you lose, you'll have to kowtow to me 3 times. Qinjia was very arrogant. Although he had lost the day before and had been defeated in one move, he didn't take Du Xiaofu seriously. He had lost the day before because his cultivation had been suppressed to the initial stage of the martial honorable realm. He was at the peak of the chaotic element martial honorable realm and was only a step away from breaking through to the nirvana realm. Qin Zhi didn't believe that the brat could reach his cultivation. If they fought now, he would be able to trample the brat to death. The sacred wood pulp. Qin Zhi actually has this item. When Qin Zhi threw out the sacred wood pulp, it immediately caused the spectators, who had lost their expectations, to be excited again. The sacred wood pulp was rumored to be a rare sacred spiritual wood. It could only be produced when one broke through to the demon domain realm after becoming a demon. A small drop of the sacred wood pulp was enough to greatly benefit a talisman master's primordial spirit and strengthen it. It was also important to a martial cultivator. The small bottle of sacred wood pulp was comparable to the value of a domain-grade initial stage medicinal pill. To a certain extent, especially for a talisman master, the value of the sacred wood pulp was even greater than that of a domain-grade initial stage medicinal pill. There were too few spiritual herbs in the world that could strengthen one's primordial spirit. Qin Zhi, let's have a duel. I bet the sacred wood pulp on a domain-grade initial stage medicinal pill. Sacred wood pulp. Qin Zhi, how about we have a duel? In an instant, there was a hubbub of voices around the martial proof platform. Many people from the big forces couldn't help but ask for the sacred wood pulp. Don't snatch it. The sacred wood pulp is mine. Don't snatch it from me. Du Xiaofu's voice rang out, and a smile appeared on his face as he jumped onto the martial proof platform. This brat really dares to go up and fight. Does that brat want the sacred wood pulp so badly that he doesn't want his life? No wonder. The people outside have never seen such a treasure. Some people were surprised, and some people looked down on him. However, the crowd gradually calmed down and looked at the martial proof platform with anticipation. Sacred wood pulp, I accept your challenge. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Zhi and nodded seriously. Then, with undisguised passion in his eyes, he pounced on the sacred wood pulp that Qin Zhi had placed at the edge of the martial proof platform. Brat, wait until you have the ability to take it. Qin Zhi attacked, and his voice was cold. The aura of the peak chaotic element martial honored realm in his body soared into the sky and swept out like a tornado. Chila! In the next instant, Qin Zhi waved his hand. Blazing runes that filled the surroundings intertwined and instantly transformed into a dazzling, illusory spear. It was blazing like lightning and pierced through the void towards Du Xiaofu. Qin Zhi's attack was exactly the same as yesterday, but there was a world of difference in its power. It wasn't difficult for people with discerning eyes to see that Qin Zhi was going all out just like yesterday. He wanted to defeat Du Xiaofu in one move. It didn't matter if he killed Du Xiaofu. Qin Zhi wanted to use one move to wash away the humiliation of being defeated in one move the day before. The long spear was crystal clear, and it emitted a towering aura. It pierced through the void, and there were pitch-black spatial cracks that spread and destroyed everything. Sneak attacks are shameful, Du Xiaofu shouted. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he dodged in a panic. His body was wrapped in dazzling runes, and he retreated quickly. He activated several types of beast energy. Roar! With the activation of several types of beast energy, Du Xiaofu barely managed to dodge Qin Zhi's spear. However, after several dangerous encounters, Du Xiaofu's steps were messy and his hair was disheveled. He was panting heavily. Qin Zhi was stunned. He had wanted to defeat Su Mo in one move, but he hadn't expected Su Mo to dodge his spear after a series of attacks. At that moment, Qin Zhi had a feeling that if he had used a little more strength, he would have been able to defeat Su Mo. However, he had missed by a little. Continue. Qin Zhi continued to attack. He was violent and vigorous. He was as fast as lightning and powerful as thunder. He used various methods to attack Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu could only retreat continuously without any strength to defend himself. It was undeniable that Qin Zhi was very strong. Although he was only at the peak of the chaotic element martial honorable realm, he was extraordinary. Du Xiaofu retreated continuously. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Mo had been in danger several times. However, he had managed to dodge the attacks in panic and luck. He was battered and exhausted. I didn't expect Su Mo to be so capable. However, he won't be a match for Qin Jia. Someone said that Du Xiaofu was going to be defeated. Many people had expected that Su Mo would be able to withstand so many moves from Qin Jia. However, Su Mo shouldn't be a match for Qin Jia. At that moment, Qin Jia had gained the upper hand. However, he wasn't happy at all. He hadn't been able to defeat Su Mo for a long time. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had gradually lost his patience. After forcing Du Xiaofu to retreat with one move, Qin Jia's eyes were cold. Runes surged all over his body. The runes were densely covered with mysterious runes. A terrifying aura gushed out. Just the power alone was enough to make the people around him unable to resist. Qin Jia wanted to activate his martial veins. He wanted to go all out and defeat Su Mo as quickly as possible. He didn't want to delay any longer. After a long time, even if he won, it would be equivalent to him losing. Taking advantage of this moment, everyone clearly saw Du Xiaofu's nervous expression reveal a joyous expression in front of everyone's eyes. As his hand seals were formed, many array flags were immediately formed in his hands. They shook the hearts and souls of the surrounding people. Natural energy was channeled over, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Boom! Qin Jia's martial veins were activated. Its power was terrifying. However, at that moment, Du Xiaofu's talisman array was also activated. The 8-star chaotic element array was the first to envelop Qin Jia. Boom! Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged on the martial-proof platform. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This talisman array was extraordinary. Many disciples of the big clans praised it. Boom! Boom! Then, within the talisman array, Qin Jia roared angrily. He used all his strength to break the talisman array. The talisman array shook and collided violently. In the end, there were beastly roars and crazy shouts from within the talisman array. Qin Jia was already going all out. Boom! Boom! Finally, the talisman array was forcefully broken. It turned into monstrous runes and energy that swept across the martial-proof platform. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth, and his face turned pale. However, Qin Jia, who had broken out of the talisman array, was in a much more miserable state. Just now, Qin Jia had used all his strength to break out of the talisman array. He was battered and exhausted. His hair was messy and his aura was extremely weak. In the end, Qin Jia even used his trump card to break out of the talisman array. Roar! At that moment, just as Qin Jia broke out of the talisman array, Du Xiaofu used his beast energy. The talisman array turned into a giant bear and slapped Qin Jia off the martial-proof platform. Puff! Qin Jia spat out a mouthful of blood. His body smashed into the square. Du Xiaofu's final attack had caused him to be severely injured. He didn't even have the strength to struggle and get up. Sigh! Qin Jia was too impatient. He gave that brat a chance to set up the talisman array. Someone felt sorry for Qin Jia. If Qin Jia had taken the easy way out, the brat would definitely not be his opponent. As long as he didn't have the chance to set up the talisman array, that brat would definitely lose. Huff! Huff! On the martial-proof platform, Du Xiaofu panted heavily as if he had used up all of his energy. He looked like he had miraculously won by a hair's breadth. He immediately held the saintwood pulp in his hand and looked around. He proudly said, "I've said it before. I'm the war god. I'm invincible." Chapter 1534. That kid's luck is not bad, but he has some strength too. He actually defeated Qin Jia. A portion of sacred wood pulp. That's a precious treasure to strengthen the primordial spirit. After consuming the sacred wood pulp, that kid's primordial spirit will be further improved. At that time, he'll probably be even stronger. It's already commendable that such a spiritual talisman master could emerge from the outside world. Legalism has really profited this time. Discussions were going on all around. Among the various clans and forces, there were many people with extraordinary insight who expressed their pertinent opinions. Even if that guy had only relied on luck to defeat Chinja, it was still not bad, especially since that guy was only a spiritual talisman master from the outside world. He won. The war god really won. Mu Yuming, Yu Bu Fan, and many others were excited. They had been on tenterhooks all this time. They didn't expect that guy to really win. Humph, who wanted the sacred wood pulp just now. You can continue to fight with me as long as you take out treasures that are not inferior to the sacred wood pulp. If you win, you can take the sacred wood pulp. If you lose, you have to leave behind your treasures. I'm an invincible war god. Be careful that I don't win all your treasures. Du Xiaofu stood on the martial-proof platform as if he had no intention of walking down and spoke nonsense. This guy won with great difficulty. Let's just take the sacred wood pulp down. It'll be terrible if he offends the top experts. It'll be easy to provoke public anger, Mu Yeming said, clenching his fists. He was even more anxious than Du Xiaofu. However, Du Xiaofu's arrogance had already infuriated many experts in the surroundings. His arrogant words, as if he did not place the various clans and factions in the surroundings in his eyes, had already caused the expressions of many experts to become displeased. Moreover, many of them had originally coveted the Saint Wood Pulp. Kid, a domain grade elixir. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, leave the sacred wood pulp behind. How about a medium-grade celestial artifact? Suddenly, many people's eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. They could teach that arrogant guy a lesson and also get the sacred wood pulp. Why not? Swish! A ray of light shot out and landed steadily at the edge of the martial-proof platform. It was also a jade bottle. At this moment, even through the jade bottle, he could feel the rich energy. It could make people feel relaxed and happy. The aura was exactly the same as the holy wood pulp in Du Xiaofu's hands. What a coincidence! I also have a portion of sacred wood pulp. If you win, both portions will be yours. If you lose, both portions will be mine. A young man with a slender figure was a step faster than the others and directly walked onto the martial-proof platform. This young man was dressed in a tight black shirt, which accentuated his tall and straight figure. He had a very good temperament, and his hooked nose gave off a sharp feeling. This black-robed youth did not deliberately suppress his aura, which was similar to Qinja's. However, his aura was at the pinnacle of the primordial origin beast supremacy level. He was a demonic beast. This, on the martial-proof platform, everyone saw that Du Xiaofu's expression had clearly stiffened, and he revealed a slightly worried expression. That guy is too arrogant. Everyone was secretly laughing, waiting to see a good show. Don't worry. As a member of the Demon Vulture clan, I, Yu Rue, will never take advantage of others. You just had a great battle and have consumed too much energy. I can give you a blood-lipid, soul-boosting grass. If you win, it's all yours. The black-robed youth spoke and took out a blood-red spiritual grass that was suffused with multicolored light and fluctuated with rich energy. He placed it beside the holy wood pulp. The spiritual grass was crystal clear, and people could not help but want to take a bite of it. The blood-lipid, soul-boosting grass is rare. There was a lot of discussion around. The blood-lipid, soul-boosting grass was also a precious medicine to strengthen the primordial spirit. Looking at the blood-lipid, soul-boosting grass's age, its value was not much lower than that of the holy wood pulp. There are no good people in the Demon Vulture clan. Yurue is clearly tempting that guy. The Demon Vulture clan has always been keen on the cultivation of beast souls. Yurue's goal is just to strengthen his beast soul with the holy wood pulp. At the same time, he can defeat that guy and also put down the face of legalism. Those who knew the Demon Vulture clan well said. They did not believe in the character of the Demon Vulture clan. Okay, I agree. However, on the martial proof stage, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and agreed. His eyes were greedily fixed on the blood-lipid, soul-boosting grass and the Holywood pulp. That guy is too greedy. Someone shook his head and sighed. After defeating Qinjia, that guy had already exhausted his energy. At this moment, he was facing Yu Rue of the Demon Vulture clan. Greed could kill. Then let's start. Yu Rue of the Demon Vulture clan smiled, revealing a smile. Some demonic aura emerged from the depths of his eyes, gradually becoming dazzling, revealing a pitch-black color. The aura on Yu Rue's body fluctuated, and those who were not strong enough had to use their martial arts to resist. That kind of aura could affect people's primordial spirit. Boom! Yu Rue of the Demon Vulture clan directly attacked. His aura burst out and demonic aura billowed. He knew that Yu Rue was a talisman array master. Although he knew that Yu Rue might not have the strength to set up another talisman array, he did not dare to be careless. Legalism's Qin had been defeated because of carelessness. He wanted to directly defeat that kid and win the sacred wood pulp, which was tantamount to secretly humiliating legalism. "I'll fight you to the death!" But at this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted. With a sweep of his battle robe, hand seals immediately condensed. Suddenly, an ancient aura burst out from his body, and the runes in front of him quickly gathered and arranged, finally condensing into a spiritual stove and talisman cauldron. Boom! A blazing aura spread out, and the mysterious runes of the talisman flickered incessantly. White, green, black, red. For kinds of runes flickered. The mysterious runes of the talisman cauldrons lingered, as if they could change endlessly, giving birth to all things in the world. Blazing flames jumped, and the mysterious runes of the four-colored spiritual stove and talisman cauldron were boundless. It was indescribably mysterious. A four-colored spiritual stove and talisman cauldron. That kid really has some ability. Many powerhouses in the surroundings trembled, as if they were under some kind of great pressure. That spiritual stove and talisman cauldron were extraordinary. Walala! Everything happened too fast. In the surroundings of the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron condensed by Du Xiaofu, an immense pressure descended. Afterwards, the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron expanded, directly enveloping the space around the Demon Vulture clan's Yu Rue, enveloping him inside. That Demon Vulture clan's Yu Rue originally wanted to act instantly, but he didn't expect the opponent to act even faster than him, immediately condensing a spiritual stove and talisman cauldron. As a talisman master, no one would dare rashly use a spiritual stove and talisman cauldron. In case of an accident, it wouldn't be as simple as suffering heavy injuries. Therefore, Yu Rue didn't expect that the human would directly throw out a spiritual stove and talisman cauldron from the very beginning. And moreover, it was a four-colored one. Enveloped by a blazing aura, the flames inside the spiritual stove and talisman cauldron were also filled with runes, capable of burning everything. Yu Rue activated his main body. It was a gigantic, demonic vulture that was as black as ink. Below its belly there was a layer of white. Its entire body was covered in a scale-like domain that was as sharp as blades. It was suffused with demonic qi that could invade the souls of others. Rumble! Du Xiaofu's four-colored spiritual stove and talisman cauldron also expanded, enveloping the demon vulture inside. Overflowing flames surged, as if trying to refine that massive demon vulture into a bloody mist. Rumble! This kind of confrontation was beyond everyone's expectations. On the vast martial-proof platform, that massive demon vulture's whole body was covered in runes. Surging with demonic energy, it fiercely collided with the four-colored spiritual stove and talisman cauldron, causing all kinds of runes and flames to flood the sky. This kind of confrontation was tyrannical and direct, as well as the most ferocious, attracting everyone's attention. Yu Rue was an innate ability of the true Demon Vulture clan. Attacking spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons, it exploded like a chain of bombs, causing Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove and talisman cauldron to sway, on the verge of shattering. It even caused cracks to appear on Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove and talisman cauldron. Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove and talisman cauldron swayed like a small boat in a storm, but in the end, it still managed to resist. In the surroundings, Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove and talisman cauldron directly enveloped the Demon Vulture clan's Yu Rue, gaining the upper hand from the very beginning. You can't trap me. Finally, the Demon Vulture clan's Yu Rue finally broke free from the encirclement of Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove and talisman cauldron. But he didn't break Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove and talisman cauldron. Aoyuyu. However, what welcomed Yu Rue was the sudden appearance of Du Xiaofu's series of condensed beast energy. Like a beast tide, the beast energy crashed into Yu Rue's family, which had been burned to the point where their flesh was torn and blood was dripping. Pung pung pung! After a series of collisions, Yu Rue's massive demon vulture body was sent flying and smashed below the martial-proof platform. In the end, he was bitten by a flood dragon. That malevolent flood dragon's big mouth almost bit off one of his wings. Uffed! Yu Rue's massive demon vulture body kept spitting out blood. His black eyes were filled with fear, but more than that, they were lifeless. This Yu Rue of the Demon Vulture clan didn't even know how he had lost. His defeat was somewhat baffling, but it was a fact that he had been defeated. I told you I was invincible. I won again. On the martial-proof platform, Du Xiaofu appeared to be extremely happy. His pale face was full of smiles. Then Du Xiaofu placed the blood-fat soul increasing grass and 2 portions of saint would pulp neatly in front of him, as if he was presenting a treasure. He looked around and said proudly, "Who else wants to challenge me? Just take out enough treasures. But I believe no one will dare to challenge me. After all, I am invincible. Then I will also go down." As if he was talking to himself, Du Xiaofu's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Then he prepared to go down the platform as if he was afraid that someone would challenge him again. 2 domain grade elixirs. If you lose, the 2 portions of saint wood pulp and the blood-fat soul increasing grass will be mine. If you can win, the 2 domain grade elixirs will be yours. Du Xiaofu wanted to go down the platform, but he was 1 step too late. A crisp sound was heard. 2 brocade boxes were half opened. They flew across the sky and landed beside the saint wood pulp that Du Xiaofu was about to take away. Walala! The 2 elixirs, half the size of a baby's fist, gave off a medicinal fragrance. The rich energy channeled the energy of heaven and earth, causing the surroundings of the martial-proof platform to surge. Then a graceful woman also crossed the space and jumped onto the martial-proof platform. She blocked Du Xiaofu's path. The woman was only 25 or 26 years old. She was extremely beautiful, had a noble temperament, and had vast eyes. The woman's eyes first fell on the saint wood pulp and the blood-fat soul increasing grass. Then she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Zhang Yinshuang from the School of Vertical and Horizontal, you said you were invincible. I believe you have the guts to continue the battle." Chapter 1535. Oh no, he has angered the crowd again. Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the others were helpless. They wished they could jump up and kick that guy a few times. It wasn't easy for him to win, so why did he have to be so arrogant? Now he was in big trouble. Even the School of Vertical and Horizontal was stirring up trouble. Du Xiaofu didn't look at the woman in front of him, but at the 2 domain grade elixir pills on the martial-proof platform. His eyes lit up. After a while, Du Xiaofu looked at the woman in front of him weakly. His eyes were filled with fear, and he seemed to be stuttering as he said, "You seem to be an 8-star Nirvana spiritual talisman master. This is a little unfair, Not to mention that 2 domain-grade elixir pills are worth more than 2 portions of sacred wood pulp and a blood fat increasing soul grass. But for a spiritual talisman master, it's not necessarily so. As a spiritual talisman master, you should know the value of these pills. It's unfair, too unfair. I can't win, but I won't accept an unfair battle. I still have a middle-grade magic weapon. Zhang Yunshuang raised her eyebrows and took out another middle-grade magic weapon. You're also an 8-star Nirvana spiritual talisman master. I just fought 2 rounds in a row, and it's still unfair. Du Xiaofu shook his head. Although his eyes were shining, he still seemed to be rational and wanted to find an excuse to not continue the battle. That guy is in trouble now. Zhang Yunshuang is an 8-star Nirvana spiritual talisman master. That guy doesn't put anyone in his eyes. He thinks that he has the right to be arrogant after winning 2 rounds. It's good to learn a lesson. People around spoke, waiting to watch the show. Add 5 more elementary grade magic weapons, 3 honorable grade Nirvana spiritual pills, and 20 honorable grade mixed essence spiritual pills. If you win, it's all yours. Zhang Yunshuang waved her hand, and light flowed out from her long sleeve. Waves of energy fluctuated, and in the end, she took out 5 more elementary grade magic weapons, 3 honorable grade Nirvana spiritual pills, and 20 honorable grade mixed essence spiritual pills. It shocked everyone. Countless people were shocked, and some even secretly swallowed their saliva. At this moment, the treasures that Zhang Yunshuang took out were definitely all that she had. Even a 9-star talisman master in the outside world would not be able to take out such a large sum. It was obvious that Zhang Yunshuang was determined to get the 2 portions of sacred wood pulp and blood fat soul-boosting grass. She wanted to use enough temptation to make her opponent agree to a fight. Treasures, they are all treasures. Mu Yeming, Yu Bufan, and the others stared at the pile of treasures on the martial proof stage, their eyes almost spitting fire. All right, if I win, these are all mine. All of them are mine. Du Xiaofu's eyes were slightly red as he stared at the pile of treasures on the martial proof platform. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Seeing Du Xiaofu nod, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Yunshuang's beautiful face. This smile was somewhat indifferent. Boom! In the next instant, a powerful aura instantly swept out from Zhang Yunshuang's graceful and slender body, like an erupting volcano, and it whistled through the martial-proof platform. As this aura whistled out, the atmosphere on the entire martial-proof platform instantly became tense. Rumble! Zhang Yunshuang's body was surrounded by runes as she stared at Du Xiaofu. Her bright eyes were covered by a strange color. The aura of an 8-star Nirvana Talisman Master was released without reservation. A terrifying primordial spirit pressure filled the air, faintly revealing lightning and thunder, causing one's heart to tremble. Zhang Yunshuang has a mortal supreme spirit root. Because she is a talisman master, her ranking among her peers in the school of vertical and horizontal is not low. Feeling the terrifying aura pressure, it caused one's primordial spirit to tremble. Many exclamations sounded from all around. Some of the weaker ones were stunned when they felt the primordial spirit pressure from that slender body. That kind of terrifying pressure was no small matter. It was probably enough to crush a cultivator of the same level in the outside world. I'll let you make the first move. Zhang Yunshuang spoke without any carelessness. The surrounding aura surged like the wind and clouds, and the runes were resplendent. They converged into an enormous storm that spun on the martial proof platform. Whoosh! The energy storm sucked in all directions, as if it was going to swallow the spatial ripples. Zhang Yunshuang's figure was faintly discernible within the energy storm. She was covered by the runes, and only a blurry, graceful figure could be seen. Looking at the blurry figure within the energy storm, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes slightly at the extraordinary pressure. All right, then, I won't hold back. Du Xiaofu spoke, and when he finished speaking, his figure directly appeared within the majestic energy storm. Not many people could clearly see how Du Xiaofu walked into the energy storm. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's strange appearance was completely beyond Zhang Yunchuang's expectations. It was too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. That face appeared in front of her. Zhang Yunchuang was surprised. She was about to react, but Du Xiaofu's eyes had already shot out a dazzling light from the runes. It directly enveloped her, causing her to be instantly stunned. Even the energy storm around her began to dissipate. Bang, bang! Resplendent rune light burst forth, turning into a stream of energy that struck Zhang Yunchuang's body like a bolt of lightning. Buffed! Her graceful figure immediately flew through the air, and she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In the end, she crashed heavily outside the martial-proof platform. Crack, crack! She landed on the ground and flew backwards. Blood was still spitting out from her mouth, and her eyes were still in a daze. The violent commotion from before instantly calmed down. Zhang Yunchuang, who was an 8-star nirvana from the School of Vertical and Horizontal, was defeated in a single move. She was even severely injured. The expressions of the people from the School of Vertical and Horizontal changed drastically. Immediately, someone went to help Zhang Yunchuang up. Their expressions were very ugly. Zhang Yunchuang's primordial spirit was attacked. That guy is too cunning. His primordial spirit is very strong and very strange. It directly attacked Zhang Yunchuang and then defeated her. Zhang Yunchuang was very careful, but she still couldn't defend herself. The people from the various families and forces in the square were shocked and dumbfounded. Many of the outstanding young men and women were secretly shocked. No one had expected that Zhang Yunchuang, who had a human supreme spiritual root, would be so easily defeated in the blink of an eye. Oh my God, he won again. Miracle, this is a miracle. At this moment, to Mu Yuming, Yu Bufan, and the others, it was a miracle that they had witnessed. Originally, they were already certain that Du Xiaofu would be defeated. Who would have thought that this would happen? Damn it, this is definitely a miracle. Many of the onlookers were also helpless. They looked enviously at the pile of treasures on the martial-proof platform. A spiritual talisman master from the outside world had actually won 3 consecutive miraculous victories. He had won treasures that were enough to move anyone present. It's mine, it's all mine, it's all mine. On the martial-proof platform, Du Xiaofu's pale face revealed a smile. Looking at the pile of treasures, he felt wild with joy and was extremely excited. Uffed! On the square, Zhang Yunchuang finally turned around after coughing out a mouthful of blood. Her face was already pale. Zhang Yunchuang's primordial spirit had been injured. Her red lips that were dripping with blood trembled. Looking at Du Xiaofu, she finally said in a gloomy voice, "This is impossible. How can your primordial spirit be so strong?" Did I tell you that my primordial spirit is weak? I have been consuming heavenly treasures since I was young. As a spiritual talisman master, my primordial spirit is strong. It's just that your primordial spirit is weak. Du Xiaofu turned around and glared at Zhang Yunchuang. You... Zhang Yunchuang was speechless. She was so angry that she coughed out blood again. She had the mortal supreme spiritual root and cultivated the top cultivation method of the School of Vertical and Horizontal to strengthen the primordial spirit. How could her primordial spirit be weak? It was enough to crush any spiritual talisman master in the outside world. Moreover, her opponent was only looking at the spiritual talisman master of the origin. However, she clearly felt that the guy's primordial spirit was much more vigorous than hers. It even had an aura that made her afraid. But you also sneaked up on me just now. You tricked me. Looking at all her treasures on the martial-proof platform, Zhang Yunchuang's heart ached unbearably. You already said that it's starting and that I should make the first move. How did I trick you? If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Could it be that the school of vertical and horizontal can't afford to lose? If you have the ability, continue to challenge me. Du Xiaofu was very arrogant. Standing on the martial-proof platform, he said loudly, "After all, I am the invincible god of war." You... Zhang Yunchuang's heart was filled with anger and unbearable heartache. Her body twitched, and she coughed out blood again because of Du Xiaofu. "Master, don't be so smug. Hurry up and come down." Mu Yuming, Yu Bufan, and the others were stunned. That guy actually didn't know when to stop. Once again, he was talking nonsense on the martial-proof platform. Just now, he had won by a miracle. Haha, people from the school of vertical and horizontal, if you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. A loud laughter rang out as a boorish young man walked out. He was not afraid of the school of vertical and horizontal. He stood in the air, but his gaze landed on the pile of treasures in front of Du Xiaofu on the martial-proof platform. It was enough to make anyone's eyes turn red. After that, he looked at Du Xiaofu with a look of disdain and said, "Since you say you're invincible, let's continue the battle then." "Gong Sun Xiong, what do you mean? Even if we want to fight, it's not your turn." A young man walked out from the school of vertical and horizontal. He looked extraordinary and looked at the rough-looking young man with a gloomy expression. "Su Haohui, the school of vertical and horizontal has already lost. Do you want to continue the battle?" The young man, called Gong Sun Xiong, wasn't afraid of the tough-looking young man. He said with a faint sneer, "It's someone else's turn." "That's right. It's someone else's turn." Another young man walked out. He had an extraordinary temperament and a powerful aura. His gaze landed on the pile of treasures on the martial-proof platform. "Amitabha, let's not harm each other." A young monk walked out. His eyes were beautiful and his eyes were bright. There were 9 shining marks on his head. "Immeasurable Lord, we can discuss things, but please don't harm each other." A young man in a Taoist robe walked out. He was tall and straight, and his body was shining with light. He had a Taoist connotation. "That's right. We shouldn't harm each other. You guys should be like this. Don't scare people." Subsequently, a few more extraordinary youths walked out of the sky. All of them had powerful auras and wore smiles on their faces. However, their gazes would intentionally or unintentionally land on the large pile of treasures on the martial-proof platform.